for the venture team of 5 to officially start the business in August 2002, as it was a major struggle to find the funds to do so. The startup was only possible with the substantial direct foreign investments, mainly from shareholders from Germany and Switzerland, as well as the startup loan from the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs of Switzerland. So what was actually our idea in 2000 to start a biotechnology company in South Africa? The aim was to locally produce oligonucleotides which need to be custom made, and therefore by local production the turnaround time dropped from 2 to 3 weeks for imported oligos at that time to 1 or 2 days. This of course allowed to accelerate research output for our customers that apply PCR amplification and DNA sequencing in their research. And more recently, it allowed uninterrupted essential supply during the pandemic. In addition, we aimed to offer Sanger DNA sequencing services. The aim was here that outsourcing DNA samples for sequencing will allow our customers to save the investments in capital-intensive sequencing instruments. 20 years later, we still do all these services, but of course the technologies in life sciences have significantly evolved in the past 20 years, and so has AfricaBP. A big thank you to all our customers, our dedicated current and former employees and commercial partners over all these years, and of course our investors that took the risk and made this possible in 2002. Please enjoy this video about the different aspects of AfricaBP. Let us know your comments, suggestions or questions about AfricaBP in the comment section below. We strive to even be better in the next 20 years.
Human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation in 3 key business segments, including genetic sequencers, laboratory automation, and new business. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DNB-seq sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of the few companies in the world that has the ability to mass-produce clinical high-throughput genetic sequencers. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, and BIT products. With a strong focus on the upstream of the industry, MGI operates in more than 80 countries and regions, serving more than 1,300 customers to date, empowering the downstream customers in reproductive health, precision cancer diagnosis and treatment, infectious diseases, food security, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and consumer genomics. Since the establishment, MGI is driven to disrupt the status quo and accelerate the industry innovation. MGI aims to build a suite of life science core tools to address the fundamental questions, push the limits of science and technology, and lead the innovation in the era of life.
What if you could incorporate next-generation sequencing into your lab and be able to provide genomic profiling results to your customers, regardless of your team's current level of NGS expertise? What if you didn't have to send your samples out for genomic profiling and could minimize the risk of them getting lost or destroyed? What if you didn't have to wait for results? The Genexus system provides a true end-to-end workflow with just 2 user touchpoints, taking you all the way from your specimen to the final annotated report. NGS has never been so easy. You will only have about 20 minutes of hands-on time as you use the 2 instruments that comprise the Genexus system, the Ion Torrent Genexus Purification System and the Ion Torrent Genexus Integrated Sequencer. Both instruments have onboard visual systems to track reagent placement and reduce the potential for manual error. NGS with the Genexus system is as simple and automated as PCR, immunohistochemistry, or other techniques that you are familiar with. And it is just as fast. Results are delivered in as little as 1 day. The solution you've been looking for is finally here. The true end-to-end Genexus system workflow brings fast, automated next-generation sequencing to your lab.
So the Greater Good initiative is really going to open us the door of the genetic diversity of camels at the worldwide level, which really we cannot attain with our efforts alone. This will be a great opportunity to hopefully find new variants and variants that can be useful for the community, for livestock traits of economical interest.
We were doing work with sheep and goats. We had a relatively small sample that we genotyped initially, and the grant Illumina provides will allow for additional genotyping, so we almost tripled the number of animals. And awards like this allow us to do genetic and genomic discovery, and the discovery will hopefully lead to ways to feed people better.
Cowpea is a legume, so it produces a very protein-rich grain. So it's very important for food and nutritional security, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. We needed to improve the genetic knowledge of cowpea, and that's the essence of where the Illumina iSelect fit in, which was supported by the Agricultural Greater Good initiative.
We're focusing on crops that are important in African diets. Sometimes you just need something to jumpstart you. For us, it's made a huge difference. We're creating sequence on species that have 0 DNA sequence in them, and we're able to do that quite efficiently.
The major emphasis of our research has been on enhancing the crop productivity in chickpea, pigeon pea and groundnut. The most satisfying thing for me is when we see that these technologies, they are being used in developing better varieties, which will be helpful to farming communities.
One of the things that should be said about the award is that it's really a big contribution in helping researchers both in plants and animals with reagents and activities that are associated with developing countries.
So my experience working with Illumina has been fantastic. Anyone working in a kind of omics-enabled capacity on a crop that has any relevance to the developing world should absolutely apply for a Greater Good Initiative award.
Okay, merci. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. So, esteemed colleagues, distinguished delegates and dedicated scholars, I'm deeply honored to extend cordial invitation to you all for the inauguration of the African BioGenome Project Open Institute for Genomics and Bioinformatics in North Africa, with a significant theme, North Africa in the age of genomics and bioinformatics. We will start by giving the word to our Dean of the Faculty of Science at Mohammed V University to give you the welcoming. Please welcome the Dean. Thank you.
Merci, Sibedawi. Distinguished guests, esteemed scientists, researchers, participants, good morning to you all. I stand before you today, not just the Dean of the Faculty of Sciences at the Mohammed V University in Rabat, but as a fellow advocate for the preservation and understanding of our continent's rich biodiversity. It fills me with immense pride and joy to welcome each one of you to this pivotal event, the inauguration of the African BioGenomics Project, AfricaBP, Open Institute for Genomics and Bioinformatics North Africa workshop under the theme, the enlightening theme, North Africa in the Age of Biodiversity Genomics. The AfricaBP initiative, as many of you are well aware, transcends the boundaries of a mere project. It embodies the dreams, aspirations, and hopes of countless individuals and institutions. It's a clarion call for unity in our shared mission to safeguard the unparalleled biodiversity that Africa boasts. The vision of AfricaBP, as articulated in globally recognized publications, serves as a compass for our collective journey. The ambitious goal to sequence Africa eukaryotics genome in the coming decade is not just a testament to our scientific ambition, but a solemn vow to protect our environment, bolster our food security, and cherish the unique biodiversity that defines our Africa identity. Our esteemed university, with its rich history and tradition of academic excellence, is deeply privileged to be at the forefront of this transformative initiative. Hosting this workshop is not just an honor, it's a responsibility we embrace wholeheartedly. This gathering is a testament of the importance of nurturing a dynamic scientific discourse, promoting interdisciplinary collaboration, and ensuring that knowledge and the resources are accessible to all, irrespective of borders. To our boarding scholars, postgraduate students, and early career researchers, this workshop is a golden opportunity. I urge you to immerse yourselves in the wealth of knowledge that will be shared, to question, to challenge, and to innovate. To our distinguished experts, keynote speakers, and panelists, your expertise and insights are invaluable. Your dedication to imparting knowledge and mentoring the next generation will undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on the future of genomics and biodiversity research in Africa. Furthermore, I'd like to acknowledge the tireless effort of Professor Wabid Badawi and the North Africa coordinator of the AfricaBP project and his team. Their unwavering commitment has been instrumental in bringing this workshop to fruition. Lastly, our profound gratitude goes out to our sponsors, partners, and all those who have worked behind the scenes. Your support have been the bedrock upon which this initiative stands. In closing, let this workshop not just be a gathering of minds, but a confluence of ideas, aspirations, and visions that for a brighter, more prosperous future for our continent. I wish you all insightful discussions, mindful collaborations, and an enriching experience over the next few days. And I hope that you will also have the time to discover Rabat Town and the Moroccan cooking. Thank you, and welcome once again.
Thank you, Monsieur Regragui, the Dean of Faculty of Science at Mohammed V University, for the warm words to welcome the participants and the colleagues here. So myself, I will try to give short words to welcome the participants and to say some words about the context of AfricaBP project. Estimated colleagues and participants, I'm really happy to extend a cordial invitation to you all here in Rabat. The AfricaBP is not merely an initiative. It represents an intricate confluence of diverse stakeholders, which includes national and international institutes and sovereign entities, corporate affiliates, and committed individuals. But the strongest point of this institution is that each entity is synergetically aligned towards singular and overarching objective. This objective is the preservation of biodiversity in the African continent. Our vision, as delineated in 2022 paper, Africa, sequencing of 100,000 species to safeguard biodiversity, and further expounded in the 2023 Nature Biotechnology paper, on which bridging the gap of African biodiversity genomics and bioinformatics is anchored by our comprehensive 10 years strategic framework. So central to the mission of this project is the imperative to cultivate advanced genomic infrastructure and capabilities, facilitating the generation, analysis, and the usage of genomic data. Our strategic aspiration over the ensuing decades encompasses a very ambitious objective, which is the sequencing of the eukaryote genome. This venture that promises to bolster food security, environmental sustainability, and data reciprocity, and of course, the conservation of endemic species in Africa. This endeavor is not only essential as pivotal, it embodies solemn commitment to preserving Africa's rich biodiversity and agricultural legacy for the successive generations. A fundamental objective of AfricaBP is to address and mitigate the challenges linked to dissemination of knowledge and biodiversity in biodiversity genomics and bioinformatics across all the African landscape. So through academic symposiums and workshops of this nature, our aim is to amplify the voices of African scientists, stimulate rigorous academic discourse, and champion equitable collaborations, thereby fostering an ethos of solidarity within the African research fraternity, which is a main objective of this institute and of the Morocco as an African country. So to our nascent scholars and students, postgraduate candidates, distinguished academics, and assiduous researchers, I encourage you and entreat you to fully engage with this unparalleled academic platform. Immerse yourself in the profound insight and expertise proffered by our distinctive experts during this workshop. To our venerated speakers, I express my profound appreciation for your unwavering commitment. Your contribution promised not only to enrich academic discourse, but also to catalyze advancement in genomics and bioinformatics linked to biodiversity preservation. I wish to convey my deepest gratitude to our sponsor. Your sustained support serves as fundamental pillar, enabling the realization of our ambitious scientific endeavors. And at the end, thank you to you all for being here. Thank you. I think now we will start the conferences. So I invite the moderators, please, to come here in the stage. I don't know if Anne, you can hear me. You can invite her, Emmett.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. So Han, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Very well. Thank you very much, Professor Boabed, for this opportunity. Let me begin by expressing my sincere thanks to the North Africa Local Organizing Committee for inviting me to make this address here. I want to also echo the sentiments of the Dean of Faculty of Science. Indeed, at the end of this workshop will be all the more richer. The North Africa Local Organizing Committee has chosen a very appropriate theme, that is North Africa in the age of biodiversity genomics. And I want to just begin also to emphasize what Professor Boabed has just talked about who Africa BioGenome Project is for the participants who have not engaged with this organization before. So the African BioGenome Project aims to coordinate all the sequencing efforts for non-human genome sequencing initiatives that are existing and any that will emerge within Africa, and also to act as a forum from the non-human genome space. We aim to initiate, develop, and support all non-human genome sequencing efforts. And as Professor Boabed has said, we aim to sequence over 100,000 species that are endemic and indigenous to Africa. We will employ this data to contribute to regional biobanks, inform policy, build capacity, and overall use this data to develop our own knowledge about our own African species. The African BioGenome Project will cover all eukaryotic lineages. We aim to sequence plants, animals, fungi, and species that are important to Africans. And what is happening is that Africans are nominating species for sequencing in order to fill gaps of knowledge towards biodiversity, to support conservation efforts, and also to seek how to make ourselves food sustainable. What do we envisage? We want to build and increase collaborations and capacities. We are very recognizing of the fact that partnerships between the North and Africa are very, very strong, but perhaps we are not doing as well within Africa. So we envisage very, very strong inter-African partnerships and collaborations happening through this workshop. We also want to contribute to the information on genomic resources on Africa and use this information to drive policy that will actually make us self-sustainable. The African BioGenome Project was conceptualized in 2019, And between 2019 and June 2021, the planning of the project was happening. In June 2021, the project was launched during an inaugural meeting. And at this particular moment, it also coincided with the launch of the pilot project. During that time, June 2021 and March 2022, consultations continued. And this is the time when all the regions of Africa were brought on board and node champions were appointed. In April of 2022, the pilot project began. And within this pilot project, the aim is to sequence 2,500 species that are endemic to Africa, and also to build capacity, genomic and bioinformatic capacity within the African continent. Following this, in April 2024, at the end of the trial period, the pilot project will commence and transition into phase 1 and phase 2 of the project. We have 4 programs within African BioGenome Project's grant challenges. One is the Nelson Mandela African Genomes for Conservation of Nature. This particular grant challenge seeks to sequence 60,000 animal species across Africa. And it is supported very heavily by University of South Africa, Rockefeller University, Biotech, University of Cape Town, and South African Biodiversity Institute. We also have the second challenge, which is the DAISY AfricaBP Genomes for Grassroots Conservation. The core scientific objective of this particular effort is to sequence 45,000 plant species that are endemic to Africa. And this effort is being coordinated by University of South Africa, Beijing Genomic Institute, South African Medical Research Council, and South African National Biodiversity Institute, and a strong partnership from University of Cape Town. We also have the AfricaBP Community Practice Roundtable meetings on biodiversity genomics. And this particular grant challenge seeks to understand the legislative framework that we have within Africa, especially discussing the access and benefit sharing, and also especially following the post-2022 biodiversity framework. And the last challenge is the African BP Open Institute for Genomics and Bioinformatics, which is the one that is brought us here today, which is our training workshop capacity building arm, which aims to build a capacity in genomics and bioinformatics throughout the continent. I want to now quickly give you some highlights of the African BioGenome Project. The first highlight has also already been given by Professor Boabid, where we published our position paper in March 2022, where we gave our roadmap and our vision to sequence 100,000 species from Africa to safeguard our biodiversity. This particular Nature publication was overwhelmingly received by the international scientific community and was featured in more than 300 outlets, news outlets, journals around the world. Since then, we have also been invited to share our vision in very many high-profile invitations and conferences. Some of them are highlighted here, like the UN General Assembly, where we participated in 2022. We also participated in the Digital Sequence Information Conversation of the Food and Agriculture Organization. We were also invited to the US Africa Leaders Summit in Washington 2022. We participated in the World Science Day for Peace for UNESCO. We have also traveled to South Africa to present at the ISAC conference. We have participated in conversation with the African Union, and most recently, we participated in the All African Conference of Animal Science in Botswana in September. African BP has now been institutionalized in the Science for Africa Foundation, which is based in Nairobi. It is important for us to have been anchored in an African institution so that we can be able to consolidate our ideas within one framework and also have a framework for engagement in collaborations and partnerships. African BP has commenced sequencing, and I'm proud to say that we have already sequenced in African BioGenome Project throughout the world, throughout the African continent. Most African biogenome projects will be sequenced within African institutions. So it's not only important for us to sequence within Africa, but the institutions should be African in nature. And we envisage to generate an estimated 200,000 gigabases of data. To be able to do this, we need to bridge some of the institutional gaps that we have already seen. These are infrastructural in nature and also gaps in genomics and bioinformatics capacity. We saw that this sequencing analysis will take a long time if these gaps are not addressed, and the AfricaBP Open Institute is actually aiming to bridge this gap. So I want to tell you about a little bit more about the Open Institute for Genomics and Bioinformatics. And Professor Boabid has also mentioned that we published our paper in Nature Biotechnology last month in September, where we outlined how we will go about to bridge the gap in biodiversity, genomics, and bioinformatics within the African continent. We have also engaged in building this capacity throughout the continent by beginning these workshops, and this particular workshop in North Africa is our fourth initiative towards this effort. Our first workshop was in West Africa at the beginning of 2023. We had our second workshop in South Africa in August. This particular workshop in October is our third workshop. And we will have our fourth workshop in December in Nairobi that will target participants from East Africa and Central Africa. What is very unique about the AfricaBP workshops is that they're openly accessible. Right now I'm online and I can see that we have 384 participants online who are now accessing information, and these distinguished participants will be able to hear firsthand from all the speakers who have been outlined today. And this is something that we want to continue with to ensure that we are able to, in a seamlessly as accessible manner, pass out information on genomics and bioinformatics. We are very, very keen to strengthen partnerships and collaborations with African institutions and to support the collaborative effort that will happen throughout the African continent. Again, as you can see, we are having these workshops in all the regions of Africa, and this will present an opportunity for African institutions to build capacity in key areas where they are deficient. This particular Northern African workshop had 1,300 participants when I checked last night, and 100 of these will be able to participate in practical sessions that are happening across the Northern African region, in Morocco, in Tunisia, in Algeria, and in Egypt. The Southern African workshop, which was held in South Africa, had 1,204 registered participants, with 400 attending daily virtually, and 150 people were trained during the practical sessions that happened between day 3, 4, and 5. And these were actually free for them, and they were face-to-face. The East and Central African workshop registration is open, and already more than 1,000 people have registered. And this is still 1.5 months to go. And we envisage that this number will go up. With this particular, all these three workshops that have happened, we are having a good representation of early and career scientists visiting the workshop physically. So in a nutshell, that is the vision for the AfricaBP Open Institute. We envisage that this will happen and continue to build the bioinformatics and genomics platforms throughout the African continent. And let me close by acknowledging the huge support we have received from the Northern Africa Local Organizing Committee led by Professor Boabid. I also want to echo Professor Boabid's thanks to the distinguished speakers and panelists who have given us their time and who give us their knowledge, all the conference facilitators, all those who have organized the practical workshops, and our workshop partners and sponsors. I want to wish you well, and I know that this success, the workshop is already successful by our all being here. I thank you very much, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Anne Mugai. Sorry, I didn't present you at the beginning. I will do it now. I'm sorry for that. So Professor Anne Mugai is affiliated with the National Defense University in Kenya. She is Deputy Vice Chancellor and Academic Affairs and Research. Thank you very much for the nice speech. Professor Anne, if you don't mind, we will let the question for the end, for the panel. When we end the panel, we will let the question in. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis honorée d'être parmi vous et je vous remercie pour votre présence. Au début, on me dit que je pouvais parler ou en français ou en anglais. J'ai choisi le français et tout le monde parle anglais, mais c'est pas grave. Donc, tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier les organisateurs de l'atelier de l'Institut africain de biogénome pour la génomique et la bioinformatique en Afrique du Nord. Je remercie aussi Monsieur le doyen de la Faculté des sciences, Monsieur Regragui, de nous accueillir pour cette première édition inaugurale sous le thème « L'Afrique du Nord à l'ère de l'étude génomique de la biodiversité ». Je salue cette initiative et remercie le professeur Bouagid Badawi de m'avoir permis d'en faire partie. Donc, je suis Linette Tezi et je suis enseignante à la faculté ici de sciences et je serai modératrice pour ce premier panel qui porte sur l'éthique et la politique, Ethical and Policy. Pourquoi ce panel? Les enjeux éthiques et politiques des avancées scientifiques découlent du caractère sensible de la génétique, qui met en scène la morale, la valeur, la justice, les règles de conduite, la société, l'équité, l'inclusion et la diversité. Donc, ces questions sont à la fois scientifiques et sociétales et ne peuvent parfaitement s'articuler qu'en fusionnant un esprit scientifique et une âme de philosophe. Et d'ailleurs, notre premier intervenant, c'est professeur Ali Ben Khlouf, qui peut combiner ces deux compétences, science et philosophie, pour aborder ce thème avec subtilité. Donc, nous avons l'honneur de recevoir le professeur Ali Ben Khlouf. Il est agrégé en philosophie. Il est actuellement professeur à l'Université Mohamed VI Polytechnique, directeur du Centre African Studies, professeur émérite à l'Université de Paris-Est Val-de-Marne. Il est engagé actuellement dans les débats sur la bioéthique après avoir été membre puis vice-président du Comité consultatif national d'éthique en France et du Comité consultatif de déontologie et d'éthique de l'Institut de recherche pour le développement qu'il a présidé de 2009 à 2013. Il est membre permanent de l'Académie nationale de pharmacie. Il a accordé également 3 avis sur la vaccination en 2020, sur les enjeux éthiques du Covid en 2021 et sur les droits du patient en 2023. Il est membre de l'Académie du Royaume du Maroc. Son sujet, c'est les enjeux éthiques et techniques des techniques génétiques. On va lui laisser la parole. Il aura 30 minutes de speech. Merci beaucoup, vous pouvez l'applaudir. Merci.
Normalement, c'est normal.
Good morning, everybody. First, I thought I will be speaking in French, but as I saw all the program was settled in English, so I switched to English. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you for your kind presentation. Dear colleague, Ms. Lina Tezi, thank you for everybody who is here listening to me this morning. Thank you to Professor Bouagid Badawi, who organizes all these meetings, very important meeting. As it as it has been said, I was really involved in ethical issues about, I will say, human medicine, not exactly biodiversity in general, but just a part of it. And today, as the title presented to you shows, I will be presenting the ethical challenges of genetic engineering, limiting completely my scope only to human genome and only to medical genetics, because as it has been said, I was involved in ethics about medicine, and now it's exactly what I'm teaching at the UMCSP after being long decades in France as a professor. Relatively, as you know, recent techniques for exploring not just one of few targeted genes, but the entire genome open up new ethical issues, including secondary or incidental discoveries. The question being whether or not they should be communicated to the patient. We are faced with an ethical dilemma, that is to say, objective yet contradictory reasons. First, in the name of the right to inform, to tell everything about what we discover. And second, in the name of the right not to know, not to tell everything. This also highlights the problem of consent. What are we really consenting to? Formal consent given at the very start of research, okay, is not appropriate here. Why? As research progresses, consent changes. We are talking more and more about consent processes or consent dynamics. In fact, for rare diseases affecting children, it seems difficult to repeatedly ask parents for their consent. This creates unnecessary anxiety, but how can we anticipate everything they have to consent to? For example, how to handle the progressive information derived from the interpretation of the DNA sequence, which cannot be done all at once. How to consent to the conservation of one's DNA, to the re-examination of its sequence, to the sharing of data, and with whom sharing this data. Not to mention the anxious people who see their future engaged in this way, and also see the time shortening between the state of health and the state of illness as a result of predictive genetic testing. In the case of genetic medicine, and it will be just these my topics today, there is also the problem of adapting the procedures for obtaining consent when it comes to relatives involved in the search for variants rather than individuals. Consent is not completely dealing only with individuals as we are involved in genetic medicine. There are always all the relatives completely involved. This raises the delicate issue of one of the articles in French Public Health Code, which requires that relatives be informed in the event of the diagnosis of a serious hereditary genetic disease. A delicate issue because it involves giving information to a person who does not request it. Ethical guidelines link consent to information, but these remain formal. There is no ethical manual to bridge the gap between the need to inform and the patient's often anxious attitude to the information provided. When the information is genetic, that is to say, irreversible, how can it be dispensed? I would like to quote the testimony of Dominique Stopalione. I worked with her a lot, a genetist and hospital practitioner, which was given to me in 2013, and which I published as part of the 3rd anniversary of the French National Consultative Ethics Committee for Health and Life Sciences. I quote a long part because this example is somehow paradigmatic. This is not about questioning the very principle of information. It is and it will remain essential, provided it is fair and appropriate. The point is to question the impact of information on the person receiving it. Despite all the goodwill of the person giving it, despite the possibilities of taking charge of the patient, the information may not be heard, may be anxiety-provoking, or even be perceived as an aggression, as you will see. This is particularly true of genetic tests. I was struck by a letter I received a few days after a medical, not research, consultation for a genetic test for predisposition to ovarian cancer. The patient speaking, I recently agreed to take part in a search for the BRCA gene, which exists in my mother and probably in myself, and met you on that occasion, she says to the physician. I was left with a violent impression of the consultation. I wonder if the medical dimension of this meeting was not forgotten. Why? I understand that since Hippocrates, a fundamental precaution has been to avoid exposing the patient to the always hypothetical suppositions that accompany the doctor's work. You saw fit to tell me that I was at risk of ovarian cancer, that it does not treat well, and that it will be better to have preventive surgery. Furthermore, and from the point of view of the respect due to the patient, the respect due to the life in him, imagine that the contemplation of the straight path that connects us to the tomb is not a representation that improves the possibility of life, hoping for the sake of medicines and patients that medical research will cease to produce such blind cruelty. Please accept my humanist greetings. What to do when you receive a letter like this? So now says Stopalione, admittedly, such an occurrence is exceptional, of course, but we can only wonder how many patients experiencing such discomfort have not manifested it. A person who has been informed of the implication of a test beforehand can no longer put aside knowledge. That's what I call irreversible information. They did not want to know. Even if they choose not to know, not to take the test, the information on what they could know if the test indicated the presence of a risk factor, and that that's what could happen can no longer be ignored. Today, the indication for genetic testing are generally based on the existence of a given disease in a family for which a genetic risk factor is thought. This family experience of the disease constitutes initial information and can facilitate a second phase of information, that of the consultation, even if this is not always true, as the letter quotes illustrates. The availability of ultra-high throughput sequences, séquences de haut débit. Ultra-high throughput sequences will make it possible to understand the genome of a person or a fetus, and thus to identify the presence of genetic anomalies, we will say variants, and some of which will be a proclaimed disease for which family history is no indicator, something completely new. With no point of reference, information is likely to be even more brutal. Information is and will remain an obligation, but it puts and will continue to put the patient in an impossible situation. It runs the risk of making him despair. All ethics is about this impact of information, as I'm dealing now with it. Medical genetics is not the only field. No, I stop the example, I continue my analysis. Medical genetics is not the only field where research and care go hand in hand. Other tools such as MRI, interweave care and research, where at first sight only research is involved. I'd like to share with you the example of a research project carried out in Bordeaux at the Pellegrin Hospital under the aegis of neurologist and epidemiologist Christophe Tsuriot. I was a member of the research ethics committee. The cohort involved 10,000 students from 5 universities. Brain MRI scans were performed on 2,000 of them. The study showed that there were asymptomatic cases of white matter lesion and cases of misplaced cavernoma, when in such cases, the radiologist discovers a white matter lesion in a volunteer who is not ill, as all of you can be sharing in this kind of study. How and what should be said to the volunteer who did not come as a patient and had no symptoms? How can the anxiety-inducing aspects of the information provided to be avoided as much as possible? To say nothing will be a serious mistake, as early treatment could be life-saving. To say that it is an anomaly without being able to say how serious it is, given that the diagnosis has to be made at a later stage to find out whether the lesion is benign, inflammatory, involving tumor cells, etc. So to say that it is an anomaly without any precision is also unsatisfactory. We were completely puzzled with these kind of cases. It was in 2017, 18. This is one of the ethical dilemmas that doctors and possibly researchers often face in their practice. Care comes into the research process first and foremost through the modes of discourse to be invented for the announcement of something that is not yet a diagnosis. This is one reason why a research committee have set up an ethics commission to deal with these issues. I'm still hoping that one day in Morocco we'll have a national committee for ethics in the field of health sciences, health and life sciences. Unfortunately, we have not today any national committee, any ethical national committee in Morocco. We have local committees in hospitals, but we don't have any national committee. And there are many, many, many issues that have to be informed, analyzed, and so on. And unfortunately, it is not the case. It should be noted that in 2013, the American College of Genetics and Medical Genomics recommended what? That in the event of a global analysis of their genome, individuals should be fully informed of all genetic data discovered incidentally in the course of the study. Wow. According to the report issued by this genetic college, a list of some 50 genetic anomalies was to constitute an obligation to inform the individual, regardless of whether or not he or she wished to know, and regardless of his or her age. We discover, we say, we discover, we say, we discover, we say. But it soon became clear after discussion following this publication that such recommendation should be dropped. Too much anxiety. There can therefore be an obligation to know about this incidental discovery. No obligation to know about this incidental discovery. The Scientific and Ethical Advisory Board of Sequoia, I don't know if you know Sequoia, it's very important. I present it, Sequencing Omics Information Analysis, one of the two platforms selected by the France Genomic Medicine 2025 plan. It was important to integrate research as a complement to or even upstream of diagnosis purposes. Clinicians, and biologists cannot be reduced to conventional diagnosis. When they are involved in molecular diagnosis, the boundaries between care and research become blurred. In the aim of this plan, French plan, if the aim of this plan is to integrate genomics into the patient's pathway, it must be made clear that both research and molecular diagnostic will be part of this pathway. It's completely new. We usually separate care to research, but in genomics, it's so, and genetic medicine, it's so difficult to make this distinction. Genetic counseling that takes this journey into account. Genetics counseling is there to help people at risk of transmitting a genetic condition and their families to understand the disease and the associated risk, but also to evaluate in an appropriate context the different options for life choices and reproduction, not to have still this anomaly in the unfolding reproduction. It opposes the pseudo-genetic counseling offered by companies offering direct personal genetic profiling to consumers who claim to be able to predict an individual's health risk by analyzing their DNA. These companies, you know, there are many commercial companies in this field, do not provide clear information on the scientific proof of the results they deliver. Christopher Hood, co-author of the Nuffield Council on Bioethics in UK report, says, commercial genetic profiling, it's really a big issue, and it is so weird and so dangerous as a propaganda of fake news about genetics. Commercial genetic profiling services might appear to bring more choice to consumer, might appear, it's not the case, but test results can be dubious and difficult to interpret. And they are often offered to people with little or no advice or support, everything online. Customers need to be aware that apart from giving advice on healthy lifestyle choices, all about, all about this, such as exercising more, eating a balanced diet, or cutting down on alcohol, tests, genetic tests, are not capable of informing them about the risk of specific disease that can be significantly modified by their behavior. The results sold, it is a question of market, by genetic profiling companies appeal in the context of exacerbated autonomy. Everyone has to do what he wants. to their customers' responsibilities toward their health without explaining what responsibility this entails, since the risks advertised are inherently ambiguous. It is conceivable to have to change one's lifestyle on the sole basis of raw results without the help of a doctor to interpret the statistical risk. Since the existence of a risk implies that it is imperfectly possible not to develop the various diseases that are prognosticated as a result of so-called profiling, it is reasonable to inform family members, insurers, or employers of this potential risk. I quote a report from the committee I was belonging to, the report 124 about ethical reflection on developments in genetic testing in connection with very high throughput human DNA. The market for this analysis is dominated by 4 players, all located in the United States. 33andMe, 32Genes, focused on medical aspects, claims for 100,000 customers. Can you imagine? The Genographic project, launched by National Geographic magazine, focused on population genetics and the ancestry profile of its customers, more than 600,000 to date, the last 2. Ancestry.com and Family Tree DNA present themselves mainly as an aid to genetical research. This market is estimated as $250 million in 2018. We are thus witnessing an electronic commerce in non-medical application of recent discoveries in a sector that it is little or unregulated, everything online. I quote also what Steven Pinker, professor of psychology at Harvard University, offers us a common sense conclusion. If you are consumed, as you now here in this university, if you are consumed by scientific or personal curiosity and can think in terms of probabilities, then by all means, savor the fruits of personal genomics. But if it is not the case, in other cases, but if you want to know if you are at risk of cholesterol, have your blood cholesterol measured, not more. If you want to know if you are good at mathematics, take a mathematics test. And if you really want to know yourself, and this is a test of what you are capable of, then consider François La Rochefoucauld's suggestion: our enemies come closer to the truth in the judgment they make of us than we do ourselves. Much irony in this saying of Steven Pinker. Conclusion. Sorry if I was a little bit long. But as you know, the economic problems are not confined to these commercial abuses. High throughput sequences, that is to say, the automated parallel deciphering of nucleotide sequences from DNA and RNA, requires considerable resources. A major challenge for African countries in particular, which need to know more about their genetic heritage. Sequencing is becoming less and less expensive, but data storage and interpretation requires bioinformatics and statistical research, which are expensive. In its report, I already quoted the French Committee of Ethics says the power required to analyze and store the power required to analyze and store these data selects a small number of companies that are the only ones capable of providing them, creating both a concentration of power that can go so far as to appear hegemonic, and a form of appropriation of these data that is in fact contradictory to the basis and justification of this analysis of large masses of health data, namely the free sharing of information and its opening up to free access. I think this is one of the issues of this meeting today, how to face the hegemonic companies who can store and interpret all these genetic data. To these economic problems, we must add epistemological and scientific issues. First, the mass of information available is no longer at the level of an individual. Second, the uncertainty of the significance of the data acquired on the health of individuals. It's always on the mass data that is significant. Second, the presence of secondary information or incidentalomas due to non-targeted sequencing, incidentalomas, whose discovery leads to no therapeutic proposal. What can be done with genetic risk and predictive knowledge that do not benefit the individual? And the last slide, there are hundreds of thousands of individual variants in each genome. So how can we find meaning for them in terms of health and disease? Defining the inconsequential nature of a variant or its statistical association or even causality with a future risk or phenotype as a disease is risky. Thank you for your listening.
Merci, professeur Ben Makhlouf, pour cette conférence qui est claire sur le rôle du comité d'éthique, l'importance de toutes les précautions qu'on a besoin de prendre quand il s'agit d'analyse génétique ou autre. On va laisser toutes les questions pour la fin du panel, parce que là, nous allons inviter notre seconde conférencière qui vient du Kenya. Elle sera en streaming. Donc, c'est Madame Sally Noemi Keiti. Elle est actuellement associée de recherche, accès et partage des avantages à l'Institut international de recherche sur l'élevage. Sally est avocate de formation et spécialiste juridique expérimentée du protocole ABS Nagoya et experte en conformité dans l'industrie de la recherche génomique agricole et en initiative de renforcement des capacités. Sally occupe actuellement le rôle de président du comité d'éthique de questions juridiques et sociales pour le projet Africain BioGenome et elle est également membre du réseau DSI d'intégration de systèmes de données. Donc, Miss Sally, je ne sais pas si elle est présente.
Hi, yes, I'm here. Thank you so much.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
So you have your 15 minutes. Thank you so much for being with us. You're welcome. The floor is yours.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen. I hope you can see my slides. Okay, so for those of you who I've not had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Sally Monikate. I'm a research associate based in Nairobi, Kenya for the Center of Tropical Livestock Genetic Health and the International Livestock Research Institute. So today I'm going to be taking you through a very exciting topic, which is ethical, social, and policy considerations for purposeful and inclusive biodiversity genomic endeavors across North Africa. And I'm just going to start with a brief introduction to sort of set the scenes. So As we all know, Africa's biodiversity continues to deteriorate at a very unprecedented rate, and anthropic activities are the biggest threat to our biodiversity. The unfortunate reality of this is that despite the alarming rate of degeneration, there's still a lot that remains scientifically unexplored. What we can all agree on is that there's a need for transformative changes across the agri-food systems and the allied sciences to address the ongoing crisis. Now, we have a lot of collaboration and cooperative efforts that have gone into trying to address this crisis. So the Africa BioGenome Project is an example of one of these efforts. So is the CTLGH that I work for, ILRI, as well as our hosts who are hosting us today for this workshop. There's a lot of coordinated efforts towards, trying to halt biodiversity loss and restoring our ecosystem. Now, one may wonder across our various institutions and, across our various organizations that we work with, where does the interface happen? So the interface happens in the point that some of us, all of us, in some way, one way, are working towards the development of technologies to be used for conservation, improvement, and sustainable use of biodiversity for food and nutrition. Albeit this is such an amazing goal, we have to make sure that we get the science right and that the science is fit for purpose, right? And the only way we can do this is through LC considerations. And I'm happy that the previous presenter mentioned that, the cost of, for example, sequencing has reduced. One can agree that the nature of research and development activities over the course of years have evolved. We have cheaper sequencing, but what is also true is that the nature of challenges that we deal with as we're doing research and development activities has also evolved. Because before you'd be able to go and collect a sample, collect data and work on it, and there were no implications whatsoever. But right now, when you want to go and pick a sample, you have to consider a lot of things. Some of the considerations potentially would be, for example, is this species that I want to go collect samples on, is it endemic? For example, if you want to look at the Goliath frog, it exists only in Cameroon, and I think, if I'm not wrong, you have to consider that, am I going to collect samples or collect data from an area that's sacred or the animal is revered spiritually? Those are some of the things that you have to consider. Other things would be, for example, when we're collecting samples, there's some areas, for example, here in northern Kenya, where you have to be dressed a certain kind of way if you're a woman trying to collect samples. So all of these are just examples of ethical and social considerations to be considered. Now, this brings the importance of the LC considerations, because at the end of the day, for you to be fully compliant, these are the things you have to think of. So the LC basically committee, or LC in terms of R&D activities, basically ensures that we look at all these things so that scientists can just focus on the science. So ideally, LC considerations in research, they serve the purpose of identifying the ethical, social, and legal issues, and we recommend strategies to ensure that all these activities we're doing are being applied responsibly, with compliance being the focus. Now, in as much as this sounds exciting, that doesn't mean that we don't encounter challenges. So I'm just going to take you through the few challenges that we have experienced here at ILRI, and maybe you might see some challenges that align with you and your organization. Now, for example, one of the common LC-related challenges is delays in documentation. If I can use the Kenyan example, for example, here we have different regulatory bodies that are mandated to deal with different aspects when doing research and development activities. For example, if you want to get a sample that is dealing with wildlife, you have to go to the Kenya Wildlife. So you have to go to the Kenya Wildlife Services. If you're dealing with livestock and maybe cattle, for example, you have to contact the Directorate of Veterinary Services. For our permits, our research permits, there's the National Committee on Science, Technology, and Innovation. So there's a lot of organizations involved, and sometimes this ends up delaying the process. One of the things we like to advise the researchers that we work with here is to ensure that you plan your research early, because in as much as you might experience a lot of delays, it's better that you plan your research early and you find out what documents you need so that we get those in the pipeline and ensure that you're not going through any unnecessary delays. Another challenge that's commonly experienced is applicability of laws and treaties. So, for example, you find different interpretations of different laws by different countries, and you have to adhere to these different laws. Another thing would be the understanding, for example, of biotechnology and biosecurity. I remember here a few months back, maybe 2 months back, we had a conference about biosciences here in Kenya, and one of the things that was being discussed there was about the adoption of biotechnology. And there was a lot of resistance. Why? Because when you think about, for example, biotechnology and things like genetic editing and genetically modified organisms, when you interpret it in your language, sometimes maybe the interpretation might not be so accurate. So because of that, there's a lot of misinformation and miscommunication. And these are some of the kind of challenges, that you have to consider when you're thinking about your research and development activities. Some of the other things we've experienced are cross-border collections. For example, here in Kenya, we have the Maasai cattle that's also existing in Tanzania. One of the experiences that can be very challenging, if you have an animal and it crosses the border, then who is to issue the permit? When you go into publication, how do you even share the benefits? And even, for example, if you got the permit from Tanzania and then maybe like Kenya cites it on a publication, how do you deal with compliance? So it's a very interesting set of challenges that we have to deal with. And one of the next challenges we usually deal with is the management of resources and association traditional knowledge. Sometimes a lot of communities they shut back from contributing to research and development because you find that they feel like they're not being acknowledged and they're not being recognized. And it poses such an interesting challenge when you're trying to access different samples. Now, one of the other issues that's now an upcoming is the issue of digital sequence information and the data sharing that comes with it. Very sensitive issue, but we'll discuss it at the later slides. So a practical example of how we deal with these solutions in ILRI, one of them would be the different applications of the laws in various countries. We have regular discussion platforms with our national collaborators. This helps us understand the local setting and the expectations of the local collaborators. Another thing we often do is capacity building and awareness creation. Similar to these webinars and workshops, we have to do that so that we constantly inform the regulators who are the ones who create the policies. So by doing capacity building and awareness creation, when they create the laws, they're not as restrictive, but they're enabling for the research. Now, when we think about all of these things in terms of the theory of change vis-a-vis sustainability, one of the things that comes into mind would be having capacity building workshops and webinars with the long-term goal of maybe having simplified mechanisms and documents that actually detail the entire process of access in Africa. So that's just something to think about. Now, I want to briefly discuss the Nagoya Protocol, and may I posit to you that a different line of thought, because more often than not, the concept of the Nagoya Protocol is often looked at as restrictive. So one of the things, as we all know, the Nagoya Protocol is the framework that deals with access and benefit sharing and fair distribution of the rights of the benefits that arise from the utilization of genetic resources. How I like to look at it is this a consultative process between the scientists and the locals, and it allows them to align and come together before accessing the genetic resources. When you think about it like this, one of the things you wonder is what exactly is Nagoya trying to do? And if anything, these are the important things to remember, that Nagoya is just trying to ensure we get appropriate access to genetic resources, appropriate transfer of technology and know-how, and appropriate compensation. Now, some of the primary elements of ABS that we always have to run through with our scientists is making sure that we do due diligence, where we go and find out the provider laws. For example, if I give the North African example, not all the countries in Northern Africa are party to the Nagoya Protocol, but this doesn't mean that there are no laws regulating the access of genetic resources. So it's important for you to take a step back and try and find out what the provider country laws are. Once you do this, you can obtain your requisite documentation, which is the prior informed consent, your mutually agreed terms, your MTAs, and your permits. Once you have these documents, you need to ensure that you conduct your research in compliance with the national laws and regulations, as well as the intended purpose. But now for you to be fully compliant, one of the things you need to do is ensure that you get an internationally recognized certificate of compliance, which is uploaded on the clearinghouse, the Access and Benefit clearinghouse for the CBD. Once you've done this, you're fully compliant, and I'll show you why it's important for you to seek, keep, and transfer. These are a few myths and misconceptions that are associated with the Nagoya Protocol. So I'm just gonna, in the interest of time, I'm just gonna pick one myth, which is my research material is stored at my institution. I can use it without worrying about regulations. That is incorrect. Anytime you need to access and use any research material, you need to ensure that you're using the required documentation. The second one would be, can I work on material without permit application or when the permit application processing is ongoing? You can only do this if you have express written consent from the provider, but always ensure that you have requisite documentation before working on samples, as this would bring blockages. Now, the digital sequence information. So the only thing I would want to talk about here is digital sequence information. In terms of the digital sequence information, would be to highlight to us that no one is exclusively a provider or a user of genetic resources. So when we talk about open source data, like I'll give the example of Malaysia, which is mapped out here. So here we can see a map that says 59 countries use data from Malaysia, but Malaysia uses data from 68 different countries. So the only thing take home here in terms of DSI would be to ensure that we always keep in mind that no one is exclusively a provider or a user of genetic resources, but also as we continue to navigate the space of DSI, please make it a habit of listing the country of origin in your publications or where you use any data or digital sequence information, because countries are now getting faster at tracking the information and data, and you wouldn't want to be on the non-compliant side of this. So as we wind up, there's something I'd like to talk about now in terms of the non-compliance aspect. So I'd like to touch on helicopter research. So helicopter research is where users of genetic resources conduct exploration activities and collect samples from provider countries with disregard for the local communities, researchers, or the access laws and regulations, thereafter leaving and publishing the results and don't even contact or acknowledge the contributions of the providers. Why is this a problem? It's unethical. As you can see in the image, you have scientists falling down with a parachute, microscope, laptop, and folders. It's very unethical and will be contributing to biopiracy. But why essentially is this a problem? Is because the risks of non-compliance would sever relationships with your institutional partners. It can lead to fines, and the fines are very hefty. For example, in the EU, you have fines that are up to $50,000. There's loss of reputation and blacklisting. An example of this, for example, is an ongoing court case here in Kenya, where 3 individuals were caught trying to smuggle ants worth 300,000 Kenya shillings. The ants were to be released to the museum, and the reason for export is still unknown. So this court case is currently ongoing because the regulatory body had no idea of what was happening. And we're waiting to see how this is going to pan out. But now another example of this would be, for example, in 2019, in February, some of you may have seen this, there was a tarantula that was picked from Malaysia, and these individuals went ahead to name it. And when they published an article on it, later another publication came out claiming that the tarantula researchers had received the specimen from private collectors who had poached it. Now, this brought a lot of uproar in social media with a lot of institutions coming to highlight what was happening here. And in fact, it even led to the institution that these individuals were affiliated with actually publicly saying that they have no affiliation with the individuals, and those individuals are not part of their institution. Now, these are just examples of like what non-compliance would look like. And some of the consequences would be, as seen in the slide, where Brazil fined some firms, about 35 firms, 44 million for biopiracy. Recently, even as recent as a week and a half ago, there was a lady who was arrested in the USA in Minnesota because she left Kenya with some fecal samples. And the uproar about it was that no one had given permission or consent for all of this, the fecal materials actually go to the US. She claimed that she was going to make necklaces with them, but if you look at it, the issue that the government there was thinking about was in terms of how hazardous it was. But if you think about it, because fecal material is a readily available source of DNA, there are other underlying considerations that we can have. Now, as I move on to one of my last slides, what are the kind of things that we need to be doing to ensure that we avoid being non-compliant? One would be to establish a win-win collaboration with whoever you're working with, ensure that you involve the locals and have equal partnerships with them, abide by the local and unwritten rules, as this helps you be compliant in an ethical, legal, and social way. Recognize and embrace the different working cultures. The working culture in, for example, East Africa might not be the same working culture in Northern Africa, and that's something you need to keep in mind. You need to use the local infrastructures and incorporate a capacity building component. And lastly, one of the things I'll just leave us thinking about is about ethical and being ethical and fair about publications and authorship. On my last slide, I just want us to think about, as we go through the rest of the workshop, what exactly warrants authorship. I like to call this the analogy of the local tour guide, because most times we find that local researchers are used as tour guides or people to just run around and do the logistics when we're actually doing our research activities. So I pose this question to you. What exactly warrants authorship? What constitutes an intellectual contribution? Is it applying for the permits? Is it having knowledge about remote field sites or microhabitats? Is it arranging the logistics or identifying the breeds, maybe for livestock or sample collection? Yeah, and with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally Mwemi Kati, for explaining the importance of the ethics, legal, and social issues. What are the challenges we can face and how, and what are the solutions to make it sustainable? The question will be asked at the end of this panel. So thank you for staying with us. And now we are going to welcome our third guest. It's Dr. Sadi Paez. She will talk about justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Dr. Sadi Paez is a researcher scholar at the Rockefeller University in New York, university studying the neurobiology and genomics underpinning with dance, member of various global genomic consortia with leading roles in justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Okay, founding co-chair of the GEDI, Committee for the Earth BioGenome Project, the largest global biodiversity genomics project. She is now Director of Science Communication and Public Relations for the Vertebral Genomes Project. She has managed multimedia effort leading to over 50 print articles, television, film programs, and radio show and podcast. Thank you, Sadi Paez. The floor is yours. You have 30 minutes.
So I think Dr. Sadi needs some minutes more to be ready. So I think waiting for her, we can start already the questions, okay, of this panel. And when Sadi joins us, we will continue, okay? Good. Yes, but yeah. So please, if you have any question for speakers, are very welcome. Okay, look, I will take the first question. So my first question is for Professor Ben Makhlouf. Look, first of all, thank you very much for the nice and informative presentation. So really, I like it very much. I like it very much, the presentation. And I would like to argue about one thing, is that the anxiety following genetic risks, yes, it exists, it is there, but I think that the human being has an innate immunity for that. Why? Because of the big question. The big question is death. I think all human beings live with the question of death, denying it, that's true, but all we know that death is coming, and although we live normally, we have an immune system for that, to live each day, each moment, knowing that it could be the last one. So taking the risk of genetics, I think it's a small degree or smaller degree than the death as a big question. If we deal with the death as a human being, accepting it and living it, knowing that it's in each door, it's coming now or tomorrow. So I think we have the ability to manage all the genetic risk. I mean, we have this innate ability to deal with that. What do you think about this?
Yeah, you are completely right. I will just say that maybe it was a misunderstanding. I'm not saying that all about risks in genetics have to be avoided. No. The idea is about the availability of so much information that you cannot always have a good interpretation of them. And as we have always these secondary information and incidental information, all my talk was about that. What have we always to give as the Genetic Council of the USA? Is it obligatory to give all this information? We cannot completely interpret them to the public. It is about this, but not about the genetic diseases who are really very important to be informed of, because they can avoid much serious diseases afterwards. So it is more about the availability of so much information we cannot completely interpret.
Thank you, Professor Makhlouf. So please, if you have any question here. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this event. It's very rich in terms of science, and sharing this kind of knowledge is very helpful for everyone as a scientist. Just wondering, back to Dr. Blue's presentation was very, very informative. And I think from an ethic standpoint, all the committees and all the laws are always coming from Occident, as we say. So I'm just wondering, from your experience in France or in Europe in general, and since there is no national committee in Morocco, how do you see the religious consideration to be included in the ethic committee from our, as Muslims standpoint? Because committees are based on, more Judeo-Christian background. How could we apply the ethics considering our Muslim faith as well?
it's a very important question. You know, all the ethical issues has to be completely involved in many, many fields. It's not just about one or two fields in our society. So as religious issues are so important, especially here in Morocco, it's a religious country. We cannot avoid all the religious considerations. So for the National Committee, it has to be implying some religious advisors, of course, as it is done even in France, which is not a religious country, as you know. They say spiritual families. Spiritual families in the committee I was belonging to. There is a Jewish tradition, Christian tradition, Islamic tradition in this French committee, but all are labeled spiritual families because, as French is so laïc, they want to avoid the term religion. Here it has not to be avoided, and if this national committee has to be planned one day, as I hope it has to be, we need, of course, religious advisors. The second part of your question, it's okay, ethics today deals much more about what is archived in Jewish and Christian tradition. It's up to religion of Islam to put into archives, ethical archives, all the huge background of this tradition. And I think we have much to learn and to archive about our Islamic tradition as it is now done. And I think if we have this national committee, we could archive many religious advisors upon many problems as reproduction, as biodiversity, which is the main topics today. You know that in Islam there is much more cosmic verses than anthropologic verses, and we have to consider all these cosmic verses, moon, sun, and so on, and to put them in the biodiversity challenges today. And I think that will be very fruitful if we do that. But in the absence of a national committee, how can you give any standard to all these possible advisors coming from religion? Thank you. Okay. So, on va continuer.
Our next speaker is Sadi Paez, the Rockefeller University. She will talk about justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. So where is she? Dr. Sadi Paez, can you hear us?
Yes, good morning. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
The floor is yours. You have 30 minutes. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Hola y buenos días. Hello and good morning to everyone. Thank you for welcoming me here today. My name is Sadie Paez, and I'm going to be speaking on decolonizing science or centering justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion in the African BioGenome Project. I want to start today by thanking the shoulders of the giants and giantesses that I stand upon. the indigenous peoples of the Dominican Republic, the Taínos, as well as the indigenous people of the continent of Africa, particularly the land known as Mali. And I want to thank the Lenape people of Manhattan, what is Manhattan today, which is where the Rockefeller University sits on. I want to lovingly invite all of us into thinking about this topic of decolonizing science today. And to start, I want us to briefly define colonization, which is a practice by which one group of people, social construct, or nation state controls, directs, or imposes on other peoples or areas. Another way to think about this is the disproportionate legacy of geographical settlement, as well as social, political, and cultural influences. If we look at this animation from 1492 to 2008, we can see the spread of European colonization across the world. And if we look at the continent of Africa, we can see how that has ebbed and flowed throughout these years. Scientific colonization also stems from this geographical colonization. When colonizers come upon a land, it's not just the physical presence, but also the cultural influences, the social political influences. And one way that this is defined is the idea that all decisions and principles can be made scientifically, or a religion of the intellectuals. And the paradox of this idea of scientific colonization is that we elevate Western scientific thought to the level of universality, or to the rank of the absolute. And we see this in many different ways, such as parachute science, biopiracy, eugenics, resource extraction, forced displacements, and commodification, among others. So in speaking about decolonizing science, I want us to simplify it for today to think about who belongs, who is represented, and who benefits in these spaces of science. This topic can be really difficult for many because of the historical injustices and the lived experiences that continue today, suggesting that science is a space where some belong, some are represented, and some benefit, but not everyone. What are the narratives that we're telling ourselves? And who is telling these narratives? Which narratives have been erased or dismissed or minimized in our science spaces today? And so for my talk, I want to address briefly the why, the what, and the where. Why recognizing, challenging, and transforming the inequities and injustices are not simple nor easily understood. What opportunities we have to move from awareness to action to address the root causes of structural racism and systemic oppression, and where we might intersect with the privilege that we have with others' oppressions. But before we can change the world, we have to understand who we are. And I want to give us all collectively, those in the room as well as those online, 20 seconds in a moment to just connect to your own selves. As people in science, we're so used to thinking about the thought realm, what we think, what the facts are, where the evidence are, and we classify or tend to narrow that to a very small frame, dismissing behavior and dismissing our emotion. But that is also evidence. And if we're going to change the world that we live in, we must begin with ourselves. So I'll give you about 20 seconds now to just register what you're feeling and where it is in your body. Go ahead and take that time now. I'll come back to this at the end and ask you to check in again to see how anything has shifted for you. As we move into the presentation, I want us to think about these convening principles, and I'll highlight just two. The first one is brave space, is recognizing that not everyone has felt safe or even feels safe today in science spaces, and yet they show up anyways bravely. And so I want to commend that, and I want to acknowledge that we listen with respect and acknowledge impact that has happened. I also want to point out that discomfort is part of the process, but also that we are capable. So why is recognizing, challenging, and transforming these inequities and injustices so difficult and complex? I'll briefly touch on 3 different reasons. The first, scientific racism, colonial legacies, and systemic biases. If we think about who belongs, one way to classify this or to think about this is demographics. This graph is showing historical and persistent oppression, or showing the differences between the US population versus the population in the US for science and engineering. So if we see white females as well as Asian males and females, Black males and females, and Hispanic males and females in these colors, we can see that their percentage is less when we think about US science and engineering. But if we look at white males in the US population compared to white males in science and engineering, they're represented to a larger extent. And if we look at now what this looks like over time, this graph is showing from 2008 and 9 to 2015 and 2016 with males in yellow and females in purple. And we can see that while there has been some rise in female representation in science, the gap remains the same over these years. If we now look globally to women as a share of researchers, this graph is showing the research workforce by region from 2010, or the latest data per region. Females are in orange and males are in green. And we can again see that there's a disproportionate representation of women as a share of researchers. If we look at a population of South Africa from 2011, here is the resident population, and here is the research and developmental workshop. And we can again see, for example, white males are 4.9%, at least at this time, of the resident population, but represented to a much larger extent in research and development. African females at 39.9% in the population are only represented at 12.7% in the research and developmental workforce. And lastly, looking at women as a share of researchers globally, we have a variety of countries, or lots of countries shown here. Those in gray are those that are not represented with any data in this particular data set. For the countries that are represented, we see that those that are in the lightest shade of purple represent the lowest share of researchers as females. And this is the lightest color of purple. So if we look at the continent of Africa, we can see what that looks like with a large majority of this data from 2020 showing that it is in the 0 to 30% for women as a share of researchers. Another way to think about the impact of why this is so challenging and complex is looking at representation. And here we're looking at eponyms, which are scientific species names that are based on real or imagined people. And eponyms stake a claim as to which knowledge system is considered legitimate. So it's a record of the political and social cultural milieu of the natural historians and taxonomists at the time that they were assigned. Looking at this figure here, we have the number of eponyms on the y-axis from 0 to 300. And on the x-axis, we have countries from the UK, Germany, France, Belgium, etc. And what we see is based on the color, the number of eponyms that are named after someone else. So those in pink, for example, are scientific names that have been attributed to academics. In yellow, it's army officials. In this sort of gray color, it's nobility. Looking here at the example of Africa, we see that over 1,500 species of birds, reptiles, amphibians, and mammals are eponyms that are named after non-Africans. So when we're thinking about representation, we're seeing that there's a majority, or there's a significant amount of scientific species names that are attributed to non-Africans. We can also think about benefits. So we've talked about who is represented, and thinking about now about who benefits. This graph is showing the leaky pipeline. I think my slides are out of order, forgive me, but this slide actually goes with when we were talking about males and female representation, and thinking about what is one reason or some of the reasons why we see this disproportionate representation of females versus male. And so here we're looking at what happens with data scientists. We start with 55% as university graduates, and as they go and obtain STEM degrees and then enter the STEM workforce, At the end, we only have 15 to 22%. And so the leaky pipeline is one analogy to help us understand what might be happening. What this pipeline suggests is that all of us, but here in particular, we're looking at women, enter in through one way and then progress through the pipeline and exit on the other end. And what this pipeline says is that along the way, there's leaks that are happening or reasons for why we start with a larger percentage of women even considering STEM and then a much lesser percent at the end of it. For example, one reason might be is that women are less likely to be employed as graduate students or postdocs in male PI labs, which represent over 70% of labs. Another reason that women drop out of STEM is because the startups for the male PIs are, when we're thinking about US dollars, $500,000 more than startups for female PIs. And so we can see that there's lots of reasons why this is happening. But perhaps that's not the best analogy, because while it does give us a way to quantify what's happening at different stages, it doesn't fully capture the unique experiences of scholars. It also suggests that individuals are leaking out because of passive reasons, and it removes our responsibility from addressing the system. It's distracting from the structural problems in our institutions. And instead, we need to be thinking about exclusionary practices and policies that need to be placed in the context of scientific racism, colonial legacy, and systemic biases. This is an alternative model that is showing that obstacles are not the result of a passively maintained infrastructure, something that's just poorly maintained, but instead that obstacles are deliberately placed, or instead that they're unconsciously put in place and maintained. So for the white male here, we're showing directional signs to help the individual navigate their way to career achievements, where on the other side, we see a Black female who has obstacles all along the way towards the same path. In thinking about who benefits, we can also look at the underrepresentation of humanity in our GWAS studies. So this graph is showing the racial breakdown of participants in GWAS from 2006 to 2018 along the x-axis. And along the y-axis, we have the representation in GWAS studies compared to the global population in billions. And what we see is for Europeans, shown here in the orange color, there's a greater and overwhelmingly European representation in GWAS studies compared to how they show up in the global population. And then East Asian, South Asian, African, and Hispanic only represent a minor part of our GWAS studies compared to how they show up in the global population. And this undermines our knowledge of all the human genome and its benefits to humans. So not only does this disadvantage East Asians, South Asians, Africans, Hispanic, essentially those who are not represented, but Europeans as well, because we're missing genetic markers and the range of human genetic variation. And broadening diversity broadens our understanding of our biology and our ability to develop genetic risk tools that can benefit all. Ethics is a second reason that I want to address for why this is so complex. Ethics are a set of standalone concepts and principles that guide us in determining concepts of right and wrong behavior. It's this idea of goodness or the ideal human character. But what is goodness? And what is the ideal human character? Ethikos comes from the Greek word meaning relating to one's character. And so it's looking at what is real, what is true, what is good is. What assumptions do you have when you're making these decisions? Are you aware of these assumptions? Or are these assumptions so ingrained in who you are that you're maybe not even familiar with what's happening? So while you might be here, others are here, looking at the world through a different set of lenses. And this describes your worldview, or a set of basic beliefs and assumptions that describe your reality. You are not born with a worldview. It's something that's developed over time with your life experiences. And no two individuals will share all components of their worldview, but they may have a collective or societal worldview. And we heard some of that coming out in the Q&A that was happening before I came on. And this relates to ethics because your worldview guides your beliefs that leads to your actions, such as determining what is right and what is wrong. So you don't see things as they are, you see them as we are. And so here is one model of humanity. It's the great chain of being that is a top-down divine design with God at the top progressing to angels, humans, other animals, and then plants and rocks. And then we have the evolutionary history of life that is a bottom-up emerging model that says that modern humans evolved from a common ancestor. And your understanding of worldview and ethics will lead you to answer questions such as, was the world put here for humans to protect? Or was the world put here for humans to use and to take advantage of? And so depending on what your worldview is, you might answer questions like this as well as many more in different ways. So your socio-cultural identity is going to affect your worldview and position your approach to research. Your theories of knowledge, your systems of ideas, the study of nature and origin of the universe is going to have a part in every decision that we make in research. There's also many interested parties and many perspectives, but whose knowledge is included in science? This is the third reason for why this is complex. And when we think about ethics in science, we can see that throughout time, many different decisions have been made about what's right and wrong, and I'll highlight just a few. We're looking at from 1950 to 2010. We can look, for example, when we think about biodiversity, in 1980, the term biological diversity was coined. About 1985, that now became biodiversity instead of biological diversity. In 1996, the leaders of the Human Genome Project convened in Bermuda and released the Bermuda Principles that changed the way we thought about DNA sequence data. Previously, this data was only released once it was published. The Bermuda Principles changed that and said that DNA sequence data was to be released publicly within 24 hours of its generation. We can also think about nature and different principles and treaties and governance declarations about how to protect our biodiversity in nature. So we have Common Heritage of Humanity, Stockholm Principles, CITES, which are different types of principles that are put in place to protect our nature. But it differs, for example, from other viewpoints such as the rights of nature, which are inspired by indigenous worldviews. And they seek to grant nature the same legal rights as humans. And so this movement has led to legal personhood being assigned to bodies of waters and land, such as in Ecuador, Bolivia, New Zealand, and Australia. And so when we think about who is represented and whose opinions are represented in science, there's differences whether we think we're living from, living in, living with, or living as nature. And here there's a variety of different interested parties who will have an opinion or a stake as to what might be the right way or the wrong way to proceed when we're thinking about these things. And so I want us for a moment to take stock of who's here, whether you're online or whether you are in joining us virtually. I want you to go ahead and either log in to pollev.com Sadie Pius 785, or you can text that, or you can also use your mobile device and go on to this QR code. And I'm going to switch out of this for a moment and share my screen here. And so, which country best represents or captures your identity? You can do up to 3 responses. The map is generated by pollev. And so I see that we have some respondents coming in. So I just want us, again, as we're thinking about all the different people that have an interest in sequencing all life on Earth, to get an understanding of who we are in this collective room today. Great, so we're seeing lots of responses coming in. I'll give you just a few more moments before I go. We have 4 total questions. I see some from the US, lots being represented in the continent of Africa. Great. Let's go to our next question, and you can continue to fill these out over the break if you want. Our next question, which best describes your current career level? So we have lots of graduate students here today, lots of researchers. I understand if the questions maybe don't entirely fit exactly your setting, but please go ahead and try to answer to the best of your ability. So a lot of graduate students and researchers, beautiful. Let's go ahead next to our next question. What best describes your current focus of your research or work? So we have various types of genomics represented here, omics. I know those are all different, but I put them all together just to try to capture all the variety we have here, biotech. Great. And we have one last question that I want us to think about today, which is we are all involved with science. What is another way you would describe yourself? So here you're putting 1 or 2 words. That we can put here. I do want to address too the maps that were shown. I recognize that Morocco is not illustrated correctly on those. I want to acknowledge that out loud. Those are out of my control. One was a figure from a paper that I took, and this platform here, I will address that with them. There's other countries that are also not shown accurately. Given that our meeting today is in Morocco, I do want to highlight that and acknowledge that and apologize for those errors that are shown there. And I also just want to let everyone know the slides have not been shared before with Professor Balbid or any of the other presenters. These are my slides. And again, I apologize that the map was not shown correctly. Great. So we see here that as people in science, there's lots of different ways that we describe ourselves. There's curiosity, there's farmers, resilient, volunteer researchers. I think it's really beautiful to see the many different ways that we show up. Okay. I see that I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go ahead and end with this slide here. There's many interested parties and many perspectives in how we show up in this space. And so we need to be considering what we consider knowledge, what knowledge we will include in our decision-making, and who has the position and power in decision-making as we're moving forward in our studies and in our research. Yeah, I apologize. The time has gotten away from me, but I will end with here. As we're thinking about social justice and justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and thinking about the many different ways that we can approach our research, I hope there's an appreciation for the many different opinions, the many different ways to consider ethics, what is right and what is wrong. And here this is showing a figure that's coming up in a paper about social justice and how we might approach our research by centering social justice at the center of it as we're thinking about our research and our data. And so I'll just end there and give you an opportunity to think about what you're feeling now and where it is in your body, thinking about that systems don't change, but people do change, and then people change systems, and how you might continue exploring this throughout the week. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time so much today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paez, for the nice presentation. I just would like to mention that it was a mistake with the map of Morocco, and Dr. Paez excused for that because we didn't get the presentation before. So the mistake will be rectified in the streaming online and in the presentation later. Thank you. If you have any question for Dr. Paez, please go ahead. Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the insightful conference and thank you for the insightful presentation. It was very nourishing. My question is, what is the standard for humane? As example, as we can see in the infertilization in cattle as an example, which something is kind of controversial. Is some people consider it as humane, meanwhile others don't. So what is the standards for what we consider humane? Who put those standards? Thank you, that's my question.
Was that question directed for me? I wasn't sure if that was for me or for others that are there in the room.
Yes, it's for you because you talked about ethics.
Yes. Well, I think that's your question is exactly the point, and it's a really great question, is that there are some people who are making decisions versus others. And I think when we're thinking about our science spaces, it's the question that we want to bring forward. It's something that we don't think about often enough. And so when I highlighted, for example, we have Stockholm principles, we have CITES treaties, these principle or these governing principles are important to a degree, but they're not the only way to think about nature or biodiversity. The rights of nature is a worldview based on indigenous perspectives that considers a very different relationship for how we approach nature. So instead of, for example, thinking about co-modification or how might we benefit monetarily from nature, that is not the approach that the rights of nature would have. And so when we're thinking about in our science spaces, do these perspectives and many other perspectives come forward when we're making decisions about how to move forward in the most just and ethical way? And I don't think we necessarily are. There's many voices that are not included in these perspectives. And so colonization is an example of those ways of thinking continue and persist. And so even if I take, for example, English, I am from the Dominican Republic and from America. My country, for example, our language is Spanish. There's lots of science being published in Spanish, but in science, English is considered the language, right? And I put that in quotation marks. And so there's a lot of wonderful science that doesn't even come forward, perhaps, in English-speaking journals because there's a difference in what language is considered, absolute or at the top. And I think that we need to correct these errors. I think it's a systemic problem. And so it starts with the individuals who are in the position and have the power to start to think differently about these things.
There's one question, please.
Thank you very much. So you have presented empirical data and very good examples on GD. And my question is, can you give some mechanisms how we can integrate this GD in the research?
Can you repeat that last part, how we can integrate?
Yes, just examples of mechanisms, how we can really integrate JD in research.
So I think I understand your question. You're asking how we can increase sort of diversity of different people within the research. Yes. Okay, perfect. That's another fantastic question and really complex, because when we're thinking about the system of science, it's not individual scientists who are not trying to, let's say, approach our work and think about the diversity of people. There's many limitations that scientists are working within the current system. For example, funding and how that tends to work. A lot of funding priorities are set ahead of time. And so if I want to work with a specific population, I either have to try to figure out how to work it into the funding mechanism that's already described, or I have to, I'm trying to bring in partners without giving them an opportunity to actually have a say in what that research is. And thinking about genomics, I believe Dr. Katie spoke before about access and benefit sharing. Benefits can look a lot of different ways, not just financial. Benefits, for example, sometimes are wanting to have an active voice in what the research looks like, what we're measuring, how we're measuring it, and then how we share that information. But if the funding mechanism is already decided, it makes it really difficult. Another aspect that we can consider is the pace of science. Right now, not right now, actually for quite some time, it's a bit of this publish or perish model, which suggests that we have to be first, we have to be fast, we have to, go at this speed that makes it very competitive instead of collaborative to work together. And so if I'm thinking that my security as a scientist depends on how much I can do and how quickly I can do it, it disincentivizes our ability to truly partner with each other in respectful ways. And so I think that what you're asking is a really complex question that requires, again, to think about power and positionality and those that are making the decisions of, quote unquote, what is right and what is wrong, because it's individuals at the end of the day that are making those decisions. And my ideas of what is right and wrong will differ from your ideas of what is right and wrong. So can we come to the table together and bring all of ourselves? The last Q&A, someone was bringing up the role of religion and faith. That is as important as, for example, numbers, what we consider as numbers. That's part of evidence. It's not just what I think, it's how I behave, and also what I feel, my emotions, my culture is also part of us being scientists and being excellent in science. If we cut off parts of our culture and only elevate certain cultures, then we're missing out on so much that will truly help our science do what it's meant to do, which is to benefit all humanity and all of the planet.
Okay, so this was the last question. We warmly thank our three speakers, Dr. Paez, Dr. Salim Wemi Kati, and Professor Ali Ben Mokhlouf. We are going to have a coffee break now, and then we'll start with our second panel. Thank you to all.
segments, including genetic sequencers, laboratory automation, and new business.
Welcome to the 20-year anniversary video of AfricaBP, Africa's genomics company, here from our headquarters in Makelnek, Pretoria in South Africa. I'm Dr. Oliver Preissig, a co-founder and the executive director of this unique company with currently around 150 employees in different countries in sub-Saharan Africa. The idea of AfricaBP emerged not far from here in Pretoria in the year 2000 while I was doing research at the University of Pretoria and saw the need for this specific type of company in South Africa. It took 2 years for the venture team of 5 to officially start the business in August 2002, as it was a major struggle to find the funds to do so. The startup was only possible with the substantial direct foreign investments, mainly from shareholders from Germany and Switzerland, as well as the startup loan from the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs of Switzerland. So what was actually our idea in 2000 to start the biotechnology company in South Africa? The aim was to locally produce oligonucleotides which need to be custom made, and therefore by local production the turnaround time dropped from 2 to 3 weeks for imported oligos at that time to 1 or 2 days. This of course allowed to accelerate research output for our customers that apply PCR amplification and DNA sequencing in their research. And more recently, it allowed uninterrupted essential supply during the pandemic. In addition, we aimed to offer Sanger DNA sequencing services. The aim was here that outsourcing DNA samples for sequencing will allow our customers to save the investments in capital-intensive sequencing instruments. 20 years later, we still do all these services, but of course the technologies in life sciences have significantly evolved in the past 20 years, and so has AfricaBP. A big thank you to all our customers, our dedicated current and former employees and commercial partners over all these years, and of course our investors that took the risk and made this possible in 2002. Please enjoy this video about the different aspects of AfricaBP. Let us know your comments, suggestions or questions about AfricaBP in the comment section below. We strive to even be better in the next 20 years.
Human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation in 3 key business segments, including genetic sequencers, laboratory automation, and new business. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DMB-Seq sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of the few companies in the world that has the ability to mass-produce clinical high-throughput genetic sequencers. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, and BIT products. with a strong focus on the upstream of the industry. MGI operates in more than 80 countries and regions, serving more than 1,300 customers to date, empowering the downstream customers in reproductive health, precision cancer diagnosis and treatment, infectious diseases, food security, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and consumer genomics. Since the establishment, MGI is driven to disrupt the status quo and accelerate the industry innovation. MGI aims to build a suite of life science core tools to address the fundamental questions, push the limits of science and technology, and lead the innovation in the era of life.
What if you could incorporate next-generation sequencing into your lab and be able to provide genomic profiling results to your customers, regardless of your team's current level of NGS expertise? What if you didn't have to send your samples out for genomic profiling and could minimize the risk of them getting lost or destroyed? What if you didn't have to wait for results? The Genexus system provides a true end-to-end workflow with just 2 user touchpoints, taking you all the way from your specimen to the final annotated report. NGS has never been so easy. You will only have about 20 minutes of hands-on time as you use the 2 instruments that comprise the Genexus system, the Ion Torrent Genexus Purification System and the Ion Torrent Genexus Integrated Sequencer. Both instruments have onboard visual systems to track reagent placement and reduce the potential for manual error. NGS with the Genexus system is as simple and automated as PCR, immunohistochemistry or other techniques that you are familiar with. And it is just as fast. Results are delivered in as little as 1 day. The solution you've been looking for is finally here. The true end-to-end Genexus system workflow brings fast, automated next-generation sequencing to your lab.
So the Greater Good initiative is really going to open us the door of the genetic diversity of camels at the worldwide level, which really we cannot attain with our efforts alone. This will be a great opportunity to hopefully find new variants and variants that can be useful for the community, for livestock traits of economical interest.
We were doing work with sheep and goats. We had a relatively small sample that we genotyped initially, and the grant Illumina provides will allow for additional genotyping, so we almost tripled the number of animals. And awards like this allow us to do genetic and genomic discovery, and the discovery will hopefully lead to ways to feed people better.
Cowpea is a legume, so it produces a very protein-rich grain. So it's very important for food and nutritional security, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. We needed to improve the genetic knowledge of cowpea, and that's the essence of where the Illumina iSelect fit in, which was supported by the Agricultural Greater Good initiative.
We're focusing on crops that are important in African diets. Sometimes you just need something to jumpstart you. For us, it's made a huge difference. We're creating sequence on species that have 0 DNA sequence in them, and we're able to do that quite efficiently.
The major emphasis of our research has been on enhancing the crop productivity in chickpea, pigeon pea and groundnut. The most satisfying thing for me is when we see that these technologies, they are being used in developing better varieties, which will be helpful to farming communities
One of the things that should be said about the award is that it's really a big contribution in helping researchers both in plants and animals with reagents and activities that are associated with developing countries.
So my experience working with Illumina has been fantastic. Anyone working in a kind of omics-enabled capacity on a crop that has any relevance to the developing world should absolutely apply for a Greater Good Initiative award.
Welcome to the 20-year anniversary video of AfricaBP, Africa's genomics company, here from our headquarters in Makelnek, Pretoria in South Africa. I'm Dr. Oliver Preissig, a co-founder and the executive director of this unique company with currently around 150 employees in different countries in sub-Saharan Africa. The idea of AfricaBP emerged not far from here in Pretoria in the year 2000 while I was doing research at the University of Pretoria and saw the need for this specific type of company in South Africa. It took 2 years for the venture team of 5 to officially start the business in August 2002, as it was a major struggle to find the funds to do so. The startup was only possible with the substantial direct foreign investments, mainly from shareholders from Germany and Switzerland, as well as the startup loan from the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs of Switzerland. So what was actually our idea in 2000 to start a biotechnology company in South Africa? The aim was to locally produce oligonucleotides which need to be custom made, and therefore by local production the turnaround time dropped from 2 to 3 weeks for imported oligos at that time to 1 or 2 days. This of course allowed to accelerate research output for our customers that apply PCR amplification and DNA sequencing in their research. And more recently, it allowed uninterrupted essential supply during the pandemic. In addition, we aimed to offer Sanger DNA sequencing services. The aim was here that outsourcing DNA samples for sequencing will allow our customers to save the investments in capital-intensive sequencing instruments. 20 years later, we still do all these services, but of course the technologies in life sciences have significantly evolved in the past 20 years, and so has AfricaBP. A big thank you to all our customers, our dedicated current and former employees and commercial partners over all these years, and of course our investors that took the risk and made this possible in 2002. Please enjoy this video about the different aspects of AfricaBP. Let us know your comments, suggestions or questions about AfricaBP in the comment section below. We strive to even be better in the next 20 years.
Human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation in 3 key business segments, including genetic sequencers, laboratory automation, and new business. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DNB-seq sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of the few companies in the world that has the ability to mass-produce clinical high-throughput genetic sequencers. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, and BIT products. With a strong focus on the upstream
Welcome to the 20-year anniversary video of AfricaBP, Africa's genomics company, here from our headquarters in Makelnek, Pretoria in South Africa. I'm Dr. Oliver Preissig, a co-founder and the executive director of this unique company with currently around 150 employees in different countries in sub-Saharan Africa. The idea of AfricaBP emerged not far from here in Pretoria in the year 2000 while I was doing research at the University of Pretoria and saw the need for this specific type of company in South Africa. It took 2 years for the venture team of 5 to officially start the business in August 2002, as it was a major struggle to find the funds to do so. The startup was only possible with the substantial direct foreign investments, mainly from shareholders from Germany and Switzerland, as well as the startup loan from the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs of Switzerland. So what was actually our idea in 2000 to start the biotechnology company in South Africa? The aim was to locally produce oligonucleotides which need to be custom made, and therefore by local production the turnaround time dropped from 2 to 3 weeks for imported oligos at that time to 1 or 2 days. This of course allowed to accelerate research output for our customers that apply PCR amplification and DNA sequencing in their research. And more recently, it allowed uninterrupted essential supply during the pandemic. In addition, we aimed to offer Sanger DNA sequencing services. The aim was here that outsourcing DNA samples for sequencing will allow our customers to save the investments in capital-intensive sequencing instruments. 20 years later, we still do all these services, but of course the technologies in life sciences have significantly evolved in the past 20 years, and so has AfricaBP. A big thank you to all our customers, our dedicated current and former employees and commercial partners over all these years, and of course our investors that took the risk and made this possible in 2002. Please enjoy this video about the different aspects of AfricaBP. Let us know your comments, suggestions or questions about AfricaBP in the comment section below. We strive to even be better in the next 20 years.
Human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation in 3 key business segments, including genetic sequencers, laboratory automation, and new business. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DNB-seq sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of the few companies in the world that has the ability to mass-produce clinical high-throughput genetic sequencers. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, and BIT products. With a strong focus on the upstream of the industry, MGI operates in more than 80 countries and regions, serving more than 1,300 customers to date, empowering the downstream customers in reproductive health, precision cancer diagnosis and treatment, infectious diseases, food security, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and consumer genomics. Since the establishment, MGI is driven to disrupt the status quo and accelerate the industry innovation. MGI aims to build a suite of life science core tools to address the fundamental questions, push the limits of science and technology, and lead the innovation in the era of life.
What if you could incorporate next-generation sequencing into your lab and be able to provide genomic profiling results to your customers, regardless of your team's current level of NGS expertise? What if you didn't have to send your samples out for genomic profiling and could minimize the risk of them getting lost or destroyed? What if you didn't have to wait for results? The Genexus system provides a true end-to-end workflow with just 2 user touchpoints, taking you all the way from your specimen to the final annotated report. NGS has never been so easy. You will only have about 20 minutes of hands-on time as you use the 2 instruments that comprise the Genexus system, the Ion Torrent Genexus Purification System and the Ion Torrent Genexus Integrated Sequencer. Both instruments have onboard visual systems to track reagent placement and reduce the potential for manual error.
S'il vous plaît, si vous pouvez avancer,
The
juste,
simple and
si vous pouvez avancer en avant. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. I think we're gonna start our second session. So dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to moderate our second session of the African BioGenome Project workshop about sampling and sample collection and sequencing. First, I would like to thank Professor Barbit Badawi for organizing the workshop in our university and congratulate him and his team for bringing together a panel of experts to share and discuss biodiversity genomics in Africa. And I would like to thank also a big thank to Ishraq, who did a great job and was working a lot during this last days or maybe last weeks, and to make everything in a good shape for the success of the event. Well, the session that I'm moderating today is about sample collection and sequencing, which is the core of genomics and bioinformatics study, and is a crucial steps in various fields, including biology, genetics, and even forensics. Overall, genome sampling and sequencing are fundamental tools in modern biology and medicine, with far-reaching implications for understanding life on Earth and improving human health and well-being. Today, we'll have in this panel 4 esteemed speakers. Let me introduce them. Dr. Zakaria Kihel, Dr. Warda Baha, Dr. Ayub Sabri, and Dr. Lukman Arora Mimo. And we are fortunate to have them share their insights with us on sample collection and sequencing technologies. I now call up the first speaker, who I have the honor of introducing, Dr. Zakaria Kihel, who is a research team leader in genetic resources conservation and use, and senior biometrician at the ICARDA, the International Center for Agriculture Research in the Dry Areas. He held gene bank accession, mining, and implementation of strategies to enhance the use of genetic resources. He also conducts molecular and data-driven breeding. Previously, he worked at Bayer Crop Science in Belgium and at the International Center of Maize and Wheat Improvement in Mexico. He was an international fellow of Rothamsted Institute in the UK. He held a PhD from the School of Agricultural and Forestry Engineering at the University of Cordoba in Spain, and master's from DIV Hassan II in Morocco. Today, he's gonna speak and he's gonna share with us all his expertise in genomics for gene banks, opportunities and challenges. Dr. Kihel, the time is yours.
Thank you, Madam. Okay. So yeah, I will try my best. Hi, good morning, and thank you for the invitation. And I will try my best to share some experiences we have in using genomics in conserving and using genetic resources to fight against climate change, but also ensure food security, looking at all the work we do for breeding, plant breeding. So we have a lot of opportunities that genomics has opened for us in terms of handling plant genetic resources. But also we see as we go that we have a lot of challenges using those genomic information. So I will share some insights based on our experience at ICARDA, but also some plans and also examples from my colleagues within the Gene Bank or International Gene Bank Consortium. So let me just introduce, when we talk about Gene Bank, it's a really collections that we are collecting and we are conserving ex situ, that means outside the nature. And this is ours at ICARDA, we call it CURE, which is a really genetic resources to heal drylands. It's mainly collection that is coming from non-tropical dryland. And we call it CURE because those are the 4 elements that we really worked on. We have the conservation, which are really operations from the collecting or identification of diversity hotspots to really legal and moral obligation to make those resources available for users. They are all international public goods, and we are obliged by legal institutions to distribute them to users. We have the U, which is really using them, how to make use of those collections. We will see, looking at the numbers, that they are quite huge. And we find ways, and now with the genomic, to find better ways of getting the best of those collections and knowing them, so users can take advantage of that, which what we call making collections more valuable for users. And users, we will see, we have scientists, we have plant breeders, we have farmers, NGOs, and we have the research really how to optimize our processes, how to do mining and discovery using genomics, but also improving data management. We talked a lot about data this morning, and I think that's one issue when it comes to using genomics in any area or topic of science. And education, of course, we are trying to build capacity for national program and national gene banks in terms of conservation use and the research of plant genetic resources. All those 4 aspects, there we have a little bit of genomics that we are using. So this is our collection. It's one of the biggest collection. We have half of it here in Morocco, Rabat, just here in El Irfan, and we have the other half in Lebanon. So most of them, 80% are native species. That means they are land races, they are farmer cultivars, that some of them have boundaries of natural selection and farmer selection. We have wild relatives and also forages. 80% of them, and you can see some species that ICARDA holds #1 collecting across the world, including faba bean, lentil, lateris, and pisum. This is from where the collection is coming. Very important, just to show you why we are doing all this. It's coming from mainly 4 Vavilovian center of origin. We have, I don't know, 7 Vavilovian center of origin. So we have North Africa, we have the Middle East, Ethiopia, and we have Southeast Asia in India, Nepal, Pakistan, etc. Okay, let's now go to the topic. This is, for example, a map of mega populations. This is an output from analysis we did for using some aspects of biogeography and using sequence information to look at the diversity and geographic diversity. We have 6 mega population of barley. Why this is important? This is important, of course, to know the diversity, but also important to look at what kind of diversity we still don't have to go and collect. We call this gap analysis. That means we do some genetic modeling or machine learning modeling to look at regions in the world that we may find diversity and we don't have it in our gene bank, to go and secure it because before it's too late. We know now the intensive agriculture, the monovariety, and we are trying to do our best to get all the diversity out there in the nature before it's too late. And the genomics is helping us to do all this and to look for genomic barriers where we can find better diversity. We need to understand, as you said, we have 150,000 accession from legumes and cereals and forages, including their wild relatives. And while we do gap analysis, we need to look at what kind of species that we don't have in gene bank and go look for them. This is an example of collection of wheat. We have more than 30,000 accession of wheat. They're all genotype with high density dark-seq information. And we see that some species are not very well represented. And we need to use that information to go and look for the missing species in our gene banks. So how do we use genomics? You know, because let me be very honest with you. When I started using genomics, I had the feeling that genomic is a tool that was developed and then you look for use. And it's like if you develop a toy, iPhone 14, and then you go and you look for users. And that's where we were. Like we had a technology, we use it, and then what's then? What can I do with all this? So we start using it in the conservation, saying that we do gap analysis, meaning looking for accessions or plant species that we don't have, and we go look for them, collecting, we do collecting expeditions until now. We look for accession duplicates. I mean, if I have a collection of 152,000, genomics will help me to identify duplicates so I can reduce the collection I'm maintaining because all this costs money. Missing passport information, sometimes we have some accessions that they were shipped to us from another institution, let's say Vavilov or USDA. We have no information. So the genomic information help us a little bit to put them in a cluster and say, okay, those one we have no information, but genomic is helping us to give them kind of an ID card to know, oh, something is weird. I didn't touch him. Ah, okay. We want also to look, because we want to conserve in the gene bank only native species and not breeding material, not advanced material. So genomic is helping us really to look at pools between advanced material that was done looking at crossability, etc., and the one that they're coming from the nature, so we can conserve them. This is something very important as well, is that sometimes we have missing information in the gene bank. We have some species. We need to know that when we talk about an accession in the gene bank is a population. It's not a pure line. That means you can almost find everything there. Because what we do, we go to the farmer field or to the nature and we collect. So you don't know necessarily what you find there. You can find 2 species, 3 species, winter species, spring species. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to look really at gene pools. Gene pools are clusters of species based on the evolution. And for example, here, it's an example which is using sequencing to know really what's the minimum marker that we need to differentiate between 2 species. This is very important because it makes a huge difference in my team to run 300 SNP or run 1 million SNP. So this is important to say, okay, rather than putting species in the field, having a taxonomist expert to look really at what's happening, we could identify very few SNPs that can separate or discriminate between 2 species. Of course, this is all good, nice, happy to use the genomic, but we have other issues. As I said, this is an example from Alliance CIAT in Colombia, which is holding a global collection of beans. And you can see, as I said, up there, we have an accession that we collected in the farmer field. It's heterogeneous. The minute we start using the genomic, we go from 2,500 accession to 6,000 accession. Why? Because the genomics has helped us to look at the admixture and to separate, but then it's a big problem because rather now than a gene bank conserving 2,000 accession, we need to conserve 6,000. And this is just one example. We have more examples where you start with 1 accession and you end up having in each accession 3 or 4 sub-accessions that I need to conserve, and we don't have enough resources to do that. So that's good and bad. And also the other problem we are having is that since it's a subpopulation, I need to take the same seed that I sent for sequencing to evaluate it in the field to get the phenotype. And since it's a population, you may have two different seeds. So if I want to correct this problem, I need to purify one seed, send it for sequencing, and then the same seed or descents, I will send it for phenotyping. What does it mean? I need at least to double my capacity of conservation. Like here in Morocco, we have 150,000 capacity to conserve 150,000 accession. I need 300,000. And if I have a very heterogeneous accession, I need maybe to genotype 10 seeds per accession, which means if I want to keep them, I need to double my capacity by 10, which almost not possible. Okay, let's go now to use. The use is very nice, even though we have kind of you know, some issues. Of course, we can use all the new technologies, statistical modeling to do GWAS and associating a portion of the chromosome to a variation of trait. We do also the environmental GWAS where we associate a variation on the climate profile with a variation of DNA to look at adaptability and look also for the adapted varieties for changing climate. The problem again, we get in that situation where I need exactly the same seed to put in the field and the same seed to send to lab for sequencing. So, but it's very useful for us because we increase knowledge and identify sources for adaptation that we send later to breeding programs that they add to their crossing blocks. The problem, of course, is that we look at GWAS, and somebody was talking this morning about GWAS. It's something like once you have the sequencing, it's something very easy to do. What's not easy, it's really to see if it does make sense or not. It does not make sense a lot of time because you have the effect of the environment. Most of the time, you still need to phenotype and evaluate in the field, which we don't want to because, you know, our issue in the gene bank is that we need to link an attribute, phenotypic attribute to an accession. And what are the options? The first option is to go and do massive evaluation of phenotyping. Impossible. And for which trait? Because we have several traits, we have diseases, abiotic stresses, we have nutritional quality, we have the yield and its component, we have morphology, etc. So we say, okay, we will use the genomic to reduce the impact on the resources we have for phenotyping. So we use GWAS, but still you need to phenotype. How many? For what? You need a big population. We have big diversity as comparison of what they do in pharmaceutical or medical or plant breeding. In gene bank, we have a huge diversity. And GWAS is making us a really big trouble, so we can run it, but it does not make a lot of sense unless you go and really you go close to the gene and could identify a gene on some native species. Of course, something that we are doing at ICARDA, what we call focused identification of germplasm strategies, using really some philosophy and machine learning to identify the best bet in the gene bank. Because if I have 30,000 accessions of barley and somebody is calling me, can I have 2 accessions that are tolerant for salinity? What can I do? I need to find a way because I don't have a lot of information. So we use some kind of philosophical adaptation, Darwinian principles that we use to identify a couple of accessions that have high probability of having salinity tolerance, for example. The sequencing information is helping us because we combine between machine learning and genomic selection using sequencing information to really have probability of success of each of our accessions in the gene bank. And that's really, really helpful because we showed that there is an efficiency in predicting quality traits, yield components, disease resistant. Well, that's the easiest one because in general, it's like a couple of genes and not very complex. Okay, the problem, one of the issues is really the data. I think it's like if we get we were shocked by everything coming from genomic because it's not like the field where you spend the whole year going and getting data and then you get like 2 megaoctets of data. Now what you do, you just send a plate and you get 25 gigabytes of data. What to do with it, how to process it, and how to link it with other information. So we have developed using new technologies in APIs and BRAPI calls. What we call BRAPI calls is really how to link between databases, where we need to link easily in a server, Amazon Web Services, that's what we use, for example, all the databases. So we have a database for passport information from where we collected the species up to our evaluation, up to the users, what we call pedigree phenotypic. When users are using our material, they give us feedback and we need to incorporate it. We have the GIGWA. I have a slide on that. This is a very easy system to store sequencing information. We don't have a lot of management system for sequencing information. And we have, of course, everything we are doing in nutritional quality, which is really important now based on our request. People want barley because they know that barley with the high beta glucan reducing blood pressure and also good for diabetes, for example. And of course, the last aspect I have here, looking at the ICARDA experience, is really the education. And in the education, whether we talk about identification of species, genomic is important. Conservation and management, genomic is important. In situ conservation, where we go and put the diversity back in the farmer field on the nature, genomic is important. And also data management, that's what people do. And we look at the presentation just before, that most of the third countries, they don't have access to those new technologies, labs, but they can do a lot with data and analysis. So we are doing a lot in this aspect of analyzing genomic information. Just one word on what we are doing at large with the CGER Gene Bank, which is a consortium of 10 centers. We have genotyped a lot of collection. One of them, it was more than 80,000 accession in CIMMYT and ICARDA of wheat. Again, we want to improve processes of conservation by looking at core collections, which are small sets of diversity that we can use and handle. Taxonomical identification, gap analysis to look for what's missing in the collection. Duplicates, very important to do what we call dynamic management of the collection. What kind of species I don't need now, I can archive and focus on the one that users want now. And to increase use, again, looking at haplotypes or candidate genes that we can offer to scientists and breeding program that can be incorporated in their cross emblems. Yeah, again, we talk again, the problem that we are getting now, it's really the bioinformatics and data management. That's where I feel that we need big really efforts for capacity development on aspects of bioinformatics and data management, but also data sovereignty. We are asked by donors to make the data available, but it's not the case like plants. When we send the plant, and we had a presentation this morning from Dr. Sarah, I think, about ABS, which is benefit sharing, access and benefit sharing. So it's easy. The minute we send material, biological material, we have a contract with the users. But with the data, it's very complicated because you put it in a server, you ask people, it's open access, how to control that? And that's still diplomatic in everything related to digital sequencing information. So yeah, easy to go and send plates, turn over. We hear from a lot of companies, 2 weeks. Yeah, but then how to transform this data into information that can be acceptable and understood by people and useful? Not easy. We need a lot of computing resources. We need a lot of resources in terms of science, new modeling, statistical modeling, machine learning modeling to be able to handle this kind of data. One word on the data we are using. I think I have a slide or two. We are using GIGWA, as I said, it's from South Green. Why I'm using this? Because this is what we have now. We don't have any other system. It's linked to API and BRAPI. We can do all the analytic without being obliged to download the data. And it's very, very flexible. You have a private version, but you have also a public version where you can share data with users or when you publish a paper, for example. That's it. Just one word on what we call genotyping shared services we are doing in CGER. We have 3 categories. So what we are doing in CGR breeding, excellence in breeding, is that we have negotiations with the third parties sequencing companies. And we have 3 categories. We have low density, mid density that we need to validate coming from QTLs and GWAS outputs and also genes that we know. This is an example of all mid density that we have. I think until now we have 2 categories, but they are still negotiating with other vendors. We have only 2 vendors now. And this is, we are talking here about $6 or $7 a sample, including bioinformatics and DNA extraction. So that was negotiated across all CG, and hopefully other vendors will be in because we have other needs that we don't have necessarily with the 2 vendors we have now. We maximize efficiency because we have developed shared resources website. That website, you can actually go and ask for sequencing services. And to turn over, I think it's around 2 weeks between submission tool. You go to the submission tool, you register, and then you get back the data with the first bioinformatics kind of analysis. We are still linking it to a database where users can get directly access to the database to access their data rather than sending separate file or OneDrive or Google Drive files. I think I'm done, and I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. Zakaria, for this nice sharing. I think it's very important for us to know and understand our biodiversity, to study it, biodiversity, and managing it, and then see how to protect it in different ways, and then use the new the NGS or the cutting edge technologies to protect and to predict all this, how this biodiversity how it will work with all this climate change and global warming issues. Well, I will keep all the discussion at the end of this panel. Let me introduce our second speaker, our esteemed speaker, Dr. Warda Baha. She will be sharing with us her knowledge on the precision genomics and one of Ion Torrent's next generation sequencing. Dr. Baha holds a PhD in molecular virology and holds an MBA in marketing and management of health products. She also holds a diploma in systematic virology from the University Pierre Diderot in Paris. She has worked in the field of diagnostics and in the pharmaceutical industry for vaccine production and development. Currently, she serves as the NGS account manager at Thermo Fisher Scientific for North, Central, and West Africa. Today, she is going to share with us her knowledge on Pioneer, what you call it, or you entitled your presentation, Pioneer the Path to Precision Genomics with Ion Torrent's next generation of sequencing. You're in control, Ms.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But yeah, my presentation is prepared to be done in French language. However, all my slides and support are in English language. So just to commit to all needs so for North and West Africans. Chère audience, je vous remercie. Certainement, il y a plusieurs qui leur a fait plaisir de parler en français. Donc, je vous remercie pour votre présence et merci pour la présentation. De toute façon, l'introduction, elle était très claire. Aujourd'hui, je suis Clinical Account Manager chez Thermo Fisher et je m'occupe de la partie NGS pour l'Afrique du Nord, de l'Ouest et centrale. Ça me réjouit vraiment d'avoir cette opportunité de partager avec vous ma modeste expérience si on se permet de le dire, et de retrouver surtout plusieurs visages dans le domaine de la science, notamment de l'NGS. Donc, je remercie vivement le comité d'organisation, donc chapeauté par professeur Badawi, Ishraq, Oumaima. Donc, je remercie vraiment pour cette initiative hyper importante et indispensable, je dirais, pour notre écosystème. Donc, ça, c'est très important parce que ça nous permet d'échanger, de mettre à jour nos données, nos connaissances, en fait, sur tout ce qui est technologie innovante. Donc, c'est pour les nouvelles technologies, mais aussi pour échanger voilà, nos expériences et mettre à jour nos connaissances. Donc, en termes à Thermo Fisher, la diversité représente notre axe stratégique du développement de solutions. Donc, c'est vrai que Thermo Fisher est connu par des produits phares, je dirais, notamment l'in-vitrogène, l'applied biosystem, mais j'aimerais bien préciser qu'il s'agit d'une fusion de plus de 250 brands qui sont là justement afin de donner ou de présenter et répondre à tous les besoins. Donc, la particularité encore de Thermo Fisher, c'est qu'elle place le client au centre de ses priorités. Donc, l'objectif principal, et d'ailleurs c'est notre slogan, c'est de permettre aux clients de rendre ce monde healthier, cleaner and safer, tout en accélérant les découvertes scientifiques grâce aux différentes solutions innovantes et performantes. Donc, ce qui permet en fait d'ouvrir ainsi plusieurs champs d'application, notamment dans la santé animale, végétale, l'étude de la biodiversité, justement, quand on est en plein workshop de biodiversité, mais aussi la santé humaine, la médecine régénérative et la médecine de précision. Donc, l'NGS, en fait, fait partie de la liste des technologies innovantes et elle vient en amont, justement parce qu'on a pris conscience de l'importance de cette technologie dans l'étude de la biodiversité, dans l'étude du génome en général. Donc, et parmi, en fait, c'est très important tout simplement parce que la génomique aujourd'hui, je dirais, revêt d'une importance capitale, tout simplement, et c'est très légitime parce que l'ADN est responsable aujourd'hui de toutes les variations phénotypiques. Donc, quand on parle de variations phénotypiques, on parle de la biodiversité, on parle de l'oncologie, on parle de pathogénicité, on parle de plusieurs aspects. Et donc, puisque Thermo Fisher a été toujours convaincu qu'une seule solution ne pourra pas répondre à différents besoins, elle a mis à sa disposition ou à disposition de sa clientèle deux principales plateformes. Donc, je parle de la plateforme. Alors, c'est un pointeur qui marche. Non, ça ne marche pas? Non, non, si. Désolée. Ça pointe, pardon. Alors, excusez-moi, mais c'est à droite, on parle des deux solutions. Donc, le Gen Studio S5, c'est un automate, c'est le premier né, c'est l'aîné des technologies. Alors, qui est accompagné avec son œil-en-chef dans l'extrême droite. Je tiens à signaler que Thermo Fisher présente toute une plateforme complète, justement parce qu'elle est très consciente des compétences et des connaissances en bioinformatique, en génomique. On est dans l'objectif de démocratiser le NGS et d'être utilisé par la majorité des laboratoires ou des utilisateurs en général dans différentes applications et différentes spécialités. Donc, c'est pour la raison pour laquelle on présente aujourd'hui des plateformes, je dirais presque automatique depuis la préparation de l'échantillon jusqu'à l'analyse bioinformatique qui est complètement automatique avec un compte rendu carrément qui facilite la vie en fait pour l'utilisateur. Ceci en fait c'est pour venir supporter la bioinformatique, supporter les connaissances et la compétence en bioinformatique. Tout simplement, on aura toujours besoin de l'être humain pour qu'il puisse découvrir de nouvelles variations dans le génomique et afin de développer de nouveaux panels, de nouvelles biomarqueurs, découvrir de nouveaux biomarqueurs justement pour faire avancer cette technologie. Donc, la première plateforme, je reviens vers le GenStudio, donc, qui est une plateforme qui vient avec son eye en chef, qui fait la préparation de librairies et le templating qui est le remplissage des puces. Je reviendrai par la suite sur un rafraîchissement de mémoire par rapport au workflow, comment ça se passe, et justement, ça fait un rappel pour d'autres personnes. En à gauche, c'est le dernier né qui s'appelle le GeneXus. Le GeneXus, il vient remplacer, mais c'est l'équivalent des deux systèmes à droite, donc l'eye en chef et le... il y a quelque chose qui... Ça va venir tous. Alors, maintenant, ça... Donc, je disais pour le GeneXus, donc le grand bébé là, il est l'équivalent de l'eye en chef et le GenStudio. Donc, l'objectif chez Thermo Fisher, c'est de minimiser encore davantage le nombre d'instruments utilisés dans un laboratoire et automatiser au maximum. J'informe que pour le GeneXus, il peut donner tout le workflow en moins de 24 heures avec un automatisme complet. Donc, avec un automatisme complet qui ne nécessite qu'une dizaine de minutes de manipulation d'utilisateur. Il vient avec son GPI qui est à gauche, donc il est différent de l'eye en chef, donc c'est à gauche. Le GPI, le petit instrument là, c'est l'équivalent d'un extracteur et d'un quantificateur d'ADN. Du coup, il fait aussi bien l'extraction et la quantification et on donne directement au GeneXus qui fait tout le workflow de A à Z en moins 24 heures. Donc, j'aimerais bien aussi, je ne l'ai pas cité au départ, mais la technologie Thermo Fisher, elle s'appelle l'Ion Torrent. Elle est basée sur la technologie AmpliSec et on viendra par la suite pour raconter un petit peu l'histoire de cette AmpliSec-là, la technologie. Et c'est également, en fait, c'est une technologie qui s'appelle le semi-conductor sequencing. C'est quoi le semi-conducteur? On est distingué par rapport à toute technologie disponible sur le marché parce que c'est une technologie qui est complètement découverte. C'est une nouvelle technologie découverte et brevetée par la compagnie. Elle n'est pas basée sur la fluorescence, comme c'est le cas des autres technologies, mais elle est basée sur la détection du pH. Alors, tout simplement, je me permets de rentrer un petit peu sur le détail parce que je sais que je suis face à des spécialistes du domaine. Donc, tout simplement, on est parti par les fondamentaux de la biologie moléculaire. Après chaque incorporation de nucléotides, il y a une libération d'un proton H+. Donc, la puce, c'est sous forme de plusieurs puits qui vont héberger une seule sphère. À son tour, elle va héberger le gène ou la target, la cible, qui va être amplifiée et avec l'incorporation de chaque nucléotide d'intérêt, il y aura une libération des protons H+, qui vont changer le pH du milieu et donc détecter une variation. Cette variation-là, elle permet d'avoir une idée sur la séquence d'études. Et ce qui est bien, ça permet d'être une technologie d'ailleurs la plus rapide mondialement, donc pour pouvoir faire tout le workflow du NGS en moins de 24 heures. Donc, afin de donner une idée sur les instruments, c'est un aperçu du S5, le GeneXus S5. Ceci étant juste pour montrer la facilité d'utilisation et que les réactifs sont tous prêts à l'emploi. Donc, ça ne prend même pas 5 minutes pour charger l'automate et après lancer le séquençage dans 3 heures ou 3h30, 2h30. Et donc, c'est quelque chose qui est vraiment très intéressé. C'est justement, je rappelle, c'est l'idée, c'est de démocratiser cette technologie dans presque tous les laboratoires de génétique. Alors, j'ai raconté le workflow, ça c'est juste pour donner une idée sur le timing ou le temps utilisé pour la manipulation. Donc, on aura un workflow automatique grâce à l'Ion Chef qui fait la préparation de librairies et le templating, comme j'ai raconté. Donc, c'est le remplissage des puces qui est généralement manuel et qui demande, enfin, ça peut être automatisé, mais qui demande quand même beaucoup de temps et de précision. Et par la suite, donc, on passe vers le séquençage. C'est une puce qui est complètement préparée par l'Ion Chef qu'on met directement sur le S5 et donc on aura les résultats en totalité dans 2 jours pour le cas, 2 jours et demi pour le cas du workflow GenStudio. Un rafraîchissement de mémoire et un rappel pour les gens peut-être qui ne savent pas, qui n'ont pas assez d'informations ou de connaissances, comme il y a des étudiants aussi avec nous dans la salle. Le workflow en général du séquençage, il s'agit d'une extraction des acides nucléiques qui vient par la suite, ça vient par la suite une quantification, une préparation de librairie, le séquençage proprement dit et l'interprétation en fait des variants, c'est l'interprétation bioinformatique, et par la suite un compte rendu généralement en fait clinique ou tout dépend de l'application utilisée. Donc je rappelle que le premier workflow S5, donc le GenStudio S5, il se fait entre 3 à 4 jours en fait de totalité pour avoir les résultats bioinformatiques, mais tout le workflow, tous les instruments sont fournis par Thermo Fisher. Donc c'est pour ça en fait j'ai cité la diversité en termes de proposition des instruments. On est capable justement pour fournir tout le workflow dans un laboratoire et donc ce qui facilite d'ailleurs pour les utilisateurs le fait de traiter avec un seul fournisseur. Dans l'autre cas, dans d'autres technologies, généralement, c'est plusieurs instruments fournis plusieurs fournisseurs, mais ce que je voudrais ici signaler, c'est surtout le compte rendu et l'analyse bioinformatique qui est vraiment complètement automatique, qui a été développée justement pour faciliter la vie pour les utilisateurs. Donc, juste toujours dans le même sens, pour dire que ceci, ça rassemble pas tout, la liste n'est pas exhaustive, l'ensemble des instruments pour tout ce qui est préparation des échantillons, donc l'extraction, la quantification, allant du manuel à l'automatique, la quantification. Donc, c'est vraiment toute une société qui vient aussi pour répondre aux différents besoins des différents laboratoires. Donc, alors, toujours pour la plateforme S5, c'est une plateforme qui représente une flexibilité élevée. C'est la même plateforme qui peut être présente dans un laboratoire, mais cette flexibilité, ça permet en fait, elle répond aux différents besoins par rapport aux différentes applications utilisées, mais aussi un débit donné. Donc, si on a peu d'échantillons, plus d'échantillons, cette flexibilité est faite grâce à l'utilisation de différents types de puces. Donc, et chaque puce, elle a une capacité en fait de données à supporter. Et donc l'utilisation de chaque puce, tout dépend de chaque laboratoire, quelle application, si ça va donner si on a besoin d'un nombre de données où il y a une quantité de données un peu plus élevée ou avec un nombre d'échantillons moins ou plus. Donc, c'est tout dépend du nombre d'échantillons à être utilisés dans chaque laboratoire. Donc, passons vers la deuxième plateforme qui est le GeneXus, donc le futur. C'est une révolution d'ailleurs dans le domaine de l'NGS. Comme j'ai cité tout à l'heure, donc c'est un automate qui donne des résultats à moins de 24 heures. Ça peut être 14, 15 heures. Tout dépend du nombre d'échantillons qu'on a. À l'application utilisée, c'est un workflow qui est vraiment complètement automatique. Donc, la partie qu'on n'a pas pu automatiser, c'est juste le fait de charger les échantillons. Alors là, ça nécessite absolument l'intervention humaine. Comme j'ai cité tout à l'heure, donc ça vient le GPI, qui est le GeneXus Purification Instrument, qui fait l'extraction, la quantification des acides nucléiques. Il nous prépare une plaque qui est prête à l'emploi. Donc, on fait tout ce qui est chargement ou identification d'échantillons en amont. Il nous prépare toute la plaque qui est prête à l'emploi qu'on met directement sur le GeneXus. Il suffit de mettre Start et tout va être exécuté depuis la préparation d'échantillons, le templating, le séquençage et l'analyse bioinformatique avec le compte rendu complètement automatique qui va se faire au moins de 24 heures, comme j'ai cité. Donc, ici, je vais revenir vers la puce qui est différente en fait par rapport aux autres puces. C'est une puce qui est répartie en 4 lignes. Et donc, ceci étant la seule solution qui a cette flexibilité mondialement, c'est que c'est une puce qu'on peut réutiliser, donc c'est ligne par ligne, et donc ça donne une flexibilité élevée pour tous les laboratoires. Cette diapo ne résume que ce que je viens de raconter, donc c'est juste, on met l'échantillon, on fait l'extraction quantification, la plaque est prête à l'emploi, ils sont en mode en fait, c'est connecté, donc il passe directement au Genexus et donc il fait tout le travail pour nous. Un overview, une vue frontale, donc c'est un instrument, comme je disais, complètement automatique. Tout le réactif, il est prêt à l'emploi, donc il n'y a aucune préparation à faire. Et aussi, je rappelle que tout le réactif peut rester pendant 2 semaines à bord et qu'on peut réutiliser, et c'est vraiment la seule technologie qui représente ça mondialement. Donc, on peut réutiliser le réactif avec la puce que je viens de montrer, avec les 4 lignes, et donc, au fur et à mesure, à chaque fois qu'on reçoit des échantillons, on peut lancer ligne par ligne, et bien évidemment, on peut amortir le maximum nos réactifs. Donc, tout à l'heure, j'ai cité l'Omni-C. L'Omni-C technologie, c'est une technologie qui est développée par Thermo Fisher et qui a été brevetée. C'est quoi la technologie Omni-C? C'est le séquençage qui est basé sur la PCR. Donc, alors, en plus du shotgun qu'on dispose d'ailleurs avec Thermo Fisher qu'on peut faire avec l'ion torrent, mais l'Omni-C technologie, elle était principalement développée pour pouvoir développer plusieurs panels et pour que chaque panel ciblera, pour plusieurs différentes applications. Sur le séquençage ion torrent, on connaît et on sait ce qu'on cherche. Donc, elle est basée sur la PCR. Donc, qui dit PCR dit une forte sensibilité et spécificité. Donc, il y a des amorces derrière. Du coup, il y a une forte sensibilité et spécificité, ce qui permet d'ailleurs de développer plusieurs types de panels allant de l'exome, du transcriptome, l'étude de l'ARN, donc les gene fusion, les SNPs, les indels, mais ce qui est très important ici à signaler, c'est la quantité d'ADN et d'ARN qu'on utilise. Ça, c'est hyper important et d'ailleurs, c'est ce qui a fait le succès de la technologie, tout simplement parce qu'il y a quelques applications qui nécessitent dont l'échantillon est très précieux, il n'y a pas une grande quantité d'ADN. Je cite notamment dans le cas de l'oncologie, par exemple. Il y a des biopsies qui sont vraiment infinitésimales et qu'on ne pourra pas en fait analyser si on n'a pas une grande quantité d'ADN. Grâce à la technologie Omni-C, on peut avoir à partir de 1 nanogramme d'ADN d'amplifier et pouvoir séquencer. Ceci dans le secteur ou bien dans la santé humaine est hyper important parce que ça va nous permettre d'augmenter le nombre de patients diagnostiqués et donc pris en charge. C'est vraiment c'est des choses, c'est une technologie qui vient vraiment sauver des vies. Donc c'est pour ça en fait, je voudrais bien signaler cet avantage du 1 nanogramme, si j'ai à se comparer avec d'autres, c'est juste à titre informatif, des fois on peut aller à 400 nanogrammes, à 200 nanogrammes, à 100 nanogrammes, donc parce que si on n'utilise pas la technologie Omni-C qui est basée sur la PCR. Donc, à travers ces diapos, je voudrais dire que c'est vrai que la technologie Omni-C nous a permis de développer un large portfolio de panels dans différentes applications. Donc, tout ce qui est, de toute façon, je viendrai pour les applications pour donner des exemples concrets. Mais ce que je voudrais dire à travers ces diapos, c'est que Thermo Fisher dispose d'un département R&D qui accompagne sa clientèle pour le développement pour ses propres panels, ce qui est vraiment très important et dans des différents domaines, quel que soit le génome. Donc, aujourd'hui, on a plus de 25 000 custom design, donc avec plus de 1000 publications. Et avec une forte sensibilité, bien évidemment, comme c'est de la PCR derrière, et à partir de n'importe quel génome. Et donc, on est là vraiment pour soutenir la clientèle dont l'objectif, je reviens, pour une démocratisation de la technologie. Alors, le développement de panels ne comprend pas que le développement, c'est-à-dire du panel du réactif, mais c'est aussi le pipeline d'analyse bioinformatique. Et donc, ça facilite vraiment la vie pour tout utilisateur. Je répète que je sais que d'ailleurs ça a été cité par cher collègue Zakaria, donc c'est très important. On est concret que, on est conscient que pas tout le monde maîtrise la bioinformatique. C'est une technologie qui nécessite vraiment des compétences et des compétences vraiment qui ne sont pas données à tout le monde. Donc, grâce à l'intelligence artificielle, on pourra aujourd'hui développer le pipeline d'analyse bioinformatique pour tous les panels qu'on pourra développer. Donc, d'ailleurs, c'est ça. Et le bioinformaticien, il restera de toute façon toujours indispensable, ça c'est sûr, parce que tout simplement, on aura besoin de développer le génome. Il est en modification continue à travers à travers l'épigénétique, à travers, donc il y a plusieurs maladies qui atterrissent, il y a plusieurs choses, des nouveautés en fait. La science, elle évolue et donc on aura toujours besoin de découvrir de nouvelles choses. Donc finalement, la recherche, elle reste la base de tout développement pour le diagnostic ou pour toute autre discipline. Donc, il y a une panoplie d'applications, donc différents domaines, donc dans les maladies héréditaires, la médecine de reproduction, dans tout ce qui est biodiversité. Donc, je ne peux pas en passer sans parler du whole genome, de métagénomique ou du microbiome, donc c'est très important. Tout ce qui est gène expression et les cancers, bien évidemment, qui prennent de plus en plus d'ampleur. Donc, puisqu'on est dans la biodiversité, on ne peut pas s'en passer sans parler de l'agrigénomique. Donc, c'est aussi quelque chose que Thermo Fisher Excel. Donc, et il propose pour sa clientèle toute une batterie en fait d'instruments. Tout dépend de l'application souhaitée. Il reste des instruments qui sont complémentaires, mais si on voudrait parler il y a aussi le séquençage, donc c'est le génotypage par séquençage qui est utilisé d'ailleurs par quelques clients, notamment au Maroc. Donc, je dirais pour cette partie qu'il y a deux types d'utilisation. Donc, pour tout ce qui est traçabilité ou parenté, la pureté, donc c'est pour détecter les purs sangs, mais aussi pour tout ce qui est élevage. Donc, on peut aller de 50 à 5000 marqueurs. Sinon, si on voudrait aller sur des quantités ou de nombres de marqueurs très, très élevés, on devrait certainement partir sur d'autres technologies, notamment les micro-arrays, et que je vais présenter d'ailleurs dans une de mes slides vers la fin. Donc, je rappelle que c'est un workflow qui est automatique encore, donc qui ne prend pas beaucoup de temps, entre 2 et 3 jours d'utilisation. Donc, il y a l'agent-chef qui fait le templating et le séquençage, et par la suite, grâce au Torrent Suite Software, il fait l'analyse bioinformatique. Donc, je rappelle qu'on pourra personnaliser nos panels. C'est complètement personnalisable. Un autre avantage que représente la solution AgriSec, c'est le pool ou le mixage des panels. Donc, on sait très bien le principe de séquençage, donc il faut quand même avoir un minimum d'échantillons pour pouvoir lancer le run. C'est quand même une technologie qui restera toujours en adaptation, mais ici, l'avantage que représente la solution AgriSec, c'est qu'on peut pooler plusieurs panels et donc on pourra rajouter, voilà, donc pooler, mixer plusieurs panels et lancer un seul run et donc avoir et aller profiter de tout l'automatisme et bien sûr l'analyse bioinformatique. Donc, juste pour dire qu'il y a plus de 300 panels personnalisés qui ont été développés pour plus de 70 espèces, donc de plantes, animales, dans l'aquaculture. C'est des panels qui sont compatibles pour détecter les SNPs, les polymorphismes, les multinucléotides polymorphismes. Et bien évidemment, comme c'est l'AmpliSec, on reste dans la spécificité et la sensibilité. Donc, pour toujours rester sur tout ce qui est génotypage des populations, donc notamment dans l'AgriSec, voilà, donc toujours, il n'y a pas que l'NGS qui fait, comme j'ai cité tout à l'heure, donc si on est sur un nombre très élevé de marqueurs, on doit passer, alors je parle des milliers, des 20 000, 30 000, 50 000, donc on doit passer à d'autres technologies. Et Thermo Fisher aujourd'hui, elle elle met à disposition de sa clientèle, comme j'ai cité, tout un portfolio, donc allant de la PCR, de la qPCR quantitative, la digital PCR, le capillaire, donc c'est l'applied biosystem connu un peu partout, et les microarrays, donc il s'agit du Laxium ou le gène titane. Donc, pour le gène titane, tout le monde connaît les microarrays, donc la détection d'un nombre très élevé de biomarqueurs. Cette technologie pourrait être appliquée pour différentes applications, donc notamment en prédiction, donc génomique, dans les applications de recherche clinique, mais aussi dans l'agri-génomique pour tout ce qui est parenté, traçabilité, pour la pureté de la lignée et aussi pour la sélection génomique. Donc, mon collègue Rachid est ici avec nous qui gère cette partie et il pourra répondre à toutes vos questions, bien évidemment, et donner plus de détails sur ça. Donc, toujours, on est là pour supporter notre client, la clientèle, nos clients, et donc on offre tout le workflow complètement automatique, aller de la préparation de l'échantillon jusqu'à l'analyse, donc jusqu'à l'analyse des données à travers le cloud, et voilà, donc tout le workflow est proposé et suggéré pour la clientèle. Donc, l'avant-dernière slide, juste pour dire, en fait, par rapport à l'Ion Torrent, il y a d'autres applications qui sont très importantes. J'ai su que, pourquoi je l'ai rajouté, parce que je sais qu'il y a d'autres personnes qui exercent dans la clinique, dans le diagnostic. Donc, j'aimerais bien signaler qu'on est vraiment présent dans tout ce qui est recherche de cancer. Donc, on a mis à disposition tout un portfolio de solutions en commun. Vous pouvez solliciter le website encommun.com où on a mis vraiment un large portfolio de panels qui peuvent, dans l'objectif de diagnostiquer tous les patients, donc grâce à la technologie AmpliSec, bien évidemment, et donc augmenter le nombre de patients diagnostiqués et donc à prendre en charge. Tout ce qui est gène expression, comme j'ai cité tout à l'heure, dans tout ce qui est transcriptome, les maladies héréditaires, donc on voit de plus en plus avec la consanguinité, avec l'épigénétique, avec le changement de mode de vie. Donc, il y a beaucoup de maladies qui atterrissent à héréditaire et donc, on est là et on propose tout un portfolio également de solutions. La médecine de reproduction, notamment avec la fertilité donc, et la fécondation in vitro. Donc, il y a une solution pour tout ce qui est diagnostic préimplantatoire et justement avec la consanguinité et tout ce qui est diagnostic chez les parents voudront avoir de nouveaux enfants, enfin un enfant, et aussi sans passer de la biodiversité microbienne grâce au panel ou grâce à les solutions de microbial whole genome ou le métagénomique qui reste aujourd'hui, que ce soit dans le secteur humain, le sol ou autre, mais qu'on sait tous l'intérêt justement dans la santé cérébrale, immunitaire et j'en passe. Donc, ma dernière slide, toujours comme Thermo Fisher met le client au centre de ses priorités, on est là pour supporter grâce aux grâce au staff. Donc, il y a des FIS, donc des ingénieurs applicatifs, des ingénieurs pour les instruments, pour tout ce qui est installation. Il y a, nous, en fait, au Maroc d'ailleurs, basé pour tout ce qui est accompagnement dans les différentes divisions, que ce soit NGS, la PCR et autres. Mais il y a aussi Master Lab qui représente la carte Thermo Fisher au Maroc. Nous sommes là tous, justement, pour vous supporter et donner la meilleure expérience pour notre client. Donc, ma présentation touche à sa fin. Je vous remercie pour l'aimable attention.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Merci pour cette présentation de Thermo Fisher et toute l'évolution des technologies proposées aujourd'hui. Et donc, on aurait aimé avoir un petit aperçu sur le prix que ça coûte, mais mon minuscule, parce que ça a l'air tellement facile, nombre de jours, nombre d'heures, mais je crois que le prix à côté, c'est le critère le plus important de choix d'une technique ou pas. Alors aussi, pour répondre juste à votre l'une de vos remarques que nous n'avons pas aujourd'hui de bioinformaticien ou bien c'est un outil qui n'existe pas. Bah, c'est pas par hasard qu'on se retrouve aujourd'hui, qu'on est à la faculté des sciences où on a la formation, c'est la clé et on forme justement des génomiciens et des bioinformaticiens qui sont là pour répondre, voilà, heureusement, qui peuvent répondre à ce genre de questions et de problématiques. Alors, donc, the third speaker, Dr. Ayoub Sabri. We're going to stay in the marketing. I think it's another technology in sequencing, the MGI-DNB-seq, right? Dr. Ayoub Sabri is the laureate of the Faculty of Science. You got, I think, your bachelor here, and then you did a PhD in Ibn Tufayl in human genetics. See, I did my homework. And Dr. Sabri's widely knowledge for his innovative sales strategies and significant contributions to the field. His expertise extends to the world of NGS products, where he has played a pivotal role in promoting cutting-edge solutions for industry leaders who will give us an overview of the MGI's DNB-seq technology, bringing choice to sequencing. It's your turn to speak. We're all ears.
It's always a pleasure to come back to my school, where I do my basic learning in biology. So c'est bon? So good evening, everybody. Dear professor, dear honorable assistants. So I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the organizers and president and maybe of the ABP and the Faculty of Science here in Rabat. Maybe being organized as a laureate of this faculty and taking my bachelor there, maybe it's an honor, and I am maybe deeply appreciative this estimated situation. And today I'm excited to share with you maybe a story of MGI. Maybe I think a lot of you don't know MGI. Maybe you know BGI as a known. And I will share with you an overview of this technology of MGI-DNB-seq and bring it choice to sequencing. Yeah, MGI is a subsidiaries of BGI group. Maybe before we dive into the specific of MGI-DNB-seq technologies, let's take maybe a moment to understand the larger context within which this technology operates. And the BGI group to which MGI belongs is a pioneer of force in genomics and life science. So at a glance, maybe you see there's no-profit subsidiaries, for-profit, and some subsidiaries in incubation. And one of these subsidiaries is MGI. There's also BGI Genomics that also work on sequencing, on library preparation, reagent, and all things. The biggest part is of non-profit subsidiaries. That's maybe also for research, for college and giga science, like maybe a journal for publication. There's a big group that's on global lot of technology, a lot of research, and take a lot maybe to, and specialize it in sequencing and all this technology. Yes, this is a Chinese company. Maybe you will say that, yes, Chinese is that not a good quality, maybe less cheaper than the others, but this is the quality. Yeah, you say this, you see journal in Nature, some publication in Science, and maybe one of the cornerstones of MGI's visions, Omics for All, is deeply rooted in over 2 decades of experience and pioneering work in genomics with a legacy of excellence spanning more than 20 years. This maybe MGI has a consistency demonstrated its commitment to advancing the frontiers of genomic research. This is the BGI group, maybe one of the biggest in the Chinese. And when you see BGI speaking genomic institution, and is maybe well known in the period of COVID when they are sequencing the first genome of COVID in the period of in Wuhan. And maybe MGI is not a company, it's maybe a global family, when, as I said in the last slides, and enrich across continents and cultures with over than 10,000 dedicated employees worldwide. And we have a diverse and talented team working together to drive innovation in genomics. And you see the story. Yeah, you are MGI is the newborn of BGI. That was born in 2016, and truly appreciates the significance of MGI DNB6 technology and its role in advancing genomics and more maybe BGI's subsidiaries. And as I said, this was found in 2016, and it's taken me a lot of time to take place in the market. As maybe, as I said, it's a Chinese, but the quality is taking maybe proof to publish and to test with the customer. As maybe the markets already have a lot of technology and a lot of competitor, and we need to test and demonstrate our technology and our qualities. MGI are specialized also in R&D, production and sales of equipment and instrument, reagent, and maybe all related products to support life science. And it's in wide range of frontier application, and we are all present on worldwide. And you see, we are not maybe localized in China or around the Asian Pacific. So we are more known now in Europe, and we can see more reference. And maybe many of the hospital maybe that can use our solution, and a lot of maybe changing for technology from other competitors to ours. Maybe one of the most compelling aspects of MGI DNB6 is the ability to significantly reduce the cost of sequencing, and this is very important for researchers and also for clinicians. Maybe traditionally the sequencing methods were often expensive and inaccessible, and you say that's Professor Sbebo, and it's limiting the scope of genomics research. And however, maybe with the DNB6, and we are changing this landscape with higher throughput efficiency and maybe affordable instrument for the cost. This is the main maybe business in MGI, and as you say, you see a part of genetic sequencing are focusing maybe one of all around throughput on genetic sequencer. MGI also provides core scientific instruments, throughputs that maybe for life science, including sample pretreatment, automated sample dispatch and extraction, and library preparation and sequencing. And you see that the three main: the genetic sequencing, laboratory automation, that we will have extraction, library preparation, and more customized instruments. And the third maybe segment is for new products and for more innovation. And one of the thing of MGI, it's more innovation each time. You see a new product, a new technology, and new and high maybe different throughput for instruments. Now maybe that we have explored the principle of commitment behind MGI's vision, maybe let's take a closer look at our diverse product line in shaping the future of genomics. MGI offers a comprehensive range of cutting-edge the genomics products and solutions, catering to various research and clinical needs. And as you see, maybe more application in library preparation, and more solution on the genetic sequencing and sequencing reagent for application, and the part of bioinformatics and software for the analysis solution. This slide is very important. Why? Maybe every solution or every brand have a gaps. Maybe also ours. Maybe how to qualify these gaps is to maybe to collaborate with other third party. That's why maybe MGI don't have all application, and we take this collaboration to validate other kits with like maybe New England Biolabs, Twist, Roche, and Agilent technology to validate these kits in our library preparation. And that's why maybe our library preparation instrument is open to all of this collaboration, and maybe yes, after validation and writing the scripts. When we talk about quality and it's maybe increasing of publication after the 2016, and we see that's more than 6,000 publication of MGI DNB-seq technology, and this impressive impact that this technology has had on the global genomics community. And maybe one key of measure of success is the maybe number of publication. When we search for a new technology, we search for publication, we search for big journal to search it's a good quality or not, where there is a reference for this technology. Now let's dive into the core of this presentation and to explain maybe this DNB-seq technology, driving force for behind the slogan of MGI, it's Omics for All, the innovation of this sequencing platform also. Maybe this cutting edge platform is like the incorporate CPAS and patterned array technology for precise and ensuring reliable data. One of this advantage is the CPAS, or we called combinatorially probe intro synthesis, and DNB technology deliver exceptional sequencing precision. The efficiency of this patterned array enable parallel sequencing, increasing throughput. Also the cost efficiency, we make genomics affordable, ensuring accessibility, and are transforming genomics and enabling breakthroughs for researchers. We shared a video to explain this technology and making this DNB and rolling cycle replication, amplification, converting this SS cycle DNA library during uncontrolled enzymatic reaction. The important thing that we need to take there is when we copy the DNA or the region that we need to sequence, is we copy from the original, not from a copy. And this maybe can reduce the error and all duplicates, and which are maybe a long repeating copy of the original fragments, including adapter and barcode. And maybe one DNB molecule can contain 300 to 500 copies. For the DNB loading, for the DNB loading, it's all about maybe precision. It's safe. We massively load the DNB nanoball onto our sequencing platform. This may be tiny nanoball contain DNA fragments and fundamental to the accuracy and efficiency, and maybe can expertise ensuring that each DNB nanoball is placed with utmost precision. After our meticulous maybe DNB loading process, the next critical step is the CPAS sequencing. This step maybe represents a revolutionary leap in genomics precision. And as I said, it's ensure precision and sequencing guaranteeing and higher quality data. The efficiency is, it's maybe promise the sequencing process for speed and cost effectiveness. Let's talk about our sequencers. And maybe let's explore the key parameter or that drive the capabilities of our genetic sequencer. And as you said, maybe the smallest one is then be E25. This is the next sequencer that arrive is the new one. Then can maybe have vective reads of flow cells of 25 million. The new one, also the G99 is the most rapid and flexible one. And we see the G50, the G400, and it's maybe to show you the importance and all parameters of this sequencer. We will see each one for the next slides. This one is the E25, DNBC E25. This maybe is a portable and easy to use sequencer designed maybe to run sequencing and get the reports on the go. The E25 has incorporated new features, including the microfluidic chip and integrates CMOS detection module. The output of this sequencer is between 2 and 7 gigabytes per run. The flow cells can take 25 million reads. And for read lengths, it's between the single end 100 and per end 150, and can support a wide range of applications that focus targets and targets panel and pathogen detection. For the G99, the fastest maybe sequencer in the world, and it's easy to use and take place now in Europe because it's just launched in August with an optional based integrated bioinformatic model. You can choose with integrated bioinformatic or without bioinformatic. And this is especially switchable for target gene sequencing and small genome. The output from 8 to 48. The important thing is this sequencer have two models. We can sequence for this two model independently. And the flow cells can take maybe between 80 and 160 million. The G400 is also maybe for high throughput, have a good flexibility and high quality. You can have the short or the large flow cells. Had a large application from the whole genome, whole exome, transcriptome, and maybe some between medium and higher throughput to choice for research and also for clinic. The biggest one, that's this not similar in the markets, is the T20. It aims to empower maybe large population genome projects, and it's a fully automated sequencers and comprising all components of a genetic sequencer integrated by robotics to process 6 slides per run, and can take maybe for a year more than 50,000 whole genome. And this is to range the cost per genome to under 100 USD. Here just to show you that we are also have this part that have automation portfolio. We have sample preparation, sample transfer, nucleic automation, and all these three automated sample preparation that can do also extraction, PCR, and library preparation. When we talk also about quality, maybe in the battle of against COVID-19, MGI has played a provide role on a global scale. We have been at the forefront working tireless to combat the pandemic and make a difference in the lives of people around the world. And this may be more collaboration with like SynLab, Orofins, Amazon, and in recognition of our efforts, we are honored to share maybe the testaments of the Minister of Health in France, who expressed their gratitude to BGI and MGI for our dedication and support in the battle against COVID-19. Yes, we have the full solution from extraction, library preparation, sample transfer, and the NGS with one provider that have maybe the complete workflow for from the beginning, from the samples to the to analysis. Here just to show you that maybe some of application or some of maybe stories that's for the STLFR technology, the accurate link fragment reads for 40 kb for the phase haplotype, complete structure variation detection of SNP, indel, CNV, and a lot of maybe like for fetal genome from maternal plasma. And this all maybe have an accurate whole genome sequencing from more experience from the Chinese, and that's work also with our group or BGI. And that's show that for maybe the breeding based on high throughput sequencing technology for all applications, for the plants, for animal, and all maybe aquatics and microbial platforms. And that's why maybe we have a solution for all that with our partner BGI that are more experienced in R&D and research. And that's take maybe the scientific initiative of BGI group to working on all this discipline, like maybe the Global Ant Genomics Alliance, the 10 CABI for African Orphan Course Consortium for fish, and this decipher the genome of all life on Earth to output more than 1 exabyte that data, and those are very huge, and to discover the key aspects of species evolution. Sorry, and maybe also I don't maybe to mention that we have a contribution of sequencing 100 genome toward the African BioGenome Project. This sequencing maybe has commenced through our partner Agriculture Research Council and our South African Medical Research Council. Here is to show the roadmap to MMHP and all publication from maybe 20 years on metagenomic study, and show that we are involved in research more maybe than 20 years, and this in agriculture and breeding and all things. For the Million Microbiome Human Project, the MMHP project that was launched on the 14th International Conference of Genomics, and that's aimed maybe to sequence and analyze 1 million human microbial samples within 5 years, and with a lots of partners like INRA, like maybe Karolinska Institute, to sequence, to map the most comprehensive landscape and build the world of largest database of human microbiome. Maybe my last slides is maybe to show you that MGI are open to research globally. Why maybe to show this talk? It's the Spatio-Temporal Omics Consortium. It's the latest milestone breakout in life science research, technology flowing microscopy and sequencing technology. And today we have maybe more than 260 top scientific that from 30 countries and have joined this stock and this collaboration also, and are maybe applying to the technology in multiple disciplines, including biology, mathematics, physics, and others. Thank you. I just want to announce that we have now a collaborator here in Morocco, a partnership with the distributor that is Biodiversity. It's our representative here in Morocco. It's a new thing, and we will announce there is in LinkedIn maybe today or tomorrow. Maybe now it's the new technology. If you have maybe any question, you can. It's yours. Right.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing with us all this evolution in this technology. Maybe just one announcement, Ishraq. Okay, just to announce that we have the chat on Zoom, right? So people online can ask their question through the chat if they cannot, because we cannot take a lot of questions on voice, so they can write down, and then we'll take the questions at the end. They can write if they don't want to talk. Okay, in the chat. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so people online, they can start to write down maybe their question, and then we'll give them the mic at the end of the session. So our last speaker, but not least, Dr. Lukman. We're going to stay in the biotech. So we're going to hear about the ICABA biotech, an overview of INCABA biotech. Well, Dr. Lukman is the managing director of INCABA Biotech West Africa. Welcome, sir. A genomics company providing life science services to scientists across West and Central Africa. He obtained his bachelor's in biotechnology management from Pearson Institute of Higher Learning, South Africa. He has grown the company to a team of over 50 employees across 7 countries in West and Central Africa, having traveled across every country in West. And I liked your resume, actually. And the part that I really liked is that you co-created this scientific show. It's very interesting. Does it still work since 2019? Is it still going on? You took a break, but I think it's something very interesting. It's an example to take maybe here. It's very interesting to share the science to, just to everyone, not only it doesn't need just to stay in the buildings of faculties. I think it's very interesting. And then you created and produced the INCABA Science Show. So like Science Radio, like and you are recognized. It's something I also really like, a leader of tomorrow in biotechnology by Cambridge University. It's something very, very amazing. And today you're gonna talk about the INCABA, right? The INCABA Biotech. We are eager to listen to you. Oh, sorry, okay. She's gonna put on your presentation.
Okay, great. Can you hear me now? Yeah, my name is Lukman Ramimo. Almost everyone struggles to pronounce the surname, so just call me Lukman. And I'm from INCABA Biotech, West Africa. We are a genomics company. So my presentation isn't quite much a scientific one, more to sort of give an insight into what we do at INCABA Biotech and what problems we are looking to solve as a genomics company. So the slide is a bit small, but INCABA Biotech West Africa is a subsidiary of INCABA Biotechnical Industries in South Africa, based in Pretoria. And we started our business in 2002, so that makes us about 20 years old. And on the African continent, we are the leading genomics company in terms of how long we've been around and what sort of services we've pioneered on the continent. So we started our company in 2002, providing oligonucleotide services. So that's basically producing primers. I know this sounds a bit trivial, but if you have ever done research in Africa, and I'm sure the same obtains in sub-Saharan Africa, you don't quite appreciate the importance of having access to basic tools until you're at the bench. So imagine you're doing PCR and you need to buy, obviously, Taq polymerase, GNTPs, and all of the other components of the PCR. And you run out of your primers, and then you need to place an order for a tube of primer, and it takes you about 3 to 6 months to get it. Now, try to imagine doing research on a large scale across the country and how the speed and the slowness of getting access to the tools and basic things like reagents could really slow you down. And I'm of the opinion that this is the difference between developed and, I guess, developing countries. While in Europe, you could get your primers the next day. In a lot of countries on the African continent, unfortunately, you have to wait for months, and you just can't compare the kind of research output that would come out of some countries to the other, depending on accessibility to the tools required to do research. And ultimately, this is why Inkaba Biotech exists as a company, to see how we can bridge the gap between the needs of life sciences and the scientists, and making it possible for them to have high quality and quick access to tools required for life science research and, I guess, its other applications. So as I said earlier, we are Africa's indigenous genomics company, and our products and services basically revolve around life sciences and nothing more. We started in 2002 in South Africa, just producing primers, and since 2002, we've grown to a company that has footprints in virtually almost every country in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2010, we opened up in Kenya. That's our first subsidiary in East Africa. And then we opened in 2015 in Nigeria. And since then, we've set up our services in Tanzania, Ghana, Senegal, and in Cameroon, which looks after the entire Central Africa region. And for me, my motivation for being in Cameroon is, in Morocco, is to sort of understand the challenges with doing life science research and see if it's possible for us to, make it possible for scientists to do, their research even in a more quantitative approach. In terms of our core services, so by this, what I mean is those things that we do within our premises. Currently, we have 3 laboratories across Africa. We have one in South Africa, one in Nigeria, and the last one in Kenya. And together as a group, we're able to provide, genomic services to scientists across the region. So as I said earlier, we produce primers and probes. We're actually the first company on the continent to produce primers. And today, in terms of the services, we are still the only ones that produce this. And then we offer Sanger DNA sequencing. This is obviously an old technology, but still very important, especially in the research, life science research space. We do qPCR analysis. We do next generation sequencing as a service. And for this, we use the Illumina and PacBio platforms. We also work with animal breeders for providing services in the area of animal genetics. So in addition to providing these genomic services within our laboratories, we do much more than that. And what I mean by that is that, so we sell equipment, right? And one of the challenges with life science equipment, many of them are quite complicated, and without the right support and engineering partners to provide routine maintenance and repairs, it's really difficult to do any quality research. And that's why, as a company, in addition to having molecular labs, we also have a department for engineering, which looks after every equipment that we sell, and some which we do not. We provide maintenance services as well. And in addition to that, we have, I think, probably a bigger part of our portfolio is the fact that we sell products, and these products would include your day-to-day research materials, which I will get to. So, for example, this is one of our partners, Zymo Research. I don't know if anyone here has ever seen that brand, but Zymo Research is an American company that manufactures nucleic acid purification kits and products. So your DNA extraction kits, your RNA extraction kits, sample collection, and etc. So we as a company, we provide these products. Then New England Biolabs, we are the official partners for New England Biolabs, or NEB, in sub-Saharan Africa. And I'm being careful because I know some of these companies also have partners in North Africa. So I'm being careful, not to create any kind of confusion. So New England Biolabs is a company that makes your sequencing and your basic PCR reagents, DNA ladders, protein purification kits, etc. And also we are the official partners for Seegene. Seegene is a Korean company that manufactures molecular diagnostic products. So if you're looking at doing multiplex testing of infectious diseases, this is the company, and they are a world leader in this. And during the height of COVID, for example, we and Seegene were providing the reagents for testing most of the COVID, amongst most of the COVID testing labs in sub-Saharan Africa. And the reason why, or what motivates us as a company, is really to create a one-stop shop for genomics. Now, as a scientist, try to imagine this, right? You're doing your research and then it's time to buy your primers. You buy your primers from, say, Germany, and then your extraction kit from the US, and your plastic consumables from China or whatever. Imagine the cost of the logistic cost and then the time wasted in trying to integrate all of that within your workflow. It's really hell, and until you experience it, you might not have an appreciation of what I'm trying to explain. And what we try to do as a company is create a one-stop shop where all your needs, including your basic DNA sequencing, we are one email away. So just drop us an email. These are my needs, and depending on what these needs are and how far away you are, you have them delivered to your doorstep. And that's our vision really as a company. This is also one of our partners. These are more for molecular diagnostics, Anatolia. It's a Turkish company, as you might guess, and they make viral load kits for molecular diagnostic laboratories. We're also partners with Eppendorf. So Eppendorf is a German company that makes your basic laboratory equipment, from centrifuges to pipettes to -80 freezers and plastic consumables. Our engineers are also trained by Eppendorf, so should any of those equipment break down, we can look after them and provide support for you. Also your biosafety cabinets, faster. And then in addition to that, we have refrigerators and freezers for laboratory and pharmaceutical and blood bank use as well. Glentham is a company that manufactures biochemicals for all sorts of different applications. And then we're also partners with Thermo, and I know there's someone from Thermo here. However, our Thermo partnership is limited to the nanodrop range. So nanodrop is a spectrophotometer for quantification of nucleic acids and proteins. Also, a bit tricky because I know EGBL is here and they support PacBio in Sub-Saharan, in Morocco and perhaps North Africa. But for us as a company, in addition to selling PacBio in Sub-Saharan Africa, we also have the equipment in our lab. So we receive samples from scientists all across the continent. And then we offer these sequencing services for them. And also you have your basic molecular biology equipment like electrophoresis, equipment, your gel documentation systems, and then very important as well. This is something that is also often looked over very easily, but it's extremely important if you are doing any molecular biology or life science work. If you need plastic consumables, we provide these products as well. This is just pictures of some of our laboratory spaces. This is our lab in Nigeria. That's our premises in Pretoria, South Africa. This is our logistics department. Those yellow boxes are the extraction kits. Those are just our scientists, our logistics people packaging orders And, you know, we deliver our products on a daily basis to almost every country in sub-Saharan Africa. And really, I hope this time next year, when such workshop happens in Morocco, we will be talking about us delivering our products to some laboratories here in Morocco. This is our lab. You can see some of our PCR machines and then that's our lab with the Sequel 2E DNA sequencer. So thank you so much for the opportunity once again. That's my email address. Should you want to drop us a mail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lokman. And now we're going to start the discussion. We'll take a few questions. We'll have time. Maybe from the Okay, we'll take the first question that's from someone from Zoom. It's a question for Dr. Zakaria. Question: in the stage of gap analysis for the identification of plant species that are missing in the gene bank for the conservation, what strategy are you using to get samples from all over the world?
Yeah. If I understood well, we are not allowed to collect material ourselves. So what we do, we just run gap analysis. We plan for collecting expeditions, and we do it with the national partners. That means even, let's say we go collect in Morocco, it cannot be us collecting even in the field. We should be with a national partner. It can be university or INRA or whatever to do it. So what we do, we just give that service of making data available from global collections. And we are trying to strengthen the global system for plant genetic resources. So that's what we do. We don't collect ourselves. To say that we are collecting everything available there, no, that's not true, because that's the aim. I don't know, we have some statistics on how much we are covering from global diversity, but not all crops. Some species that are not there at all anymore. So I cannot give a clear answer about that. Yeah. Yes. So that's what I said, to enhance or to strengthen the global system handled by the international plant treaties. So we work with the national, we build capacity, we do collection. Sometimes we help them genotyping some of their species. One thing, yeah, they need first to be signatory of the international plant treaty. And of course, we help them. What we want, we don't want always the material. We want the data about the material to see what is the coverage of the collection. Yeah.
Sorry, Zakaria, but this question is for you as well. So two quick questions. First, the GWAS data, are they cured? And the users, if they are asking some data, are you providing the raw data or processed data? Second one, how you deal with intraspecific genetic variability within a species or a cultivar or a variety?
Okay. So for that's the whole issue of using genomic. It's that variability within an accession, because if like we have projects where we do single seed descent for cereals or legume, that means we purify seed, so to have the same seed coming from the same spike for sequencing and for evaluation. We can keep that seed a year or two, but we cannot keep it forever, because that means I will need to increase the capacity of the conservation, which is already too expensive. And that's the whole issue of really going and doing massive sequencing for the whole collection. That's just not possible. First, because the price, we can say whatever, but it's still expensive when you have big sample. And second, that purification, it's a long process and has an impact on the conservation resources. And for the GWAS, as I said, we work in a setup of international public good. So we have two sets of data set. What we generate ourselves, it's available publicly in public databases. And if it's not there, it can be accessed by email sometime we need. And we have everything related to bilateral collaboration that we are not allowed to do. But GWAS in general, what we do, we give raw data, not processed data. Because depending on your sample, the process may change from samples.
I have two questions from online. We'll take one.
Yeah.
Okay. From Hayam Abdelkader. Maybe from people from Zoom, if you can say just where are you from, just the name and then from which country. So the first question, how does the sequence analysis cost per sample? I think it's for the companies. And then the second one, Halima Hani, how much it costs to extract DNA? General.
So the question finally for which company is it?
It's a general one. Yeah. You're gonna be the competition. Who's
yeah.
I think
it's not allowed for all of us to talk about prices, but the more important thing to note that the price is dependent on the throughput, the number of samples, which equipment. So there is many factors that we should take into consideration, and which applications, of course. So there is really many applications to take into consideration, so that the price is really, and the projects, if there is like a huge project, is it a small one? So there is really many factors, but we can't discuss prices when it's really, so I don't know if MGI and others are the same point of view.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing, but I think maybe that can I assure is when we talk maybe about price, we'll be precise to talk about maybe the results of this price. How many maybe we can save at the end of the years, and we talk maybe about the price per gigabyte. It's the result of sequencing, and this is the thing that maybe the customer or the user need to be aware about that, and not talk about samples or price per samples, but price by data, by the end, the results at the end of the sequencing.
Okay, well, thank you. I think it's the same thing. It's like depend on a lot of parameters. Cannot answer that. It will be the same thing for the extraction of DNA. It depends on which kind of DNA are we talking about, and then a lot of parameters. Professor Bobit. Hello.
Wait. Thank you. Hello everyone. So I take advantage from the presence of services and machine providers here. And I would like to ask a question, because it's expected that in the next few years, the research and application of genomics will be amplified in North Africa and Morocco specifically. And when I'm targeting specifically agriculture, when I say agriculture, I say genetic and genomic selection. So we already started some pilot experiences for genomic selection in animals. It's in what it concerns me, but surely there's other things in plants. And my question, what you can do to make this experience easy for the country and for the North Africa specifically, because as you may know, one thing hindering all this development is the cost. And is there any specific collaboration and specific things you can do to make this change and this evolution possible and easy? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Badawi, for that question. It's really relevant because, as I mentioned during my presentation, like Thermo Fisher has developed this or had developed this strategy to democratize the NGS. This is really our strategies. So that's why we are using we developed some end-to-end automatic workflow, but also when I said workflow, so I'm talking also about analysis, so which is really relevant to democratize the NGS into all laboratory for agriculture, agri-genomics, but also for the others lab who not really have a deep knowledge on bioinformatics and genomics in general. So that is our point of view and strategy. However, regarding the costs, now, as my colleague said, that right now, I know that for all technologies, the prices are still high if in comparison to PCR, to digital PCR perhaps, or qPCR in general, but the objective when democratizing the NGS, the objective is to increase the number of samples to be analyzed, and so democratize and get or having the price lower and more lower. That's sure. However, if I have to talk about Thermo Fisher, the customer is really our focus, our priorities. So we really need to have success stories and great experience with all our customers. So we are really collaborators, and we can collaborate for all your projects. Every project we can discuss, we have that discussion and personalize or customize your need. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So maybe Ayub.
Thank you, Orda. For your question to democratize maybe the sequencing, and maybe there's many strategy. I can maybe talk about maybe for the solution, or maybe on MGI we have also the full solution, and we have to complete with our third-party kits that maybe we have gaps, yeah, but we qualify with third kits collaboration and to validate this kit in our instruments. The second thing is about pricing. Yes, the price, maybe it's the first thing that ask customer when we meet him, and we need to maybe to have a lower price comparing our competitor, and maybe there's many strategy, and we need to discuss each project alone, and maybe you can give placement for instrument, have some bundle with reagents. There is many strategy, and we need to discuss each project alone, and maybe to have more collaboration with Europe, with the other countries that have maybe can help to democratize and lower the price for the reagents. For my situation for MGI, we battle about the price, to have the lowest price for Africa, and this is more important to not have the same price as Europe or as Asia, and to give the full solution and with the good quality and the lowest price.
Thank you.
Okay, on the topic of democratization, okay, I wanted to answer that. Okay, so obviously there are two problems, right? You could democratize access to instrumentation or democratize access to data. And I think at the end of the day, what scientists need is the data. While quite a lot of labs have the budgets, to purchase the equipment, I think we need to be realistic that in this region, a lot of labs cannot afford to make such investments. And that's why on our end, while on one hand we sell the equipment, we also use the equipment in our lab to provide data for scientists. So rather than incurring an investment of $1 million to set up a molecular biology lab, right? You could source for $10,000 to send your samples to a lab that has the capacity to do it. Because at the end of the day, what you need is the data. And I understand for some institutions, it's important to have the localization of the equipment. But for most, it's not, right? And for those labs, they can just send out their samples, have it analyzed, they focus on analyzing the data and continue with their work. So I think there should be flexibility around democratization, basically. Thanks.
Unfortunately, as I'm aware, we have, at least here, we have not this ability to send samples to be treated outside. So it's very, very complicated. We cannot do here, cannot do that here.
Not even DNA?
not even DNA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Based on our experience for genomic selection, I think we need to make a difference. Genomic selection is not bioinformatics. It's a statistical problem, and we cannot automatize it. And the sequencing companies cannot do genomic selection because you need the evaluation to go for next generation. I quite agree that what you need a setup where a time from taking a sample to getting the data is very, very short. So we can select quickly and go for next generation. We saw some durations, but I think the duration only on sequencing, it doesn't account for the sample, for sampling, and that's a big problem. I quite agree with my colleague that investing in sequencing, like buying the material, it's a really, really not resources optimal, unless you have big groups of universities. To have a lower price per sample, you need to have your machine almost working 24 hours. And that's not happening because people don't account for the time, because it's government, and you end up having a technology that the minute you have it, it's already old. You need to invest on new machine. So I think looking at third parties, if the price are really getting low, it's the best, unless like a government is having its own genomic center that it's running for all other entities.
Thank you.
As a remark.
I have a question for Dr. Lokman. Okay, what are the key struggles and challenges that entrepreneurs may encounter when creating a company focused on selling biotechnology equipment and services in a developing African country?
Well, that's a very complicated, well, not complicated, but I think that would need a conference itself, because the challenges by entrepreneurs, I think entrepreneurship is born out of solving problems. And if there's no problem, then there's no business. And from my own experience, I used to live in South Africa, and I moved back to Nigeria. And we realized that, molecular biology was extremely hard to do. And because I have a background in molecular biology, I also had the support of our mother company from South Africa. It made the journey a lot easier. But what I would say is that for institutions like this, the universities, right, when the students are, during the course of their studies, it's really important to recognize the fact that not everyone would become researchers. And at the end of the day, not everyone has to become a researcher. However, during the course of studying, we need to start grooming them for the opportunities. My colleagues here, they have research background, but they are now in the industry and solving real problems. And I think as students doing life science related courses, you need to start thinking about, once you get into the career market, what would you like to do? Are you more of a laboratory person, or do you want to work in the industry? And if the latter is the option you choose, obviously there's the issue of funding. You could do this by collaborating with existing companies, or you could seek funding. It's possible to get funding if you have a good idea. A lot of genomics companies across the world have gotten millions of dollars in funding, and it's possible to make this happen. You could also create a very simple product, a rapid diagnostic kit for a serious problem that no one is thinking about. So I think the opportunity is there. It's just the ability to learn and adapt accordingly. I don't know. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we take one from the audience. Okay.
Merci. Si je peux m'exprimer en français, ça ne dérange pas. Bonjour, Dr Lunani, laboratoire de biologie moléculaire, Institut Pasteur. C'est un plaisir d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui, et surtout cette présentation fort intéressante. J'aimerais juste soulever une petite remarque concernant les interventions des professeurs tout à l'heure, surtout concernant le prix, et dire, il y a un manque de données terrible au Maroc concernant les data humains, spécialement quand on fait allusion à des sous-traitances d'exomes, surtout aujourd'hui. Les cancer, de l'immunothérapie, de la médecine personnalisée, besoin de nos data. Donc, la première problématique que j'ai relevée sur le terrain, c'est qu'on nous envoie des comptes rendus de laboratoires étrangers sans database. Donc, on n'a même pas la possibilité d'analyser nos panels. Ils sont payés minimum 1 200 € en sous-traitance. Donc, on peut faire quelque chose de moins cher au Maroc tout en ayant cette possibilité d'avoir nos data et d'être fiers de faire notre génomique nous-mêmes. Et deux, il y a l'opportunité du Covid qui a permis d'introduire les machines NGS en Afrique, que ce soit sous forme d'achat, que ce soit sous forme de dons. Et donc, l'Afrique aujourd'hui a été dotée d'une manière historique de beaucoup de machines. Et ça, c'est une opportunité parce que c'était spécialement Covid. En virologie, c'est trivial de faire l'analyse de séquences, etc. Mais le plus important, c'est de réorienter ces machines pour l'étude génomique et de faire ça en consortium. Donc, parce qu'il n'y a pas de data en Afrique. Et donc, ça, aujourd'hui, c'est vraiment historique. Et yes, we can. Il y a beaucoup de potentiel. L'Afrique, elle regorge de scientifiques. Et donc, moi, le souhait, c'est de voir à cette université une machine NGS parce qu'il y a beaucoup de compétences et qu'on peut petit à petit aboutir à des choses très intéressantes et très pertinentes. Je vous remercie.
Alors, juste pour répondre à votre dernière partie, à la fac, on a des séquenceurs. Dans notre labo, on a une plateforme génomique avec 2 séquenceurs, mais Oxford, donc le mignon et le grignon. Le problème des séquenceurs, c'est vrai qu'on a recensé, je crois, dans les 50 séquenceurs au Maroc. Le problème, c'est que c'est le consommable. C'est ni l'expertise, ni les compétences marocaines, elles sont là. Les machines, effectivement, Covid, donc ça a permis d'acquisitionner beaucoup de séquenceurs, mais c'est le consommable. Vous savez, des fois, vous bloquez pour un kit d'extraction d'ADN. Ça a l'air ridicule, mais vous bloquez. Et vous attendez des mois un petit kit. Vous avez le tout. Vous avez la flow cell qui est en train de périr. Vous avez tout. Et vous attendez un kit d'extraction. Et vous avez l'argent pour le payer. Et vous attendez. Et c'est ça ce qui est dommage. Donc, après, je laisse les compagnies répondre à cette part. C'était le chercheur qui parle.
Oui, effectivement, merci beaucoup. C'est une remarque très pertinente, effectivement. On la ressent des fois, surtout pour les institutions publiques, justement. Il y a ce problème des appels d'offres ou bien, en fait, on veut acheter, mais on n'a pas où. Des fois, c'est la disponibilité, justement. D'ailleurs, je pense c'est la raison pour laquelle aujourd'hui, les multinationales, tous, ils se sont implantés, notamment MGI, Thermo Fisher, alors, Illumina pas encore, mais quand même, elle a la présence à travers Megaflex. Donc, maintenant, c'est la GBL peut-être ou Inkiba avec le PacBio. Donc, finalement, on est aujourd'hui vraiment pour pousser à avoir d'utiliser au maximum et rendre quelque chose de routine. Donc, on voudrait faciliter cette utilisation, la rendre une routine pour tous les utilisateurs. Mais une chose est très importante pour le cas des databases. Justement, c'est un malheur parce on sous-traite énormément, je dirais énormément dans le contexte actuel d'échantillons à l'étranger, mais finalement, on n'a pas de database. Donc, aujourd'hui, notre objectif tous, certainement, on a la même vision, c'est de garder le génome marocain, d'avoir les databases sur place et donner la meilleure solution pour nos patients, pour tout type d'application. Donc, on ne parle pas que de la santé humaine, mais aussi animale, végétale et tout ça. Donc, ce que je voulais dire, et je rejoins mon collègue Zakaria, je suis à 100%, je suis d'accord avec lui à 100%, c'est qu'il faut surtout mutualiser les plateformes. Donc, il y a plein d'applications, il y a plein de laboratoires, il y a plein de spécialités. Donc, pourquoi pas mutualiser chaque instrument installé dans un laboratoire donné pour des applications précises. Comme ça, tout le monde pourra faire travailler les instruments, mais en même temps, bien évidemment, derrière, faire bénéficier les utilisateurs, amortir, absolument, parce que ça reste quand même très cher. Et c'est cette manière qui va nous permettre de démocratiser et vraiment à minimiser en fait les coûts en général de séquençage. Voilà, donc c'était ma remarque par rapport à ça. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Actually, I'm a student in biology, cultural biology. I'm Mauritanian, actually. So my question is just about the accuracy, the performance of the detection, because you know there's an issue about the accuracy of detection or DNA detection. So just I want you to give us an idea about the performance of this machines, of this technique, to improve the accuracy, actually, the low limit of detection. So this is my question, actually, to improve, to avoid the false negative and false positive results. Thank you.
De la technologie.
Yes, you are just talking about the ion Omni-C.
Ion Omni-C,
yes.
okay. So thank you for your question. And yes, as I mentioned on my presentation, we Thermo Fisher developed the Omni-C technology, let's say, and it's patented. Why? Why not? Not why we developed that strategy, because we understood from the field that there is some application that they really need this sensitivity. So for Omni-C, there is the Omni-C and there is the Omni-C HD for high definition. So there is another part that I didn't mention in my presentation, but it's very important to detect the cell DNA from liquid biopsy. So which is the cell DNA from
the
cell, yeah, from cells.
Cell DNA or circulating tumor DNA.
Yeah, and it's also used for human identification, which really need a high sensitivity. The sensitivity is average 0.01% for allelic frequency. So it's really very, very sensitive as a technology. This is for HD, but for the Omni-C in general, it should be around 2%, 3%. I think it's around the same percentage for all others technologies. No, almost all, let's say, but it's sufficient, let's see, to detect like by using 1 nanogram for DNA, and it's especially needed for oncology application. I give just an example for lung cancer. For lung cancer, for example, the biopsy is like a little biopsy with a small number of cell cancers. So we really need a very sensitive technology to detect and decrease the number of samples that will be analyzed, and so given treatment or for medicine, personalized medicine to our patients. So this is like our strength, let's say, in that field. Yeah, I don't know if Thank
you so much. It's clear.
I think we're gonna close the session. It was very interesting, and thank you everyone for staying with us, and then thank you again for the esteemed speakers for their time, for coming and for sharing all their knowledge. I think it's we can upload them, right? Thanks again. On va prendre une photo de groupe. Je crois qu'on va se mettre là avec les gens qui sont connectés. S'ils veulent être dans la photo, peut-être ils peuvent allumer leur caméra. Ils sont dans le background. People on Zoom, maybe you can put on your camera so you can take part of the picture. It would be a nice one. Wow. How many people we have on Zoom? Ishraq, how many people online? $240? 246. Well, wow. Thank you for staying with us. Maybe you can join. Everyone, please join. Yes, everyone. Everyone. Yes. Maybe we can.
So the people in the Zoom, please, we will have a lunch now of 1 hour. So coming back after 1 hour. Thank you.
MGI-Tech emerged not far from here in Pretoria in the year 2000 while I was doing research at the University of Pretoria and saw the need for this specific type of company in South Africa. It took 2 years for the venture team of 5 to officially start the business in August 2002, as it was a major struggle to find the funds to do so. The startup was only possible with the substantial direct foreign investments, mainly from shareholders from Germany and Switzerland, as well as the startup loan from the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs of Switzerland. So what was actually our idea in 2000 to start a biotechnology company in South Africa? The aim was to locally produce oligonucleotides which need to be custom made, and therefore by local production the turnaround time dropped from 2 to 3 weeks for imported oligos at that time to 1 or 2 days. This of course allowed to accelerate research output for our customers that apply PCR amplification and DNA sequencing in their research. And more recently, it allowed uninterrupted essential supply during the pandemic. In addition, we aimed to offer Sanger DNA sequencing services. The aim was here that outsourcing DNA samples for sequencing will allow our customers to save the investments in capital-intensive sequencing instruments. 20 years later, we still do all these services, but of course the technologies in life sciences have significantly evolved in the past 20 years, and so has AfricaBP. A big thank you to all our customers, our dedicated current and former employees and commercial partners over all these years, and of course our investors that took the risk and made this possible in 2002. Please enjoy this video about the different aspects of AfricaBP. Let us know your comments, suggestions or questions about AfricaBP in the comment section below. We strive to even be better in the next 20 years.
Human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation in 3 key business segments, including genetic sequencers, laboratory automation, and new business. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DNB-seq sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of the few companies in the world that has the ability to mass-produce clinical high-throughput genetic sequencers. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, and BIT products. With a strong focus on the upstream of the industry, MGI operates in more than 80 countries and regions, serving more than 1,300 customers to date, empowering the downstream customers in reproductive health, precision cancer diagnosis and treatment, infectious diseases, food security, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and consumer genomics. Since the establishment, MGI is driven to disrupt the status quo and accelerate the industry innovation. MGI aims to build a suite of life science core tools to address the fundamental questions, push the limits of science and technology, and lead the innovation in the era of life.
What if you could incorporate next-generation sequencing into your lab and be able to provide genomic profiling results to your customers, regardless of your team's current level of NGS expertise? What if you didn't have to send your samples out for genomic profiling and could minimize the risk of them getting lost or destroyed? What if you didn't have to wait for results? The Genexus system provides a true end-to-end workflow with just 2 user touchpoints, taking you all the way from your specimen to the final annotated report. NGS has never been so easy. You will only have about 20 minutes of hands-on time as you use the 2 instruments that comprise the Genexus system, the Ion Torrent Genexus Purification System and the Ion Torrent Genexus Integrated Sequencer. Both instruments have onboard visual systems to track reagent placement and reduce the potential for manual error. NGS with the Genexus system is as simple and automated as PCR, immunohistochemistry or other techniques that you are familiar with. And it is just as fast. Results are delivered in as little as 1 day. The solution you've been looking for is finally here. The true end-to-end Genexus system workflow brings fast, automated next-generation sequencing to your lab.
So the Greater Good initiative is really going to open us the door of the genetic diversity of camels at the worldwide level, which really we cannot attain with our efforts alone. This will be a great opportunity to hopefully find new variants and variants that can be useful for the community, for livestock traits of economical interest.
We were doing work with sheep and goats. We had a relatively small sample that we genotyped initially, and the grant Illumina provides will allow for additional genotyping, so we almost tripled the number of animals. And awards like this allow us to do genetic and genomic discovery, and the discovery will hopefully lead to ways to feed people better.
Cowpea is a legume, so it produces a very protein-rich grain. So it's very important for food and nutritional security, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. We needed to improve the genetic knowledge of cowpea, and that's the essence of where the Illumina iSelect fit in, which was supported by the Agricultural Greater Good initiative.
We're focusing on crops that are important in African diets. Sometimes you just need something to jumpstart you. For us, it's made a huge difference. We're creating sequence on species that have 0 DNA sequence in them, and we're able to do that quite efficiently.
The major emphasis of our research has been on enhancing the crop productivity in chickpea, pigeon pea and groundnut. The most satisfying thing for me is when we see that these technologies, they are being used in developing better varieties, which will be helpful to farming communities.
One of the things that should be said about the award is that it's really a big contribution in helping researchers both in plants and animals with reagents and activities that are associated with developing countries.
So my experience working with Illumina has been fantastic. Anyone working in a kind of omics-enabled capacity on a crop that has any relevance to the developing world should absolutely apply for a Greater Good Initiative award.
Welcome to the 20-year anniversary video of AfricaBP, Africa's genomics company, here from our headquarters in Makelnek, Pretoria in South Africa. I'm Dr. Oliver Preissig, a co-founder and the executive director of this unique company with currently around 150 employees in different countries in sub-Saharan Africa. The idea of AfricaBP emerged not far from here in Pretoria in the year 2000 while I was doing research at the University of Pretoria and saw the need for this specific type of company in South Africa. It took 2 years for the venture team of 5 to officially start the business in August 2002, as it was a major struggle to find the funds to do so. The startup was only possible with the substantial direct foreign investments, mainly from shareholders from Germany and Switzerland, as well as the startup loan from the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs of Switzerland. So what was actually our idea in 2000 to start a biotechnology company in South Africa? The aim was to locally produce oligonucleotides which need to be custom made, and therefore by local production the turnaround time dropped from 2 to 3 weeks for imported oligos at that time to 1 or 2 days. This of course allowed to accelerate research output for our customers that apply PCR amplification and DNA sequencing in their research. And more recently, it allowed uninterrupted essential supply during the pandemic. In addition, we aim to offer Sanger DNA sequencing services. The aim was here that outsourcing DNA samples for sequencing will allow our customers to save the investments in capital-intensive sequencing instruments. 20 years later, we still do all these services, but of course the technologies in life sciences have significantly evolved in the past 20 years, and so has AfricaBP. A big thank you to all our customers, our dedicated current and former employees and commercial partners over all these years, and of course our investors that took the risk and made this possible in 2002. Please enjoy this video about the different aspects of AfricaBP. Let us know your comments, suggestions or questions about AfricaBP in the comment section below. We strive to even be better in the next 20 years.
Human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation in 3 key business segments, including genetic sequencers, laboratory automation, and new business. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DNB-seq sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of the few companies in the world that has the ability to mass-produce clinical high-throughput genetic sequencers. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, and BIT products. With a strong focus on the upstream of the industry, MGI operates in more than 80 countries and regions, serving more than 1,300 customers to date, empowering the downstream customers in reproductive health, precision cancer diagnosis and treatment, infectious diseases, food security, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and consumer genomics. Since the establishment, MGI is driven to disrupt the status quo and accelerate the industry innovation. MGI aims to build a suite of life science core tools to address the fundamental questions, push the limits of science and technology, and lead the innovation in the era of life.
What if you could incorporate next-generation sequencing into your lab and be able to provide genomic profiling results to your customers, regardless of your team's current level of NGS expertise? What if you didn't have to send your samples out for genomic profiling and could minimize the risk of them getting lost or destroyed? What if you didn't have to wait for results? The Genexus system provides a true end-to-end workflow with just 2 user touchpoints, taking you all the way from your specimen to the final annotated report. NGS has never been so easy. You will only have about 20 minutes of hands-on time as you use the 2 instruments that comprise the Genexus system, the Ion Torrent Genexus Purification System and the Ion Torrent Genexus Integrated Sequencer. Both instruments have onboard visual systems to track reagent placement and reduce the potential for manual error. NGS with the Genexus system is as simple and automated as PCR, immunohistochemistry, or other techniques that you are familiar with. And it is just as fast. Results are delivered in as little as 1 day. The solution you've been looking for is finally here. The true end-to-end Genexus system workflow brings fast, automated next-generation sequencing to your lab.
So the Greater Good initiative is really going to open us the door of the genetic diversity of camels at the worldwide level, which really we cannot attain with our efforts alone. This will be a great opportunity to hopefully find new variants and variants that can be useful for the community, for livestock traits of economical interest.
We were doing work with sheep and goats. We had a relatively small sample that we genotyped initially, and the grant Illumina provides will allow for additional genotyping, so we almost tripled the number of animals. And awards like this allow us to do genetic and genomic discovery, and the discovery will hopefully lead to ways to feed people better.
Cowpea is a legume, so it produces a very protein-rich grain. So it's very important for food and nutritional security, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. We needed to improve the genetic knowledge of cowpea, and that's the essence of where the Illumina iSelect fit in, which was supported by the Agricultural Greater Good initiative.
We're focusing on crops that are important in African diets. Sometimes you just need something to jumpstart you. For us, it's made a huge difference. We're creating sequence on species that have 0 DNA sequence in them, and we're able to do that quite efficiently.
The major emphasis of our research has been on enhancing the crop productivity in chickpea, pigeon pea, and groundnut. The most satisfying thing for me is when we see that these technologies, they are being used in developing better varieties, which will be helpful to farming communities
One of the things that should be said about the award is that it's really a big contribution in helping researchers both in plants and animals with reagents and activities that are associated with developing countries.
So my experience working with Illumina has been fantastic. Anyone working in a kind of omics-enabled capacity on a crop that has any relevance to the developing world should absolutely apply for a Greater Good Initiative award.
Welcome to the 20-year anniversary video of AfricaBP, Africa's genomics company, here from our headquarters in Makelnek, Pretoria in South Africa. I'm Dr. Oliver Preissig, a co-founder and the executive director of this unique company with currently around 150 employees in different countries in sub-Saharan Africa. The idea of AfricaBP emerged not far from here in Pretoria in the year 2000 while I was doing research at the University of Pretoria and saw the need for this specific type of company in South Africa. It took 2 years for the venture team of 5 to officially start the business in August 2002, as it was a major struggle to find the funds to do so. The startup was only possible with the substantial direct foreign investments, mainly from shareholders from Germany and Switzerland, as well as the startup loan from the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs of Switzerland. So what was actually our idea in 2000 to start a biotechnology company in South Africa? The aim was to locally produce oligonucleotides which need to be custom made, and therefore by local production the turnaround time dropped from 2 to 3 weeks for imported oligos at that time to 1 or 2 days. This of course allowed to accelerate research output for our customers that apply PCR amplification and DNA sequencing in their research. And more recently, it allowed uninterrupted essential supply during the pandemic. In addition, we aimed to offer Sanger DNA sequencing services. The aim was here that outsourcing DNA samples for sequencing will allow our customers to save the investments in capital-intensive sequencing instruments. 20 years later, we still do all these services, but of course the technologies in life sciences have significantly evolved in the past 20 years, and so has AfricaBP. A big thank you to all our customers, our dedicated current and former employees and commercial partners over all these years, and of course our investors that took the risk and made this possible in 2002. Please enjoy this video about the different aspects of AfricaBP. Let us know your comments, suggestions or questions about AfricaBP in the comment section below. We strive to even be better in the next 20 years.
Human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation in 3 key business segments, including genetic sequencers, laboratory automation, and new business. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DNB-seq sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of the few companies in the world that has the ability to mass-produce clinical high-throughput genetic sequencers. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, and BIT products. With a strong focus on the upstream of the industry, MGI operates in more than 80 countries and regions, serving more than 1,300 customers to date, empowering the downstream customers in reproductive health, precision cancer diagnosis and treatment, infectious diseases, food security, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and consumer genomics. Since the establishment, MGI is driven to disrupt the status quo and accelerate the industry innovation. MGI aims to build a suite of life science core tools to address the fundamental questions, push the limits of science and technology, and lead the innovation in the era of life.
What if you could incorporate next-generation sequencing into your lab and be able to provide genomic profiling results to your customers, regardless of your team's current level of NGS expertise? What if you didn't have to send your samples out for genomic profiling and could minimize the risk of them getting lost or destroyed? What if you didn't have to wait for results? The Genexus system provides a true end-to-end workflow with just 2 user touchpoints, taking you all the way from your specimen to the final annotated report. NGS has never been so easy. You will only have about 20 minutes of hands-on time as you use the 2 instruments that comprise the Genexus system, the Ion Torrent Genexus Purification System and the Ion Torrent Genexus Integrated Sequencer. Both instruments have onboard visual systems to track reagent placement and reduce the potential for manual error. NGS with the Genexus system is as simple and automated as PCR, immunohistochemistry or other techniques that you are familiar with. And it is just as fast. Results are delivered in as little as 1 day. The solution you've been looking for is finally here. The true end-to-end Genexus system workflow brings fast, automated next-generation sequencing to your lab.
So the Greater Good initiative is really going to open us the door of the genetic diversity of camels at the worldwide level, which really we cannot attain with our efforts alone. This will be a great opportunity to hopefully find new variants and variants that can be useful for the community, for livestock traits of economical interest.
We were doing work with sheep and goats. We had a relatively small sample that we genotyped initially, and the grant Illumina provides will allow for additional genotyping, so we almost tripled the number of animals. And awards like this allow us to do genetic and genomic discovery, and the discovery will hopefully lead to ways to feed people better.
Cowpea is a legume, so it produces a very protein-rich grain. So it's very important for food and nutritional security, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. We needed to improve the genetic knowledge of cowpea, and that's the essence of where the Illumina iSelect fit in, which was supported by the Agricultural Greater Good initiative.
We're focusing on crops that are important in African diets. Sometimes you just need something to jumpstart you. For us, it's made a huge difference. We're creating sequence on species that have 0 DNA sequence in them, and we're able to do that quite efficiently.
The major emphasis of our research has been on enhancing the crop productivity in chickpea, pigeon pea and groundnut. The most satisfying thing for me is when we see that these technologies, they are being used in developing better varieties, which will be helpful to farming communities.
One of the things that should be said about the award is that it's really a big contribution in helping researchers both in plants and animals with reagents and activities that are associated with developing countries.
So my experience working with Illumina has been fantastic. Anyone working in a kind of omics-enabled capacity on a crop that has any relevance to the developing world should absolutely apply for a Greater Good Initiative award.
Welcome to the 20-year anniversary video of AfricaBP, Africa's genomics company, here from our headquarters in Makelnek, Pretoria in South Africa. I'm Dr. Oliver Preissig, a co-founder and the executive director of this unique company with currently around 150 employees in different countries in sub-Saharan Africa. The idea of AfricaBP emerged not far from here in Pretoria in the year 2000 while I was doing research at the University of Pretoria and saw the need for this specific type of company in South Africa. It took 2 years for the venture team of 5 to officially start the business in August 2002, as it was a major struggle to find the funds to do so. The startup was only possible with the substantial direct foreign investments, mainly from shareholders from Germany and Switzerland, as well as the startup loan from the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs of Switzerland. So what was actually our idea in 2000 to start a biotechnology company in South Africa? The aim was to locally produce oligonucleotides which need to be custom made, and therefore by local production the turnaround time dropped from 2 to 3 weeks for imported oligos at that time to 1 or 2 days. This of course allowed to accelerate research output for our customers that apply PCR amplification and DNA sequencing in their research. And more recently, it allowed uninterrupted essential supply during the pandemic. In addition, we aim to offer Sanger DNA sequencing services. The aim was here that outsourcing DNA samples for sequencing will allow our customers to save the investments in capital-intensive sequencing instruments. 20 years later, we still do all these services, but of course the technologies in life sciences have significantly evolved in the past 20 years, and so has AfricaBP. A big thank you to all our customers, our dedicated current and former employees and commercial partners over all these years, and of course our investors that took the risk and made this possible in 2002. Please enjoy this video about the different aspects of AfricaBP. Let us know your comments, suggestions or questions about AfricaBP in the comment section below. We strive to even be better in the next 20 years.
Human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation in 3 key business segments, including genetic sequencers, laboratory automation, and new business. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DNB-seq sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of the few companies in the world that has the ability to mass-produce clinical high-throughput genetic sequencers. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, and BIT products. With a strong focus on the upstream of the industry, MGI operates in more than 80 countries and regions, serving more than 1,300 customers to date, empowering the downstream customers in reproductive health, precision cancer diagnosis and treatment, infectious diseases, food security, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and consumer genomics. Since the establishment, MGI is driven to disrupt the status quo and accelerate the industry innovation. MGI aims to build a suite of life science core tools to address the fundamental questions, push the limits of science and technology, and lead the innovation in the era of life.
What if you could incorporate next-generation sequencing into your lab and be able to provide genomic profiling results to your customers, regardless of your team's current level of NGS expertise? What if you didn't have to send your samples out for genomic profiling and could minimize the risk of them getting lost or destroyed? What if you didn't have to wait for results? The Genexus system provides a true end-to-end workflow with just 2 user touchpoints, taking you all the way from your specimen to the final annotated report. NGS has never been so easy. You will only have about 20 minutes of hands-on time as you use the 2 instruments that comprise the Genexus system, the Ion Torrent Genexus Purification System and the Ion Torrent Genexus Integrated Sequencer. Both instruments have onboard visual systems to track reagent placement and reduce the potential for manual error. NGS with the Genexus system is as simple and automated as PCR, immunohistochemistry, or other techniques that you are familiar with. And it is just as fast. Results are delivered in as little as 1 day. The solution you've been looking for is finally here. The true end-to-end Genexus system workflow brings fast, automated next-generation sequencing to your lab.
So the Greater Good initiative is really going to open us the door of the genetic diversity of camels at the worldwide level, which really we cannot attain with our efforts alone. This will be a great opportunity to hopefully find new variants and variants that can be useful for the community, for livestock traits of economical interest.
We were doing work with sheep and goats. We had a relatively small sample that we genotyped initially, and the grant Illumina provides will allow for additional genotyping, so we almost tripled the number of animals. And awards like this allow us to do genetic and genomic discovery, and the discovery will hopefully lead to ways to feed people better.
Cowpea is a legume, so it produces a very protein-rich grain. So it's very important for food and nutritional security, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. We needed to improve the genetic knowledge of cowpea, and that's the essence of where the Illumina iSelect fit in, which was supported by the Agricultural Greater Good initiative.
We're focusing on crops that are important in African diets. Sometimes you just need something to jumpstart you. For us, it's made a huge difference. We're creating sequence on species that have 0 DNA sequence in them, and we're able to do that quite efficiently.
The major emphasis of our research has been on enhancing the crop productivity in chickpea, pigeon pea, and groundnut. The most satisfying thing for me is when we see that these technologies, they are being used in developing better varieties, which will be helpful to farming communities
One of the things that should be said about the award is that it's really a big contribution in helping researchers both in plants and animals with reagents and activities that are associated with developing countries.
So my experience working with Illumina has been fantastic. Anyone working in a kind of omics-enabled capacity on a crop that has any relevance to the developing world should absolutely apply for a Greater Good Initiative award.
Welcome to the 20-year anniversary video of AfricaBP, Africa's genomics company, here from our headquarters in Makelnek, Pretoria in South Africa. I'm Dr. Oliver Preissig, a co-founder and the executive director of this unique company with currently around 150 employees in different countries in sub-Saharan Africa. The idea of AfricaBP emerged not far from here in Pretoria in the year 2000 while I was doing research at the University of Pretoria and saw the need for this specific type of company in South Africa. It took 2 years for the venture team of 5 to officially start the business in August 2002, as it was a major struggle to find the funds to do so. The startup was only possible with the substantial direct foreign investments, mainly from shareholders from Germany and Switzerland, as well as the startup loan from the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs of Switzerland. So what was actually our idea in 2000 to start a biotechnology company in South Africa? The aim was to locally produce oligonucleotides which need to be custom made, and therefore by local production the turnaround time dropped from 2 to 3 weeks for imported oligos at that time to 1 or 2 days. This of
So hello, everyone. So we will take the flow again. Okay. So we will start now with the practical sessions. What we will do, we will give some minutes to each principal trainer to present what he will do in the next 3 days. I have to mention, as most of you are aware, that in the context of this workshop, many practical sessions have been organized in different institutions through Africa. And each one today will present what he will be doing. So the people that will assist will have an idea about that. So our first speaker is Aminou, Dr. Aminou. Please, Dr. Aminou. Dr. Aminou is a PhD student who worked a lot on horse genomics and precisely about the establishment of panel SNPs for affiliation control in Arabian horse. Please welcome Dr. Aminou, please.
Okay, hello everyone. I would like to present a quick workshop introduction about the use of ion torrent sequencing technology for parentage control and genetic disease screening for in horse population. So the Veterinary Genetic Analysis Laboratory was set up in 1988 to meet the needs of the former Stud Farm division in terms of identifying and controlling the parentage of Moroccan horse production. And since its creation, the laboratory has been an institutional member of the International Society of Animal Genetics. As such, it takes part in the ISAC horse comparison test organized every 2 years and under the aspects of ISAC. Actually, identification and parentage control is carried out using microsatellite markers. And since 2022, we are progressing with excellent biomarkers, which are SNPs markers, not only for parentage control, but also for diagnosis of genetic disease and genomic selection. The laboratory consists of 3 rooms: DNA extraction room, DNA amplification room, and sequencing room, fragmentation analysis by capillary electrophoresis, and genotyping by sequencing, ion torrent genotyping by sequencing technology. The ion torrent technology is characterized by simplicity with less than 15 minutes hands-on setup, and fast technology, 2.5 hours runs enables multiple runs per day, and also built in informatics, which means no external server required. Here are the different types of flexible chip compatibility. In our laboratory, we are working with the chip number 540 with a slightly high number of reads. It's a semiconductor packaging, and each well in the ion chip performs a microsequencing reaction from a templated bit. So, which means that millions of sequencing reactions are carried out by chips. So, through the handling steps, after DNA extraction. So DNA samples was quantified using qubit flex fluorometer, and then the library construction begin with adding 10 nanograms of each DNA extraction from all samplings. Barcode adapters corresponding to each individuals were ligated to the end of each DNA sample. Then pull it into libraries. So subsequently, purification of the unamplified library, and then proceeding to normalization. The final library was generated using the applied biosystem AgriSec library kit, and then normalized to 200 picomolar. The final The final library is then prepared for templating, emulsion, amplification, enrichment, and chip filling using the ion chip torrent. And then the SNPs markers were eventually genotyped by direct sequencing using the ion S5 torrent. And at the end of sequencing, we can access to torrent server for final report of the chip. Thus, the operational scientific objectives of SNPs marker genotyping by next generation of sequencing that we have set are firstly to check the efficiency of SNPs recommended by Isaac for parentage control of Moroccan horse production. Secondly, to respond to a need to highlight technological advances in genetic disease. And finally, to initiate selection by managing coat color in horse population, and also to study the allele frequency of the speed gene in Arabian and thoroughbred horses. Professor Piro and I are looking forward to seeing you at the workshop, and thank you for your attention.
So the next speaker is Professor Bulbul Ahmed. He is specialist in environmental genomics. He did his PhD and postdoc in Canada, and he will tell us about Illumina training in EM6P. Please welcome Dr. Bulbul Ahmed.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon, bonjour. First of all, thanks the organizer for inviting me. As Dr. Badawi said, I'm Dr. Bulbul Ahmed. I did my PhD postdoc all the way research in Canada, and then currently I'm working as an assistant professor at African Genome Center. So, and again, thanks to the sponsors, because in reality, whatever we do without money, we cannot do anything. So I believe all the organizers and the sponsors, Megaflex, Illumina, African Genome Center, and you may realize here that UM6P recently changed their logo, just revealed last week. So here is the new logo of UM6P. So here is the African Genome Center. We called it AGC. So from Wednesday, between October 11 and 13, the practical part we're going to carry out at AGC at UM6B in Bengurir. The main few focus area of UM6B, African Genome Center, we can categorize in mainly three different parts, like research, and education and training, and finally the technology transfer. So in terms of research, we do all sorts of stuff related to omics. So we will see later like genomics, proteomics, and all other omics stuff. And in the field of health, agriculture, environment, and food. So for education and training, we have a bunch of program currently as PhD, postdoc training, and developing engineering stuff and bioinformaticians. And we also train highly skilled professionals for the experience of genomics. And at the same time, as I said, for the technology transfer, we work with industry, university, and also we are ready to transfer the technology between industries or academia. So as I said, the main focus area, everything relates to omics technology. So here you can say the main focus area, if we can mention genomics, epigenomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, metabolomics, phenomics, and related to this, we do all sorts of, not only the experimentation, the conceptualization, designing experiments, carrying out the experiments, as well as the analysis of data. And at the same time, we also have a laboratory to carry out any phytochemistry related research, genome editing, and metabolic engineering. So as a part of our AGC group, we have a well set up PCR and quantitative PCR lab. So we are doing, or you can perform the conventional PCR and quantitative PCR from the designing of primer, amplification, or carrying out the experiments, extraction of nucleic acid, and at the same time quantification via electrophoresis or nanodrop and bioanalyzer. And we also do the quantitative PCR for assay designing and up to the gene expression analysis. Currently, we have a thermocycler from Eppendorf and also a qPCR machine from Applied Biosystems, and we work both TechMan and CyberGreen technology. So as a sequencing lab, or in a sequencing lab, we do next generation sequencing and also the Sanger sequencing. And physically, it's not like just only the photo. We have this MySeq, NovaSeq, iSeq, all the machines we actually have in our lab, and it's been performing since last couple of years. So anything related to sequencing, doesn't matter in plants or animals, so we can actually design the experiment and at the same time we perform. Then we also have the bioinformatics on computational biology part. So we conduct the research, designing experiments, any case study, and also as a commercial service or training different bioinformatic analysis, and also developing different small tools like bioinformatic analyzing tools, like for, let's say, transcription factors, alignment, and everything. We do perform, we train, and at the same time, we develop the tools and softwares. So now what's going to happen on next 3 days at AGC in Benguerir, which we said that it's going to be in a in-hand experience for genomics. So here are the people who will be the trainer with you. We have Professor Mohamed Hijri, who is the head of our Genomic Institute, and Dr. Khawla Irafi. She's a research scientist and responsible for the sequencing facilities. And it's myself, and at the same time, from Megaflex, Dr. Musahab will be there, and from Illumina field application scientist, Dr. Rabi will join us, and we all will be helping you to learn genomics or omics technologies in hand in the laboratory. So what's going to happen the next 3 days? So as I said, it's a 3 days. So first day will be introduction of Illumina DNA Flex library preparation. So we divide it in 3 different phases: morning, mid-afternoon, and afternoon. So in the morning, upon the registration and welcoming, we will give a brief overview of all Illumina DNA Flex library preparation. So you will learn how the Illumina library has been going to be prepared, and then some fundamentals of the library preparation chemistry, because maybe some of you know that there are V2, V3, and different chemistry of Illumina for sequencing. So there will be a fundamentals details of that. And following that, there will be DNA sample quality control and quantification. So you're going to learn in person that how you check the DNA quality and you quantify them. And we will end on the first day with by doing like adapter and indexing strategy. So how the adapter works, how you have to choose your adapters, and then how you're gonna do indexing strategies. Do you really need to do indexing or not, and why you're gonna do? And then the first day will wrap up on hands-on experience on preparing DNA flax laboratory. So hands-on here, I mean, it's like you're gonna do by yourself in hand, using the pipette on the flow cell. And this is one of the reason Megaflex and Illumina forced us to keep the number really narrow, 15. So you know, there's a lot of people we are not able to select you because of this reason. Number one is the space, and at the same time resources, so that these 15 people can really learn by their hand and get the in real life experience. So on the second day, the library you prepare on the day first and the end of the day. So we're gonna do the library cleanup and size selection. So how you will do cleaning up the library and how we will select what size you should pick up for the next step, I mean, the sequencing. And then again, you do the quality control and library quantification of the library you prepared. And the last part of the day will be preparing pooled library. So let's say you do multiple library, and always maybe in the morning session, there are a lot of talk. They were saying that the pooling of libraries, pooling of samples. So we're gonna show how you do the pooling and how you select them. And finally, the end of the second day will be hands-on experience on library cleanup and quantification. So first, we're gonna explain the technicians, they're gonna show, and end of the day, you will do by yourself how you on the cleaning and quantification of the library. So the third day, in the morning, as we prepared the library on the day one, and the second day we cleaned up the library. On the third day, in the morning, we're gonna do the learn a little bit of the sequencing platform and Illumina systems. So as I said, we have different Illumina platforms and systems. So you have to understand which library and what is your expectations, how does your library looks like, and what is your expected length outcomes. Depending on those, you're gonna select which platform you need to use. Then understanding sequencing data. So once you do the sequencing and you have the data, and then you have to understand what does it means, because always we heard that, oh, after sequencing, we got like 100 GB of data, 5 and 10 million of reads. So what does this actually means? You should really learn this. Then in the afternoon, we're gonna do the data analysis and quality control pipeline. So once you have the data and raw reads, as I said, let's say you end up with 10 million sub reads. And we say that, okay, it's 15 GB of data. So what does it really mean? And what are you gonna do that? In some cases, we cannot handle on our own computer. Then what we will do, we proceed this. And if we are doing analysis, then which pipeline you're gonna use? And what could be the quality control we should be taken at the very beginning before we proceed for the next analysis step? I mean, next analysis steps means mostly it fits with the bioinformatics pipeline and the paths. And then hands-on expertise on data analysis. So we're gonna show, and at the same time, you will perform some analysis, whatever that resource people will explain you will do on your computer as well. And we will finish on the day 3 with the certificate distribution and of course the conclusion of the course and farewell. So it means together in the end of the training from these 5 days, we will uncover secrets hidden within the potato's genome, paving the way for a brighter and more prosperous future for our continent. So the reason I'm saying that potato genome is at AGC, we choose potato DNA, and that's gonna, we will work for 3 days, and end of the day, end of the workshop, we're gonna, because whatever data you get, you have to match with your reference genome to see or identify your gene or the reads or transcription, whatever. So if we are not picking something really known, you will not be evaluating that did it really work or not. And that's the reason we choose potato, because it's a small genome, it's already identified. So let's say you did something, but you don't know it is working or not. So we will compare with the potato reference genome, and then you will see how did you perform? Did it really work or not? That's one of the reasons we choose potato genome. And that's all for today. And hope those are selected, those 15. We're going to see in Benguiri, UM6B campus at African Genome Center Sequencing Lab on Wednesday throughout Friday. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Bulbul. Please take a seat. So, yeah. So the next speaker is Professor Suhail Gawar from Tlemcen University. So Professor Suhail is specialist in animal genetics, and he was ranked the 4th scientist in Algeria. So Professor Gawar, please, you have the floor. I don't know if Professor Gawar, you are with us? No. No. I think we can jump to Professor Malek. No? Malek, no? So Shadi? Abu Shadi?
Yes, Dr. Bouabed, I'm here. I'm Dr.
Okay.
Asma.
So Professor Abu Shadi, you will have the floor. So Professor Abu Shadi is professor at Nile University. Please, you can take some minutes to present yourself and the work you will be doing there. Thank you. Please welcome Professor Abu Shadi.
Thank you. Okay. But I need first to share my screen. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your kind introduction, Dr. Bouabed. It's my pleasure and honor to be here and joining such events. As Dr. Bouabed said, I'm Dr. Asma Abu Shadi. I'm Vice Dean of Biotechnology School, Nile University, Egypt, and the Program Director for Undergraduate Program of Applied Biotechnology sectors. Okay, I will go through the outlines for our presentation today. I will give you a quick introduction to my institute, Nile University, School of Biotechnology. I will talk about research track in the university and the clamps of what is the marine biotechnology and the environmental DNA barcoding importance as well. And I will take a quick overview about workshop agenda for the previous notes, as Dr. Bouabed said, in Egypt. For everyone, Nile University is the first national non-profit university in Egypt, and it concept to be a leader in technology and business education in Egypt and the Middle East and North Africa region as well. Nile University have a great vision and mission because, as I mentioned, is the first research university in Egypt. Our vision to be a world-class inspiration institution with significant public benefits, and our mission to pursue excellence in learning, research, and entrepreneurship to create and positively impact a sustainable and knowledge-driven economy and society. The Nile University the Nile University have 6 schools of biotechnology, business administrations, engineering, applied science, and information technology and computer science, and has a graduate school in management of technology. Sorry for that. The university offered post-undergraduate and graduate programs in various fields, as I mentioned before. Nile University ranking profile. I will take you a quick tour in our ranking. Nile University ranked in the category 1001 and 1200 for the first time in the World University ranking, also the third in industry pillars and 11th in the research environmental pillars among Egyptian university. Also, Nile University for the second consecutive years approaches in the impact ranking 2023, and also ranking the first in the Egyptian in the number of the published research per faculty member. In the publication impact, Nile University papers have been cited from more than 145 countries in the world, as per this figure, which shows the number of papers who is cited. Nile University is number 1 among private and Ahliya University excellences in international publishing award by Egyptian Higher Minister and Clarivate database ranking. As I mentioned, the research activity in Nile University is the powerful pillars in our university. The big part of the mission of NU research is engagement of undergraduate students in research from day one. It be providing a diversity of opportunity for our students by recognized junior publications, support their application for take a scholarship, internal or international scholarship for different universities. track, in research track. As I mentioned, this is the first among Ahliya private Egyptian units in citation impact. We have more than 300 full research scholarship, more than 900 events, workshops, more than 500 research collaborations in the last 5 years, more than 150 national and international MOUs between different universities, more than 30,000 citations, more than 2,000 publications, and for Egyptian junior research competitions, we have more than 2,000 projects for undergraduate students and postgraduate students. We can show in the figures the statistics of the research activity in our institute, Nile University. We have more than 169 publications and 4,250 citations in 2023. In the School of Biotechnology, we have or provide curricula with topics ranking from basic science to courses covering the field latest knowledge in the different sectors in biotechnology for medical or pharmaceutical or agriculture, environmental and industrial sector as well. The school offer a great environment for our students for the educations. Nile University School of Biotechnology seek to be an accredited, internationally recognized school in the education, research, and entrepreneurships and the community impact for the biotechnology domain. In our school, biotechnology for Nile University, we have a co-founded and online postgraduate program for pharmacogenomics and personalized medicine in cooperation with the Erasmus K2+. It's the first pharmacogenomics and personalized medicine postgraduate degree in the Middle East and Africa. We gain with the powerful for virtual reality and e-labs, and we already start to publish this diploma at the end of this year, and we can take a brief in our website oppmprogram.com to get another more than information about online diploma. While entrepreneurship is the one of the main scope of Egypt's vision for 2030, and all over the world, Lime University has always pioneered in this scope, and the School of Biotechnology on this track, we gain a co-founding project for the first business incubator for biotechnology in Egypt, and it's called BIP, Business Incubator for Biotechnology for different sectors. To achieve the vision and
Dr. Shadi, please, if you can jump, please, directly to the practicals, because you are already in 9 minutes. So please,
okay.
Could you?
Okay.
Thank you.
Our workshop in the marine biotechnology, as you know, the marine or pro-biotechnology is a specialized field that focused on the potentials of marine and aquatic organisms for technological applications. Researchers and industry professionals explore marine organisms in Egypt, including bacteria, algae, fungi, and marine animals for their unique genetics and biochemical and physiological properties. In our workshop, we will highlight for the importance of the marine biotechnology and the environmental DNA barcoding. The blue biotechnology have an interest. The biotechnologists in this field, they discover the importance of marine or aquatic culture. Environmental DNA meta-barcoding, this is the topic for our practical sessions. Environmental DNA meta-barcoding is a novel method of biodiversity. The samples, as you know, you can taken from the environmental via waters or air or the sediment, which DNA is extracted and then amplified using general or universal primers or specific primers for each species. And we can use the next generation sequencing to know or to identify or characterize the different aquatic culture in the drop of water. Why we highlight in the environmental DNA barcoding, the environmental DNA barcoding is a powerful lens for studying the biodiversity and changing the DNA sequencing. And as I mentioned, using the next generation sequencing analysis, the researchers can monitoring the ecosystem more accurately. Why the environmental DNA barcoding is useful? It's useful for the quantitative environmental high potentials. It shows high potentials as a novel approaches to assess fish community quantity. Our workshop agenda, our trainees, Dr. Muhammad Aiz Hassan is a PhD in bioinformatics and is a lab supervisor and a specialist for bioinformatics and biomedical informatics. And our RAs, Dr. Asim and Mrs. Shaima Rushdi, they will guide our applicants in the next 3 days. Our agenda, it's considered that the barcoding initiative for Egyptian organism for lacks in challenging task. Our objectives for our training for 3 days to understanding the ecological of marine life and using DNA barcoding as tools. During the 3 days, several topics will be covered and we will carry out the first part of agenda. We take a theoretical background for evolution, phylogenetics, and phylogeny tree. The DNA barcoding, we take an introduction and the marine DNA barcoding features and the advantages and disadvantages for DNA barcoding. And our applicants will take different practical sessions in the part 2 for the first day for barcoding of live data system for different clusters and learning to handle the sequences and utilize tools of the quality control. In the second day, in the second day, we will start a theoretical part for environmental DNA as ineffective tools in the fish monitoring and species detections in the aquatic cultures, and the methods for labeling DNA samples and preparations of a DNA meta-barcoding library. And the practical session where detection multiple fish species from environmental DNA and other samples using bioinformatics tools and make a meta-analysis for this background. As 3 days, our end of our practical part for our workshop, our students will take meta barcoding taxonomy assignments, and we'll discuss the project. The oral presentation for each applicant will be present and discuss with our doctors, and we make a wrap up for all sessions for 3 days. Thank you, and I'm sorry for the delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abu Shadi, and please stay with us for eventual questions. So the next speaker is Malak Shawash, Dr. Malak Shawash, who is postdoc at Pasteur Institute, and he is ambassador of H3 BioNet project. Please, Dr. Malak, to you the floor.
Thank you, Wabid. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Wabid. Thank you, everyone, being here, attending this various events. So I'm going to share my screen today. I'm going to talk about the practical session that will be held in Tunisia. So my name is Malak Shawash. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at the Institut Pasteur de Tunis. And during the practical session, we are going to go through introduction to genomics, cloud computing, and Linux for biologists. I'm going to skip the part about the presentation of the Institut Pasteur de Tunis, which will be presented tomorrow by my colleague Yusr Hamdi. So just to show you the introduction to the genomics, this practical session or this training is roughly inspired from the carpentry training and courses. So at
Dr. Malak, please, you can make it full screen, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it okay now?
Yes, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay. So basically in Institut Pasteur, we have a laboratory called BIMS, Bioinformatics, Biostatistics, and Biomathematics. We have an expertise in bioinformatics and genomics, functional genomics. We're doing a lot of structural and modeling, phylogeny. We analyze the DNA-seq, RNA-seq, and all different type of omics. And we develop standards and data and for the metadata and for the data management and expertise. So our instructor have a strong background in bash scripting and Linux, and they are expertise in working with DNA-seq and RNA-seq and with different type of data like FASTQ files and different other sequencing files. So basically the work will be done on cloud, so on Amazon Web Services. So we have different link to every participant, so they can go to the cloud and have all the data related to the course. So the course will be split in 4 major parts. We are going to start presenting the cloud. Then we are talking about the project organization and management, which is a very, very important part, because in every project or every work, we have to be very careful with data management and the data standardization, how to deal with data and how to curate the data. Then we're gonna go through the introduction to the command line. So we are focusing on Unix and Linux. So command line are very important to deal with large data. Then data wrangling and processing, we are learn how to go through a workflow of DNA-seq from the QC to the variant calling and then the clouds. So before getting started, so everyone will have the instance in the AMI. They will simplifies the learning for the participant, because they have all the tools already installed. So we're going to deal with the large data and logging through the weird bash shell, then almost distinguishable for the local. So it'll be like just one command line, and we will be in the cloud. So the part of presenting the cloud computing, so we provide additional motivation for using the cloud computing, and we will present the benefits of working with a remote computer system, and what are the advantages and disadvantages, and how to use among the different cloud platforms. So for the project organization and management, the question are what metadata should the participant who are going to run a study should collect, and how you should structure your sequencing data and metadata. So the objective to understand the different type of metadata and sequencing, understand the importance of metadata, and explore common formatting challenges in spreadsheet data. Definition and discussion about the metadata. So it's kind of exercise. We'll present different metadata in spreadsheet and ask the participants if there is any error or how to correct this data. So we are presenting some data retrieved from NCBI SRA. So and going through common spreadsheet formatting problems, how to curate message spreadsheet, and how to remove data validation quality control. This is an example of the data that we will be creating. So then we are switching for the second part, which is introduction to the command line. So we will describe why we are using shell, how to navigate through the different files using the command lines, how to access and read, and how to program with bash scripting, and demonstrate the use of tab compilation and explain its advantages. So this part covers the file system navigation, how to work with files and directories, redirection, wildcards, how to do loops, writing bash scripts, and others. For data wrangling and processing, now we're moving directly for the analyze. So this part walks learners through each step in varied coding workflow, and how to write a bash script to perform the complete analysis through the different steps. So participant will be applying the new load the shell command and the Unix for the common genomics workflow, and finally we will try to identify variants among sequencing samples taken from individual within a population. So here's the workflow that we are going to use. We are starting with sequence with the quality control and finalizing with the variant calling, using different tools like Trimomatic for the cleaning, BWAMM for the alignment, and some tools for file conversion, and VSF tools for the filtering. So this part will reinforce the loop, how to write scripts for loops, setting comments parameters, but scripting, and importance of automating and repetitive steps for DNA-seq analysis. So solution outputs file for each steps and scripts are generated during this analysis, and they will be available so the participant can go back to this data and they can redo all the steps learned during the program. And finally, I would like to thank my colleagues who are being with me as a structure, Professor Ali Ben Kahla and Professor Bayram Jameli from Institute of Agriculture of Mater, and Usama, which is an assistant professor, Mariam Haneshi, Amal Bukhtib. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malek. So now, if you have any questions for our speakers, because Dr. Malek was the last one, please go ahead.
Dr. Abu Abid,
Yes.
still we have Prof. Gawar from Algeria.
He is online, Suhail?
Yes, now, yes.
Okay. So, yeah. Good afternoon, Suhail. So I present you before, but I will repeat now. So Suhail is professor from Tlemcen University. He is specialist in animal genetics, and he was ranked the first scientist in Algeria. Professor Suhail, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. بدء أشكر الأستاذ بوعبيد على تنظيمه هكذا تظاهرة، مع شكري أيضا للسيدة إشراق التي كانت يعني تتجاوب معنا من خلال الرسائل ووقفت معنا يعني لكي يكون التنظيم جيد لهذه التظاهرة. شكرا جزيلا. كما لا يفوتني أن أشكر كل القائمين على مشروع أفريكان بي بي وعلى رأسهم ثانك جود الذي قام يعني بتوجيه جهود كبيرة لدراسة الثروة الحيوانية والنباتية الخاصة بإفريقيا. طبعا لما نرى كل الدراسات التي قدمت بالمحاضرات القيمة التي قدمها الباحثين، لكن كل هذا يرتبط بماذا؟ يرتبط بقيمة وكيفية تحصلنا على الحمض النووي. ومن هنا يظهر جليا أن طريقة استخلاص الحمض النووي هي أمر مهم جدا جدا. إذا الآن لي الشرف وأنا جد مسرور أني معكم الآن، ويعني أقدم لكم محاضرتي المتواضعة المعنونة بطرق استخلاص الحمض النووي وكيفية الحصول عليه. هل يجب أستاذ بوعبيد je partage à partir de mon micro ou de mon micro-ordinateur ou vous partagez vous-même la présentation?
Non, Sohail, tu partages à partir de ton ordinateur. Ouais.
Parce que j'ai envoyé ma présentation.
Oui, oui, c'est juste un backup au cas où il y a un problème, mais tu utilises ton ordinateur. Ouais.
D'accord. Est-ce que vous voyez mon écran?
Oui, mais tu mets en plein écran, s'il vous plaît.
D'accord.
Voilà, merci.
C'est bon?
Oui, c'est bon, merci.
Donc, شكرا لكم. إذا الألواح الإلكترونية التي سأقدمها ستكون باللغة الإنجليزية، إلا أن المحاضرة ستكون إن شاء الله باللغة العربية. دقيقة. إذا كما قلت سالفا، الحمض النووي هو يعني مادة مهمة من خلالها يتم الدراسة، وكل المحاضرات التي قدمت يعني قدمت حول التكنولوجيا التي وصلت إليها. نعم.
من نعم. فضلك عندك 10 دقائق من فضلك. أوكي.
5 دقائق.
أوكي، شكرا جزيلا. شكرا جزيلا.
صحيح، شكرا، ما كانش مشكل. إذا الحمض النووي كما قلت هو مادة مهمة للكثير من العلوم، تمتد من البيولوجيا إلى الجنايات إلى علم البيئة. هذا الحمض النووي يجب الحصول عليه من خلال يعني العينات الطبيعية التي نجدها في الوسط الذي نعمل عليه. وهذا الوسط قد يكون يعني مستحثات، قد تكون نباتات، قد تكون حيوانات، وقد تكون حتى روث الحيوانات أو ريش الطيور، خاصة لما نعمل على طيور تسكن في مناطق غير ممكن الحصول عليها مثل سفوح الجبال أو غير ذلك، أو العمل على حيوانات متوحشة خطيرة مثل الفهود مثلا، فهنا يستحيل تقريبا الحصول على عينات خاصة إذا كانت في طريق الانقراض. إذا فوالا شوفوا هذه، يمكن الحصول على هذه المادة كما قلت من خلال عينات بيولوجية، من خلال العظام، من خلال الروث، من خلال المستحثات، ومن خلال النباتات. ولكل من هذه المواد هناك طرق متعددة لاستخلاص الأديان، والآن الحمد لله موجود حتى رزنامات محضرة تباع ومتخصصة لكل من هذه الطرق في استخلاص الأديان. لماذا نستخلص الأديان؟ نستخلص الأديان لعدة أسباب، من أهمها تحديد الأصناف، معرفة قرابة الأصناف فيما بينها، وأيضا تحديد معرفة التجاذبات التي يمكن أن تكون بين الأصناف في بيئة معينة. إذن استخلاص الأديان، طرق استخلاص الأديان هي تعطينا المادة المهمة للحياة. الأديان هذا يمكن الحصول عليه، لكن يجب الحصول عليه بطريقة تكون يعني مدروسة جيدا، وقبل كل دراسة وحسب الأهداف يجب تحديد طريقة الحصول على هذا الحمض النووي وكيفية الحصول عليه. طبعا عندنا عدة طرق لاستخلاص هذا الحمض النووي. هناك الطرق الكلاسيكية التي ظهرت قبل طبعا وجود الرزنامات المحضرة الحالية، وهناك طرق حديثة وخاصة يعني الموجودة في الأسواق والتي تباع محضرة وتعمل بطرق كثيرة، منها العمل على الأعمدة المرشحة والكرات المعدنية وغير ذلك. لكن تبقى الطرق الكلاسيكية لا بأس بها. من بين هذه الطرق الكلاسيكية نجد الطرق التي تستعمل الكلوروفورم، إلا أنها جد خطيرة لأنها تطلق مواد سامة، ولهذا يجب العمل تحت يعني وضع يعني أمني مشدد. ويوجد لكن هناك بعض الطرق الكلاسيكية مثل طريقة السطاب للنباتات، مستعملة للنباتات ومستعملة يعني بطريقة كبيرة، ولا تزال تستعمل إلى الآن، لأنها تمكننا من الحصول على كميات كبيرة من الحمض النووي ويكون يعني ذو جودة عالية. وهناك بالنسبة للحيوانات طريقة السالتينج أوت، استعمال يعني طريقة ميلر سنة 1988، وهذه طريقة أيضا معتبرة وتعطينا حمض نووي ذو قيمة جيدة يعني. طبعا نمر لهذه. هنا طرحت تساؤل، اسمح لي، يعني الشركات التي يعني تقوم ببيع الرزنامات المحضرة لاستخلاص الأديان، لكن احنا بما أنه فيما يخصنا يعني المخبر تاعنا ما عندناش، لا يوجد عندنا يعني المال الكافي لشراء هذه الرزنامات المحضرة، فماذا قمنا بإجراء مقارنات بين الحمض النووي المستخلص بالطرق الحديثة واستخلاص الحمض النووي بالطرق الكلاسيكية، وقمنا بمقارنات فوجدنا أن يعني الطرق الكلاسيكية رغم بعض النقائص التي فيها، إلا أننا تمكنا من الحصول بقيمة مالية أقل، تحصلنا على أديان أكثر وذو قيمة جيدة يعني. ولقد قلنا هذا على الطيور، قارنا الحمض النووي المستخلص من الطيور عن طريق الرزنامات المحضرة وعن طريق الطرق الكلاسيكية، وأيضا قمنا بنفس الشيء على أنسجة حيوانية، وقارنا بين الطريقتين ووجدنا أنه كان يعني حمض نووي ذو جودة عالية. ولهذا لحد الآن قررنا استعمال هذه الطرق الكلاسيكية، ومن خلال الأيام التدريبية التي سنقوم بها سنقوم يعني بتدريب الباحثين على الاستخلاص الكلاسيكي للحمض النووي، إذ أننا نرى أنه يعطي حمض نووي ذو جودة عالية، لكن يجب أن نعمل في جو يكون يعني نوعا ما خالي من خالي من أي شيء غريب على هذا الحمض النووي الذي نعمل عليه. يعني نعمل بقفازات، نعمل بطريق يعني الكحول حتى لا نلوث العينات البيولوجية. يجب أخذ أكثر يعني إجراءات وقائية أكثر من لما نستعمل الرزنامات المحضرة الحالية. إذن في الخلاصة ما سنقدمه إن شاء الله من خلال 3 أيام للتدريب على استخلاص الأديان. سنقوم اليوم الأول إن شاء الله من 9 صباحا حتى حوالي 1 مساء، يعني بعد الظهر، يوم الأربعاء 11 أكتوبر سنقدم برنامج سيبدأ الباحثين القائمين على التدريب سيبدأ يشرحوا يعني كيفية استخلاص الحمض النووي من خلال الكائنات الدقيقة، ثم يبدأون في العمل. واليوم الثاني سيكون مخصص لاستخلاص الحمض النووي من الحيوانات عن طريق الدم، واليوم الثالث سيكون مخصص لاستخلاص الحمض النووي للنباتات عن طريق الأوراق من الأوراق. وسينتهي كل من الثلاث تدريبات يبدأون حوالي 9 صباحا وننتهي حوالي 2 مساء أو 1 ظهرا. إذا كي لا أطيل يعني عليكم، ويعني حضرت إلا 5 دقائق. طبعا استخلاص الحمض النووي يمر بمراحل، وهذه المراحل يكون فيها تنقية هذا الحمض النووي لأنه يكون ممزوج بالبروتينات كما تعلمون. نقوم بضبط تركيز الحمض النووي، وأخيرا نقوم باختبار يسمى بالإنجليزية اختبار سايزينج، اختبار طول، اختبار هل الحمض النووي هو مجزأ إلى أجزاء صغيرة أو لا. وهذا شيء مهم الآن، أصبح مهما خاصة مع ظهور التقنيات الجديدة لتحليل الحمض النووي. طبعا لما نريد أن ندرس أي دراسة يجب أن يكون عندنا عينات، وهذه واستلام العينات استلام العينات يجب أن يكون من خلال برنامج يوافق ما سنقوم به من أعمال من بعد. وطبعا لما نقوم بأخذ العينات من الجبال ومن الصحراء، يعني يجب احترام بعض الأمور، بيناتها احترام البرودة واحترام الرطوبة واحترام درجة الحرارة، إذ أنه بعض الأحيان نعمل في ظروف يعني 50 درجة فما فوق، وهذا قد يؤثر على العينات وبالتالي قد يؤثر على الحمض النووي. ولهذا يجب أن يفهم الباحثين أن لما نتحصل على العينات يجب أخذ أكبر عدد ممكن من الاحترازات حتى لا نضيع العينات، خاصة أن بعض العينات هي قيمة جدا. مثلا يجب للحصول على عينات للفهد الصياد الجزائري الذي هو نادر جدا، يجب مثلا أن ننتقل من تلمسان إلى منطقة في الجنوب الأقصى للجزائر حوالي 1700 كيلومتر، ودرجة الحرارة عادة يعني تكون مرتفعة، ويعني ما كانش هناك وين نقدروا نديروا البرودة وهذه الأمور. لذا يجب يعني أخذ عين الاعتبار كل هذه الأمور. وهنا يجب أخذ رزنامات المحضرة للحفاظ على العينات، فهناك رزنامات محضرة للحفاظ على العينات. إذا هذه الأمور مهمة جدا. كما أنه لما نأخذ العينات يجب تسجيل المنطقة، تسجيل تاريخ الأخذ، وطبعا الاحتراز من تسجيل رقم سري أو كود على كل العينات حتى نعرف من أين أتت. هذا شيء مهم جدا، قد يبدو بسيطا لكنه مهم جدا. ورأينا الكثير من العينات رميت لأنها لم تحترم هذه الطريقة في العمل. طبعا هذا تكلمنا عليه هذه الأمور. إذا في النهاية ربما راني فت ال5 دقائق، سمحوا لي. ويعذرني البعض أني حاولت التكلم باللغة العربية لأنها لغة مهمة ولغة المنطقة. طبعا أنا نتكلم اللغة الفرنسية أكثر لأن بحكم الدراسة، لكن أحببت ووافقت الأستاذ بوعبيد على أنه يعني حثنا على التقديم باللغة العربية، فرأيت أن هذا شيء مهم. قدمت المحاضرة باللغة العربية، إن شاء الله تكون نالت إعجابكم، وشكرا على إصغائكم. السلام عليكم.
شكرا جزيلا Professor Suhail من تلمسان. So if you have any questions to our speakers, please go ahead. I will start with one for Dr. Bulbul. I'm wondering, after the wet lab, if you will go till the genome assembly or annotation and all. Is it predicted in the training? So you will do full genome assembly? Okay, that's great. Okay, good. Any question for our speakers? Anyway, it was just a presentation of the practicals that will come in the next 3 days. So if you have no question, I will conclude. Yes, you have a question. Go ahead, Professor Hijri. Just, yeah.
Can you hear me? Shukran, Professor Suhail. Just a comment. I've been doing it almost years. Oh, and I am from this promotion that everything has been done in French. Then I moved in a different English-speaking or bilingual countries. And this is my first time that I attended a conference in Arabic. So شكرا جزيلا. يعني ساعدتني باش ندير محاربة الأمية في اللغة العربية. شكرا.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our speakers. There is a question. Yeah, please take it. We will take the last one. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for the insightful presentation and for embracing Arabic as our original language. And I would like to ask Mr. Badawi about the workshops tomorrow, after tomorrow. Like, is anyone that's filled the formula will be able to assist, or are there some people that got chosen to assist?
Yeah, no, it was selection. I mean, many people applied for these trainings, and we have not the ability and capability to take all the people. So it was stringent selection, actually. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just to recap, this morning we have seen the ethics of science, after which we have seen simple collection and sequencing, after which we have seen the practicals, some of the practicals that will take place the next 3 days after tomorrow, starting after tomorrow. So I would like to thank all speakers, all the participants, all sponsors, and I would like to invite you tomorrow from 9:50 for the next day of this workshop. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.